All righty. Welcome everybody to Cassette. We are live and selling and TCBing. TCBing is what we do best. Welcome everybody to the machine. Right. I'm about to print. Let me print that right quick. Let's get everybody on and watching. Let's see here. Let's get some of this stuff spread out so y'all can have a good idea. Whoop. Of what's about to sell here. Get that back there. That rotated. I'll have to see how it looks after we clear it up a little bit more. Alrighty. Let's see. Right. Laura, I'll probably have you mark some new vinyl. Wow, everything. So we had to update our laptop. I had to reinstall Restream. Tanner had to reinstall Restream. We had to update my laptop. We had to. I'm signed out of Streamlabs, or we had to reinstall Streamlabs. I'm signed out of Restream to see comments. Hopefully technology holds up for the rest of the night. Otherwise, we'll be in a pickle because we've already had about 3 technology failures. Not failures, just setbacks. So let's get some of this stuff marked. And then Laura, I'm going to have new vinyl. Laura, I'm going to need you to mark new vinyl. There's going to be quite a bit. I'm almost done. I got to step over here and let's see here. Let me step over here and grab this out of Ed's printer. And hopefully this is everything. Let me get this out of Ed's printer. All right, let's do this right quick. All right, Wasp, AC/DC, AC/DC. Jimmy Page. Talk Talk. Twisted Sister. Three Doors Down. Badfinger. Skinny Puppy. Darkness. David Bowie. Nirvana. Yes. Bauhaus. Black Label Society. Black Label Society. Black Label Society. Ace of Base. Presidents of the United States. Skinny Puppy. Marshall Tucker. Audio Slave. Deftones. Alice Cooper. Pink Floyd. Ghost. Wasp. AC/DC. All right, Laura, they're all marked or they're all filled out. I hope that's... Nope, there's another... I don't know where that invoice is. Actually, Laura, before you walk up here, let me print one more thing for you to grab on the way up. I'll let you know when it's printed. I'm going to put these sheets. There's one more thing. I forgot Ed. Usually Ed's done all this, and he's probably been putting in some extra time. I know he has for everything else, and I forgot to even let him know about some of that. So let me find this right quick. Everybody, let me know where you're watching from. Thanks for joining the chat early, even though I haven't sold a single thing yet. But if I take care of this, we'll have even a more incredible show. 513, 515. Yeah, that's in there. I may have filled that out for him. I just don't remember. Let me search help desk. If not, I'll just look them up individually. Do I have an invoice for these? Global docking. Okay, that stuff shipped today. That's good news. Iron Maiden Trooper. I hadn't shown y'all that yet. Fly to the Concourse. Ghost Bath. There it is, Sean. Ghost Bath. All right, Laura, when you walk up, there's an invoice in Ed's printer. If you could grab that whenever you come up, I'll fill those 5 and 6 records out, and everything will be priced and ready to go. All right, what an incredible night we have lined up. So this is, I need everybody to hit the like button. I'm going to start sharing right now. So here's what's going on. It's Thursday night. I've already seen a couple people, there's no hot pictures. Well, there kind of was. We have probably over 100 albums to try to auction tonight. Just a handful of metal. Just a handful of metal and metal related, like Black Sabbath, Kiss, Saga. We do have some stuff like, whoa, that was fast. Laura spawns out of nowhere. Right over there they are. And the prices are in the top crate. There should be 3 invoices counting this one. All right, so let's go ahead. Boom, boom. Let me grab another ink pen over here. So yeah, we got 3 new crates. David Johnson will be glad to hear this. 3 new crates of new vinyl tonight. So of 3 Japanese crates. And let's see here. Let's fill all this out. I told Sean 29 on that. Meshuggah and Verka Sol. I don't remember what some of this stuff is, but there it is. Yep. That top crate should be just this one. Yeah. All right. So Laura, thank you for doing that. And we are officially sharing the post. John is bringing me a sealed sticks. Beautiful. I love sticks. Come sail away. Come sail away with Coletco tonight. That's what we're going to be doing. And I'm getting this shared in our group right now. And sorry, our laptop had to go through an update. Then we had to uninstall Streamlabs. And I was standing back here with my Chick-fil-A at 5:15, and we didn't go live till about 5:25. So, and then I've had to price new vinyl, but we're good to go. It's going to be a great night. So what I was saying is we have probably over 100 auctions to autograph tonight, including 3 new crates of Japanese. We didn't finish the crate of Japanese from last night. And then here y'all see the autographs. And these are the high-end, or I should say premium. I don't want to scare anybody away. I have done extensive market research. Everything's going to be priced at market, or some of this more expensive stuff like M&M. I think to get it sold, I'll have to sell M&M's probably actually the most expensive item we have tonight, next to Iron Maiden. These are probably, I've got those front and center, Iron Maiden and M&M. And I didn't even post M&M because it's really hard to show a picture of it, but I've got a signed M&M Kamikaze poster, and Marilyn Manson, Iron Maiden, Cheap Trick, Mickey Mantle, Ted Williams, Harper Lee signed To Kill a Mockingbird. All that stuff's really good, and it will be for sale tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and get everybody on here and get everybody shared and get everybody watching. And let's go over here and share this in the link and get everybody tagged and watching, and make sure you've hit the like button. Please do that for me. I need everybody doing that right now. Great White, Dave Grohl signed Foo Fighters. All kinds of great stuff tonight. Really high-end collectibles. So, like I said, we're probably slightly low on the metal, so I've kind of made it into our metal night. G's heading out. Thank you. They've got through Monday's orders, picking Monday's orders, right? They're picking Monday's orders. So just so everybody knows, I think the other night I said we were like 9 days back on shipping. All of a sudden, they've got us to just 4. I told y'all, they're fast. They're good. They know what they're doing. They've got us all of a sudden back to 4 days. So if you've paid on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or today, your order is being picked and pulled, and they're probably going to start shipping labels on Monday, or printing labels tomorrow for Monday's order. So they are officially shipping this week's. All of last week's are done. I told y'all they're fast. Tanner's in from the Greek islands from his luxury vacation. Must be nice, right? Gets to travel the world and do all this stuff. Just kidding. I give him a hard time about that. I said, "That buddy, that's your one and only vacation. That's it." Addison will probably have something to say about that. Anyway, he's back, and I think that's helped. Paul is on their way back from Wisconsin. They bought another huge collection, from what I understand. And there's 22. I didn't even post pictures of what they unloaded last night. I was going to wait for Paul to get back with even the even better stuff. And I was going to make a big post. It's like 20,000 and then like another 10,000 records. Incredible. So shout out to shipping crew. Paul is on the road. Laura and John's here pricing stuff. You got Ed doing a great job getting everybody's messages out. He's probably been packing stuff too. Steve comes in bright and early. I left the store this morning about between 5 and 6. But I wasn't even home yet, and I got a notification that Steve had arrived at the store. He had walked in the building. So Steve gets in early, and he starts packing up. He helped me look up some of these autographs. I've got a few signed comic books that required some a little bit extra time to grade them, and I ran out of time. I actually left a message for Steve to help me board and bag all this. Otherwise, I would have been here another hour, and therefore 1 hour less sleep. All right, let's get all this cleaned off. So let me show you some of the autographs, and we're about to immediately start putting up Japanese auctions. We're about to immediately start putting up other auctions. So some of the upcoming signed stuff we have, and most of this will get started around 7. The big stuff will be 8. We got Marilyn Manson, Dropkick Murphys. This is signed by the Beach Boys. This is signed by Loretta Lynn. This is signed by Glenn Campbell. This is signed by Iron Maiden, like twice. Let me get this off the table. We got Cheap Trick, and we got Jay Leno. Some of these lesser start ones may be a little bit sooner. We got Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters. We got a really rare Alabama record, and it's signed. Some pretty cool stuff here. Ted Williams, Mickey Mantle, Frank Zappa's a good one. Eddie Rickenbacker, who was a World War I pilot, American hero, Medal of Honor recipient. We got this M&M poster, Harper Lee, To Kill a Mockingbird. That is an incredible piece. There's the M&M. And then we got these comic books that's signed by Stan Lee and Todd McFarlane. those possibly could go air horns. So if all that stuff sells right there, I'm glad Mike Massey sent me air horns. You know why? Because that's like 20 air horns. If all that stuff sells, it's like 20 air horns probably. If it actually starts getting some multiple bidding. If it starts getting multiple bidding, then we'll definitely have a bunch of air horns tonight. So it's going to be like the last time we had a bunch of high-end autographs come in at once. Y'all may remember that from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I think we set a record with like over 20 air horns. I don't know if we'll get to 20 tonight. If we have 10, I'll be really happy. But we could very easily have 10 air horns tonight. Not just from cleaning out crates, but from just literally the items, the value of the items, because that's some good stuff there. And I've got plenty of other lower-end autographs, $35, $45 start type stuff. We found all these reel-to-reels last night going through a tub. I don't think some of these are too expensive. I may throw some of those up for auction. And I still got to get a reel-to-reel player for Michael Rudolph. And I know who can help me with that. His name's John, and he's in the back right now pricing records. Now, what did I do with my phone with the comments? Oh, my gosh. Can I have that? It was just laying on the table. Here's my phone. I'm sure I've laid it somewhere. Oh, it's up here. Yep. Okay. So we're ready for the show to officially get started. I think I've shared everything since I've been talking. And let me do one more check here. How does the camera angle look? I smacked it just a second ago, and Tanner had it perfect. And first thing I do is smack it and knock it all offline. I think that looks pretty good there. Okay, so let's see what we got going on. Have I put it on our story? I think that's the only thing I hadn't done. Yeah, it's on our story. Let me see here. Let me do this right quick. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, let me do this and that and this and that and this, that. All right. Okay. So, first auction of the night, we have a sealed record. John just brought me this. This is called Styx Miracles. It's sealed. It's a vintage reissue. Styx reissued their catalog with these alternate type covers here. Pretty interesting. It's a barcoded reissue, and it's sealed, and we're going to put Styx up for a $15 start. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? I'd greatly appreciate that. We have the Great Bluesmen compilation. That sounds interesting. The Great Bluesmen compilation, a 1972 U.S. original in VG condition. This is a 2LP compilation on Vanguard. I see Homesick James and John Lee Hooker and Brownie McGee and Lightning Hopkins and Big Bill Brunsey, a.k.a. the Great Bluesmen. That's the name of the compilation. It's a 1972 U.S. original in VG condition. That's a $15 start. So, hey, look at that. All of a sudden, the show is underway. And let me make sure I put a caption with this. And let me go over here. And let me do this. And John handed me another sealed record. Awesome. We have live on Facebook and YouTube right now, selling off this incredible batch of autographs. All right, that's the caption. And then make sure everybody know we're live on there doing that. And then over here on Facebook, let's see if I tag top fans here. Let me do that right quick. Top fans, boom, and then over here. Okay, so we did post a flip video for tonight, and we're gonna go ahead and knock some of that out right now. And welcome everybody to CollectCo. Let's go ahead and get started with this flip video that was posted. Knock out some of that right quick. And let me find that. It's got 14 comments, and we're actually gonna start with this crate right here. So let's see what we got going on here. The Styx is sealed, looking for a $15 start. Blues has a bid with John Durden for $16. Thank you, John. That's with you at $16. And let's go ahead and see what's in here. This might have been some stuff from last night that was posted in the video. It was. I'm looking for Pearl Jam, Charles Mingus, Carmel Jones, Bill Evans, Batman, Iron Maiden, Imperial and Sly. We have Groovin' with Jug, Dance with Death, Iron Maiden Wembley, Horace Silver, Andrew Hill, Nina Simone, Grant Green, and Herbie Hancock. So a lot of that jazz did, in fact, sell that was posted in this flip video. That's going to be fun to go through very quickly. You're going to see me do a speed run, so let's go ahead and do that right now. We have Sly Lives, and this first copy here is sold to John Reed over on the flip video. He gets the Sly Lives, and this is called AKA The Burden of Black Genius. And they've kind of done a slash through that black original motion picture soundtrack, and that is a documentary that I believe is coming out on, though, Netflix, maybe Hulu, something like that. One of them. I'm sure they're going to take my money because I'll definitely want to watch it. I'm probably already subscribed and don't even know I'm paying for it. But Sly is $39.99. I'm going to have one left because this one sold to John Reed. There's one Sly left. And this is actually a compilation of hits and alternate mixes and new edits. So it's probably some of your favorite songs, maybe a way you haven't heard them before. $39.99. We have Iron Maiden live at Wembley. Matt Shiker gets an Iron Maiden live at Wembley. And also Darren Wortman gets an Iron Maiden live at Wembley. I'm really surprised we didn't sell out of these. Hey, these are perfect for Thursday Metal Night. Wembley is December 18th, 1990, Volume 1, the FM broadcast, and that's on red vinyl. We have those available. We're about to sell the blues for $16. I've got Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Quiet Riot is $29.99. Come On, Feel the Noise, Bang Your Head. Those are $29.99. And I have the Batman soundtrack. This was my last copy. We sold 2 last night. This one sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. And guess what? John Darden gets the Great Bluesman compilation for just $16. And Styx was a no bid. It's our first buy now of the night. Styx is just a $15 buy now. That's practically given away. That's a sealed, vintage, early 80s reissue of their album Miracles. Over here, we got our first Japanese item of the night, and it's actually a Japanese CD. This album has never been reissued on vinyl. It had that one pressing, and this is a really cool Japanese edition CD. Page and Plant, Walking into Clarksdale. Awesome. That's really cool, and that is sealed, or excuse me, that's a Japanese pressing. It's near mint, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start. Japanese CD there, Walking into Clarksdale, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Styx is $15, and that's sold to Anthony Correa. Troy Shark, excuse me, Troy Shark on Iron Maiden. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you. Melanie, second on Styx. Next is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. That is their greatest hits. Wow, what an incredible collection of music. $44.99. Don't Do Me Like That. American Girl Breakdown. Even the Losing. Listen to Her. Here Comes My Girl. I Need to Know. Refugee. The Waiting. You Got Lucky. Don't Come Around Here No More. It's worth it just for that song. I Won't Back Down. Are you kidding me? Running Down a Dream. Free Falling. Learning to Fly. Into the Great Wide Open. Mary Jane's Last Dance. And his cover of Something in the Air. Tom Petty's $44.99. Our next sealed record is 40 Greatest College Football Marches. Notre Dame, Harvard, The Ohio State, Texas, Illinois, Michigan, Washington, Georgia Tech, Duke, Iowa, Wisconsin. That is sealed, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start. That's an interesting record there. Sealed for a $10 start. And over here, we got Booker T and Priscilla, Homegrown. Booker T and Priscilla is on A&M Records. It's a 1972 OG white label promo. It's VG condition, and it's a $10 start. Next is Led Zeppelin 3, Immigrant Song, Since I've Been Loving You, $33.99. That's a new and sealed remaster. College Football's at $10. And Ghost Pope Star. Ghost Pope Star, and this is $29.99. It's on clear vinyl. Ghost Pope Star is $29.99. That is available, and so is Cake Fashion Nugget. He's going the distance. That's $29.99 for Cake. Helmet, Live and Rare. I've still got Helmet, and that's called Live and Rare. 2 of those are available for $33.99. And Papa Roach and Fest, $33.99. No, there's not many SEC schools. There's not many SEC schools on here. No, I don't. Is there any? I don't think there's any SEC schools on here. It looks like a bunch of haters. That's a $10 start. Tom Harris has that. Papa Roach and Beastie Boys, Kawasaki, Japan, 1992. That's $29.99 for the Beastie Boys. NWA Greatest Hits, that's $39.99. And then Pearl Jam Verses on clear vinyl. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. And I got 3 Doors Down. That's called Away from the Sun. 3 Doors Down. is $33.99. 3 doors down is $33.99 away from the sun. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. And final call to get a bid on the Japanese CD, Walking into Clarksdale, Page and Plant. That's a $25 start. Final call on college football for 10. And the Booker T and Priscilla homegrown white label promo VG. We're about to sell that for $10 to a buy it now price unless somebody bids. Melanie Jennings on Led Zeppelin 3. That is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie. That is sold to you. And then Kelly Vladarchuk on one of the new 3 Doors Down reissues. That's actually new for tomorrow, just saying. So if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. We got 3 Doors Down, Pearl Jam, NWA, Beastie Boys, Papa Roach, Helmet, Cake, Ghost, Led Zeppelin, Tom Petty, Quiet Riot, Iron Maiden, Live at Wembley, Red Vinyl, $29.99, and Sly Lives. Those are all available. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else over here on the YouTube or on the Facebook video. I didn't, but we are going to go ahead and slide over this crate and run through some of these titles. I was actually flipping through this crate in the video, and I was like, man, I think I missed some of these, honestly. There were so many great titles over here. Thanks for tuning in on Thursday night's live stream. We already got 235 people watching on both platforms. That's good for 6 o'clock. I feel like there are a lot of people tuning in to see what some of these really amazing autographs sell for tonight. Let's go ahead and sell this right here. Tom Harris on Helmet. Thank you, Tom Harris. That is so to you. Hope everybody sticks with me because at any given time I could do something really crazy, like shave my head live on camera. And Laura's going to do the shaving. That would be, there'd probably be more people tuning into that for anything. Give me a mohawk. Okay, there's not much hair to shave. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant's a buy it now for $25. Booker T's a buy it now for $10. And all of a sudden, the college football has woke up. We have the Eyes of Texas, Yale down the field. We have Michigan, the Victors. Missouri's on there, Fight Tiger. That's long before they were in the SEC, though. That is $12 with Matthew Cabot. Tom Harris, you've been outbid. John Darden, you've been outbid. Matthew Cabot has it for $12. All right, let's run through this crate right quick. We got No Sound, sold $29. That's a 2018 prog album remastered. That is $29.99. Also, we have Nina Simone, I Put a Spell on You. This is sold to Kevin LeBeatty. Thank you, Kevin. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have 6 Pieces of Silver, the Horace Silver Quintet. This is sold to Chris Bachek. Thank you, Chris Bachek. That's sold to you. And we have Bola Seat, Ocean. There is a little bit of a stain here. Bola Seat is $14.99. And we have Bill Evans Hypnosis. Ben Evans Hypnosis. This is sealed for $29.99. A 2016 German audiophile remaster. That is sealed for $29.99. And Eric Essex, Songs from the Deep. Eric Essex is sealed for $14.99. Eric Essex, Songs from the Deep. We have a couple of those. Also got one copy here of the Latin Bit, Grant Green. The Latin Bit, Grant Green. And this is available. It is sealed. It's a tone poet for $29.99. Grant Green, and that's the Latin Bit. I have one. I have 2 of those. Also, Herbie Hancock with Imperial Isles, and this has actually been sold. And this one here is sold to John Reed over on Facebook. Thank you. And I do have one other copy of this. It's sealed for $29.99. Out and Out on Football. So Tom Harris, you get football for $15. The Glenn Campbell, if you can wait another 58 minutes, I promised everybody I'd start the autographs at 7 o'clock, at least any that was pictured. I do have some other country-related autographs I do plan on selling, maybe slightly before as warm-ups. Our next auction is Doors, L.A. Woman, but I can't put up the Glenn Campbell to at least 7 Central Time here in Tennessee. There's no telling where Jason's watching from in the world. He's probably like over in Sarajevo or something. We have The Doors, L.A. Woman, a 1971 Terre Haute original. This is OG. It's a VG minus cover, a little bit of wear, some spots, some tears. It's a $15 star. It is OG, though. It is OG, though. Also, we have Dream Queen. This is the Bobby Hamilton Quintet Unlimited. Originals of this album sell for over $1,000. That is $34.99. Also, we have Mode for Joe, Joe Henderson. Joe Henderson is sealed, $29.99. Joe Henderson is sealed, $29.99. That is available. Just saying. Let me jump over here and make sure there wasn't any more Herbie Hancock. So there was. Michael McCullen got the other Herbie Hancock. So we're sold out of that Herbie Hancock, just saying. This is also sold to Michael McCullen. Michael, are you watching? I think there's actually 2 Grant Greens in this crate. I got to figure out which one you want. There's another Joe Henderson and Lonnie Smith Turning Point. Lonnie Smith is $22.99. All right, our first Japanese auction of the night is going to go up right now, and it's going to be a doozy. Let's see who's paying attention. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. What in the world did I just say? Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. This is a 2 LP. This is near mint minus and pristine. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeves. There's the Obi. There's the insert card. $125 start. That is OG Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. A beautiful complete copy. Japanese pressing. Wow, that's now up for bid. Also, we got Freddie Hubbard Blue Spirits. Freddie Hubbard's a sealed Blue Note Tone Poet, and that is sealed for $39.99. That is sealed for $39.99. Also, Charlie Hunter Trio, Bing, Bing, Bing. That is sealed for $29.99. And Melvin Jackson, Funky Skull. This is another album that is really pricey to get an original of. That's sealed for $24.99. Julian Lodge, or Lage. That's another Blue Note. There's a note on the back from Paul. It's good stuff. $24.99. No Sound Scintilla. That's another prog album. $24.99 on that. And Jackie McLean, Demon's Dance, another Tone Poet. $39.99. Wow, no bid on the doors. LA Woman looking for a $15 start. That is a 1971 U.S. original. Led Zeppelin's $125 start. A beautiful OG Japanese pressing. Lee Morgan, last copy. We sold one last night. There's another one for $29.99. And Lonnie Smith Live at Club Mozambique, and that is $29.99. Also, Gil Evans Orchestra, that is sealed for $29.99. And Charles Mingus, we did sell one here to Michael Potts. Thank you, Michael Potts. There you are on Charles Mingus. Also, he wanted the Bill Evans earlier. That's Simnosius. That's also sold to Michael Potts. Thank you. That's sold. And there's 2 more Charles Mingus if anybody else wants one. It's called Charles Mingus Presenting Charles Mingus. It's a Bernie Grundman remaster sealed, $29.99. And then there's another Grant Green. Green is beautiful. Sealed, $24.99. Grant Green. Green is beautiful. We're going to give that one to Michael McCullen. And then there was another Grant Green too. I'm going to go ahead and give him this one as well. He just put Grant Green. Maybe he's watching later. I'll go ahead and reply to his comment. There's Latin Bit, Grant Green, and there's that one. So Michael McCullen gets both of those. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And boom, 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 do. And we're good to go there. So if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. The rest of this crate, there's Candace Spring Soul Eyes. That was actually the last record, EX54.99. The Doors is a 1971 US OG Terre Haute pressing, VG condition. This has the original window cover. So this has the window cover that's very desirable. Has the inner sleeve, which kind of makes it complete like that. It does have wear, but man, these in high grade can get pricey. Led Zeppelin's a final call for $125. So Doors, we're about to sell it. It has one bid for $15, and Led Zeppelin's a final call for $125 to get a bid in. And if anybody else wants anything in here, I've got Candace Springs, Charles Mingus, Gil Evans Orchestra, and this one is called, this was called Great Jazz Standards. And Grog from YouTube put Groovin' with Jug, Dance with Death, and Gil Evans. So Gil Evans here is sold to Grog over on YouTube. And also we have Jackie McLean. This is sold to Grog over on YouTube. Thank you on that. And we just got to find Groovin' with Jug for him. And I still got to find Andrew Hill. And we're good to go. So we still got Lonnie Smith. We got Lee Morgan, No Sound, Julian Lodge, Melvin Jackson, Charlie Hunter, Freddie Hubbard, Lonnie Smith, Joe Henderson still available, Dream Cream, one Latin Bit, Eric Essex, Bola C, and that other prog album on that. Let me go ahead and put this right here. All right. I think that leaves me with one more, and it's like a half of a crate, and I'll be able to knock out that really quick. Now, make sure everybody's in our private group. That's one of the biggest things every night. I'm amazed sometimes by customers, some of them that's been buying for weeks, if not months, and then we'll share the link to our group, and they're just joining Whole Lot of Records. And they're over on Facebook. And I have seen a lot of people create Facebook accounts that are on YouTube now so they could see what's going on over in Whole Lot of Records. I really wish YouTube had a messenger, and I really wish YouTube had like groups where people could join and share stuff, but they don't have any of those features yet. But make sure you join our private group. It's really fun. You can share your purchases. You can, I post pre-orders, and more importantly, every morning I post these videos. Andrew Hill, I'm going to have one copy left. This is sealed for $24.99. Andrew Hill. This one is sold to Chris Baychek. Thank you, Chris Baychek. That's another blue note. I have one left. Also, the Mystetics. There was a lot of people talking about this last night. No one pulled the trigger. The Mystetics is sealed for $29.99. And we have Kristen McBride, Edgar Meyer, but who's going to play the melody? That is sealed for $36.99. All right. No bid on Zeppelin. It's a $125 buy it now. I know it's a higher starting bid, but that one's just so tough to obtain. Really nice there. $125 buy it now on that. What have I done with my box of empty sleeves? I'm going to need a bunch of those tonight, I think, for all these other loose autographed albums, et cetera, that I have over here. Let me see what else I can come up with. Oh, there it is. Good. I'm going to need that. I'm definitely going to need that. Let's see what's going on over here. Here is this. I got a couple of country autographs over here to throw up as well. I got Roy Clark. I got Bellamy Brothers. I got some cool warm-up autographs, I'll say. And I got some stuff over here on the rack as well that is even better that I hadn't even told anybody about. All top secret. Zeppelin, $125 buy it now. Who's going to get it? And also over here, we have the Doors now at $18 with Anthony Correa. So all of a sudden, the Doors has awoken, and it's now at $20 with Michael Rudolph. There we have it. And let's go ahead and put the Zeppelin. Wow, it's available, $125. And the only other no bid over there is Booker T and the Page and Clarksdale, which is also a Japanese release. It's a CD. Okay, put this in here. Just a beautiful top copy, premium, on the Zeppelin physical graffiti. Okay, now the Doors is at $20. Let me lay this right over there. Thanks, everybody, for hitting the share button, the like button. Make sure you do more of that for me. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. It's Mississippi John Hurt, the best of Mississippi John Hurt. And we have a 1971 USOG Pittman Press, VG condition, a $15 start. Paul Bowles said, I just sent you some pictures from today's collection. Okay, we can do that. VG condition, $15 start. This is a $15 start. The best of Mississippi John Hurt, a 1971 USOG Pittman. Who wants to see the new pictures that Paul just sent me? That's the best of Mississippi John Hurt, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and finish up this bin. Other Worlds, Joe Lovano and Dave Douglas. We sold one last night. There's one more left for $19.99. Roland Kirk recorded live. Here comes the Whistle Man. That is $22.99. That's still available. So is another copy of that. And we have Ahmad Jamal, Emerald City Nights, Record Store Day 2023, numbered $49.99. Let me finish this crate because I can't leave my comments right now. Carmel Jones over here is sold. Carmel Jones is sealed, $34.99. And the Carmel Jones here, the Carmel Jones, I know somebody wanted this. It was Sean Fairweather, right? Yeah, Sean Fairweather gets the Carmel Jones. Thank you on that. We got Josh Groban, $149.99 sealed. The last one sold for over $200, and there's none for sale right now. Josh Groban, John Herberlet, and Yulma Calcoen, The River Flows Volume 2. That's sealed for $19.99. Chico Hamilton is sealed for $29.99. That's called The Master. And Andrew Hill, Dance with Death. Andrew Hill is sealed, $39.99. This is sold to Greg Layton. Thank you, Greg Layton. That is sold to you. Dance with Death. And I have one extra copy of that. There is Charles Mingus, and Mingus is sold for $22.99 to Michael Potts. He got both of the Charles Minguses in the crate. There's Bobby Hutcherson, San Francisco with Harold Lamb. That's sealed for $29.99. Looks like the Doors is done. We're going to sell it to Anthony Correa for $21 and Mississippi John Hurts at $15 and now $17. Groovin' with Jug, Richard Hovens and Gene Amons. This is the last one that Grog over on YouTube claimed, and that was my only copy of that. That is sold, and this is available. Billie Holiday, Songs for Distinct Lovers, acoustic sound series from Verve, $36.99 on that. Our first autographed album of the night is signed over here by Mr. Roy Clark. It says, to Cecil, my best, always, Roy Clark, the Roy Clark. And the album that's signed is the Magnificent Roy Clark. It is personalized. It says, to Cecil, my best, always, Roy Clark. And it's the Magnificent Sanctuary Band. It's on Dot Records. The actual disc is nice. There's the autograph. Also very nice. It is JSL authenticated, and Roy Clark is a $35 start. That's up for bid. I think I got everybody's comments. We got those. We got all those. We got all those. We got all those. We got everybody's comments. Everybody that commented got what they wanted. Paul says he sent me pictures. Let's see what Paul sent me right quick. What did Paul send me? Paul sent me pictures of this. Alice in Chains Unplugged, Chris Cornell Songbook, Kiss, Music from the Elder, Them Crooked Vultures, The Smiths, Strange Ways Here We Come. That is Russ. That is Snakes and Ladders. That's one you don't see very often. Looks like a bin, and I can look at the tops here. I see Pink Floyd, The Wall. Let's see here. That is that The Doors? Looks like The Doors there. That's the back of a Clash album, isn't it? Recorded live. I think that's the back of a Clash album there. Wow, looks like some good stuff. I'm seeing grunge. I'm seeing alternative. I'm seeing Rush. Looks like a great collection, and those are on their way back to Tennessee right now. Fantastic. All right, The Doors is sold for $21 to Anthony Correa. Thank you, Anthony. That's sold to you. Mississippi John Hurts at 20 with Rod Bryan. 20 with Rod Bryan. And that means John Darren, you're out, and Roy Clark is a $35 start. There we have it. Plus, if y'all didn't tune in last night, there's 20-something thousand new records in the store. I didn't even post those. Snakes and Arrows. Snakes and Arrows. What did I say? Ladders? Oh, my gosh. I just lost my Rush badge. My Rush badge is stolen. My bad. I apologize, Neil. Rest in peace. Songs for Distinct Lovers, Bobby Hutcherson, Andrew Hill, Chico Hamilton, John Herbert, Yorma Cohen, Josh Groban, Ahmad Jamal, Roland Kirk, Joe Lovano, Christine McBride, The Messthetics, and Point of Departure, Andrew Hill. All right. Those are all still available. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and get into a discount crate. We always next do a discount crate, so I usually do the flip video stuff. I usually do a half-off crate, and then we get into tonight's newest new vinyl, and while we still do lots of autographs, okay? Lots of autographs. I like this tab here. Laura's got a tab that says high-end. Ooh, I forgot about these autographs. Great White, MC Chris is dead. There's metal and metal related. I like that. Non-metal, low starting bids, jazz. All kinds of stuff in here. There we have it. Roy Clark has a bid for $35. All right, and Mississippi John Hurt. I got to make sure John Darden's done. Rod Bryan has it for $20. We're about to sell that. And let's go ahead and take a drink of blue juice. I love blue juice. I mean purple juice. Laura, we still hadn't went and got any purple juice this week. I mean blue juice. All right. Here we go. The next thing I'm going to do is absolutely blow your mind. No. Well, I hope I do that anyways. Every night. But let's grab a great crate. Let's find something to do half off. Let me find one. They are stacked up everywhere over here. Goodness. I just cleaned all this stuff up too. I'm surrounded by vinyl. If you ever have a nightmare, this would be the opposite. Because I'm sure some of y'all would love to be surrounded by vinyl. All right, let's do this one. I have got a great looking half-off crate here. Maybe? Yeah, this is going to be great. First record, if it don't sell, I'll be shocked. I'll be like, well, I'm absolutely in shock. Y'all might have to see, what do we vote to bring out something later tonight before, well, we don't want to interfere too much with all the other auctions, but for those that was watching last night, we brought out some insane blacklight posters. Were y'all watching? I know some of y'all love blacklight posters. We brought out, I think, some of the best ones I've ever had. We sold one Iron Maiden poster. A perk of watching late, we did sell one Iron Maiden poster already late last night. It's going to a good home. Probably one of the biggest Iron Maiden fans that I've found since I've been doing this every night. But we found some killer blacklight posters. I might have to bring some out tonight and auction them. I don't have good pictures, but I think I can just unroll them and show them to y'all and try to auction them. So here we go. Roy Clark, Mississippi John Hurt. And, wow, just $35 on Roy Clark. First autograph is at a great price. Sold to Tony McDaniel for $35. Wow, sold to Tony McDaniel for $35. Turning your pinball machine. I know. I called it Snakes and Ladders. I'm thinking about the old board game Wow, Tony gets Roy Clark for $35. That's sold. Half of that was the cost to have it authenticated. And then Mississippi John Hurt over here. The last bid on this was Rod Bryan for $20. And this sold to Rod Bryan for $20. Thank you, Rod. That's sold to you. Let's do a half-off vintage crate, but let's go ahead and introduce another new auction. And the next new auction I have is Thelonious Monk. This is a 1982 U.S. reissue of a Prestige album he originally did called Monk. Andy Warhol did the lettering for this album. Wow, Andy Warhol cover. It is in mono. It's VG, almost a VG Plus copy. We're going to start it for just $15. Did I miss anything here? Chutes and Ladders. Oh, Chutes and Ladders. Okay. There's that. There's that on that. Okay. And Brady Hostler said, how much was the Mastetics? Brady, I'm just now seeing your comment. The Mastetics, Brady, was $29.99. New and sealed. Brady, $29.99. Did I miss anything else? Lots of Japanese. Let me get Low Life OG, though. Did I miss something? Maybe that was just a statement. Roy Clark sold for $35. Out on that. Mastetics, $29. And then John Darden, I'm still doing research on that Butch Cassidy poster. I'll let you know. If I come up with a more accurate price. I haven't really concluded totally what it is, but the only thing I could find was that Sotheby's. So I think it could be a really good one. But I'll let you know if you're still interested. John Prine Sweet Revenge is $22.50. John Prine Sweet Revenge. It does have some cover damage right here, but it's now just $22.50. Also, Rodney Crowell, but what will the neighbors think? Rodney Crowell was $10. And Jesse Coulter, Merriam, $7.50. But John, yeah, I think that poster, if y'all wasn't watching last night, we had a poster of Robert Redford. And I really didn't know what the price is, and we're still maybe, John Durden may be interested, but I'm thinking it's like maybe over $1,000. But I don't know. I've only found that one comp, and I got to make sure it's authentic too. So we'll figure out what happens, and if anything, I'll make John a really good deal on it, or I might have to send it to an auction house, and it could sell for a lot of money. We don't know yet. Canned Heat Cookbook, I don't know how to authenticate it. Canned Heat Cookbook, or I know how to authenticate it. I haven't had enough time to look at those images. We have Canned Heat Canned Heat Cookbook, the best of Canned Heat. It's a 1969 U.S. Rockaway original with the company inner sleeve. That's a $15 start. So Canned Heat. And let's go over here to our first crate of new Japanese stuff and see what I have over here in our new Japanese stuff. And the new Japanese stuff, I'm going to start off with a Kiss. And this is I Am the Eye of the Tiger. Beautiful here. $35 start on this. We have Eye of the Tiger, a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, it has the cover and obi, and it's a $35 start on that. Next thing we have is Chris Bachek on RC, Rodney Crowell. That's sold to Chris Bachek for $10. Next thing we have is Dwayne Caldwell on Jesse Coulter. Thank you, that's sold. Any Tornadoes, not to my knowledge. A 1982 U.S. reissue. This is a 1982 U.S. reissue. It's in VG condition. It is in mono. Andy Warhol cover. Looking for a $15 start. Canned Heat is the best of Canned Heat. VG Plus $15 start. And Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, is a $35. John Prine's an OG with inner sleeve and insert. $22.50 on that. Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream is $15. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover does have some damage. It is a UK edition. UK edition on Cream, $15. Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind. Charlie Daniels is $12.50. Barry Goldberg, I always want to say Gary. Barry Goldberg, this is 1969 original, 2G's Blues. The half off price on that is $20. And we have Gene Parsons Tinlings. Gene Parsons is $10. Gene Parsons is $10. And Adrian Ballou, Lone Rhino, and this is $12.50. 23 JP, take John Prine. All right, Jeff Marshall, this is so to you. Jeff, I need you to send us a message. I need your email address and I need your mailing address. If you could do me a favor and send those in the form of a Facebook message, please send that in a Facebook message to our Facebook Messenger. If you don't mind to go ahead and do that, because we got to get your email address and mailing address. $8 in limited shipping. We will invoice you on Monday, okay? We'll invoice you on Monday, so hopefully you can buy 50 more records, and we're going to ship them all for just $8 to you. Invoice is sent on Monday. Diego Sanchez got Aaron Ballou, and right now Survivor's at 35, Canned Heat at 15. Monk does still not have a bid. It's called Monk 1982 Mono VG, nearly VG Plus. There's no bid. Looking for a $15 start. Godspell in shrink wrap. Godspell is $7.50. We have BG's Mr. Natural. The BG's is now just $7.50. BG's is $7.50. And we have the Drifters Golden Hits. The Drifters is $6.50. And Van Morrison Common One. Van Morrison's $15. That is not where I need you to send your email. Make sure you send it to a Facebook message. Please don't send your mailing address here either, because everybody on earth right now can see. If you start sharing your information here, everybody can see it. You don't want that to happen. Make sure you send it in a Facebook message. Dwayne Caldwell on Godspell, that's so to Dwayne Caldwell. Robin Glenn on Drifters, that's so to Robin Glenn. And now Monk is at 15 with Michael McCullen. John Lennon Collection, John Lennon is $12.50. Also, and Alan Parsons Project Vulture Culture, $10 on that. All right, final call on Survivor. Just had that one bid for $35 with Natasha. We're about to sell it. Carol Puckett, the only bidder on Canned Heat. We're going to go ahead and sell that to him for $15 on that. And over here, we have Gather Me Melanie. There's your nightly dose of Melanie. $5 on Melanie. And we have BG's Idea. That's in shrink wrap. BG's is $10. And we have Poco Backtracks. Poco is $5. Monk has one bid with Michael McCullen, $15. That is now a final call on that. Let me check who signed this Bellamy Brothers right quick. Got a few over here straight from the Fred Goodwin collection that are good to go. I'm just going to verify and see if they identified who actually signed it. I'm assuming the Bellamy Brothers, since it is a Bellamy Brothers album, but sometimes other people sign it. It's signed by David Bellamy and Howard Bellamy. And this one is actually not, is it personalized? Let me see here. I don't actually think this is not personalized. This is Thanks for Everything, and it's signed by both Bellamy Brothers. This is their greatest hits album. Doing lots of autographs tonight. This is signed by David Bellamy and Howard Bellamy. All the best to John. So there is one personalization to John. It's all the best to John, Howard Bellamy, and Thanks for Everything, and that is David Bellamy. So this is signed by the Bellamy Brothers. It's been JSA authenticated. It is their greatest hits. Gold stamp promo, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have his brand new key on Melody. Nope, not on that one. Not on that one, unless this is some sort of compilation. No, not on that one. And then with Sandy Villa on Poco. And now Monk has a new bid for 16. Natasha, you get the Survivor Eye of the Tiger. That is sold to you for $35. Thank you. That is sold to Natasha for $35. Rising up, back on the street. Whoever the first bidder on Monk was, you've been outbid. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. Let me grab this, let me get this crate of Japanese a little bit closer to me. I think David would like that. He'd be like, yes. Let's get it right there next to you. All the Japanese you can put up. How about we do 500 simultaneous auctions? I'm going to read off all 500 of them and just see what happens. Here is our next one. Wow. I got a notification there was some great stuff on the way. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat. David Lee Roth, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese obi. It has the cover. It has the obi. It has the insert. I hope it has the cover. $35 start on David Lee Roth. Next in the half-off bin. Doing a half-off bin before we go through some of our new arrivals. John just dropped off 4 full crates, and I want to remind everybody, the 4 full crates that John dropped off, there's a really good chance, and I know there is, it all came from the new stuff, and usually right after we get a new collection, he probably goes right after the best classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, funk, whatever he can find in the crates. I'm sure Lord's going to be doing the same thing. John Cougar's $10. So this collection of 22,000, it was all one person's collection, and he was kind of like an A to Z, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, pop, rock, soul, jazz, children's records, novelty. It's kind of like a Fred Goodwin deal. Somebody that just collected everything from the boxes I opened last night. This guy just bought everything. He had all genres. It's just one of those guys who love music, and he bought everything from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, at least to his liking. John Cougar's a $10 buy it now. Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Wolf, that's now $12.50. Doing a half off bin here. And Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. Three Dog Night is $10. And Mandrill. Wow, Mandrill in the half off bin. No condition notes. Polydor, $10 on that. Monk is sold to Rod Bryan for $16. The Bellamy Brothers just has one bid for $35. And that is with Ben Digert. David Lee Roth, $35. David Lee Roth, $35. Tim Graham has David Lee Roth at $35. John Darden, you bid and you tied, but we'll just say Tim Graham has it for $35. Going once, going twice. Our next auction is Aretha Franklin arrives. Probably one of our last low starting bids of tonight. This is a 67 U.S. original. The cover still in shrink wrap. The vinyl's VG. It is an OG 67 green and blue Atlantic label. Just a $5 start on Aretha Franklin. The signed Bellamy Brothers is about to sell for $35. David Lee Roth, Tim, you actually have it for $35. And Michael Rudolph wants John Cougar. We're going through a half off bin there. Next is Bob Dylan, and this is now $10, New Morning. Also, the Textones, this is called Cedar Creek. The Textones is $7.50, and Translator is $7.50. Also, John Travolta, Can't Let You Go. Travolta, $5. Doing a half off vintage bin here, and Three Dog Night Harmony is $10. Three Dog Night Harmony, $10 on that. And so if no one else bids on David Lee Roth, we're about to let that roll. Just saying, there's only one bid. And we have the Rolling Stones here, Hot Rocks. Sorry, I almost forgot what this was called. How could I forget this? One of the greatest compilations ever. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, $18.50 on that. Michael Rudolph on Travolta. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Robin Glenn was second. She put Travels. I bet that was for Travolta, unless it was for Translator or Textones. And then Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 1. Wow, just $5 on that. Steve Worley on Bob for $10, and that was for Bob Dylan, and that's sold to Steve Worley for $10. Thank you. And yes, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. And let me make sure. Okay, so first of all, we got to get Jeff Marshall registered. He says, how... okay, so we have to... let me figure this out right quick. I'm not for sure how to... do this then. Okay, first of all, let me say this is pending the Jeff Marshall. We got to make sure we get him registered. He did claim this for $22.50, but we got to make sure we get him registered. Let me figure out how to do this. I'm trying to understand how you use Facebook. Maybe if you can better explain to me how you use Facebook, I can better give you instructions on how to get to Messenger and how to bid. Otherwise, I'll have to figure out how to give you maybe some special instructions. First thing we have to do is, let me go over here and see what's going on. And first of all, let me ask him. Randy, you are commenting on the post and not the live stream. Okay. Now, Bellamy Brothers, the final call on Bellamy Brothers is, or that was the final call. That's sold to Ben Digert for $35. Okay? Ben Digert for $35. That's sold to him for $35. $35, Ben Digert gets the signed Bellamy Brothers. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Okay. That is sold to him for $35. Thank you, Ben Digert. Now, over here, we have David Lee Roth, and David Lee Roth, the last bid on that was $35, which was technically the only bid. Then we sold John Cougar, and then Aretha has bids for $5.5. We sold Bob Dylan. Michael Rudolph got Travolta. Robin was second. Aretha 7. Guy Shard third on Travolta. Aretha 8. And then Kristen Barnett did not want the Stones. Let's give that to Ben Digert. John Darden got the Johnny Cash. Michael McCullen second. Then David Tate. Stones already sold. Then Sean. Then Joe. And then Cash is already sold. And we have gone and gone. Okay? So we will take care of Jeff Marshall. I just got to figure out how to get him. If he's got a handicap for his vision, I got to figure out how to I'm trying to figure out how he watches, and I've never had that happen, so I'm trying to figure out how to maybe get him registered. I don't know. I'll have to figure out how to set that up. I know when we have captions for people with bad hearing or no hearing, but I'm not for sure on that one. I'll have to figure that out. I'm not for sure. You stumped me. I don't know how to explain it to you. I'll have to think about it, or I'll have to do some research on how to explain it to you. Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges. We have Glenn Campbell, $5. Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges. That's $5. Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges. And we have Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits, Volume 4. Tony Bennett is $5. Plus, we're going to have to get his address one way or another. You know, I'm just trying to figure out how to get them, you know, set up. We have the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters, $18.50 on that. And Bee Gees, To Whom It May Concern. The Bee Gees is $7.50. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix Crash Landing for $17.50. Wow, lots of great records in here. So in the half off bin, Stones is gone. And then over here we have Bill Stewart said sold on Translator. That was back here. Translator is sold. And then so just and he can tell with his phone to read. Okay, so maybe we just need to top it out, and or somebody can do that for me right quick. You know, here's the instructions. Maybe if I just say it out visually. If you're bidding on an auction, it's done in the comments, okay? Now, if you happen to win an auction, we got to, or you buy a record out of the bin, we got to get your information. So if you know how to send a Facebook message, the button to send a message to CollectCo is on our main page. So if you just go to the CollectCo page, there's a button that says send message, and then we just need you to send your email address and mailing address. Now, if you're going to bid on the auctions, the high bid is sent in the comments, or your bid is sent in the comments, and then these are claims out of the crate. So that's the best way I can explain it audibly. And then if we need to top it out, I can do that as well. But I'm pretty sure it's in the, I think all of our instructions we've topped out in the description of the video. So also all the instructions, if you're having something read back to you, if you're blind, the description is in the description's in the information's in the description of the video, if that makes sense. So if you're having something read back to you, all that is on the description of the video. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how you're navigating so I can explain it better if you can't see. I had one other person tell me that, and they bought like a couple years ago, and you know, but I can't remember what we did. And then I know several people watch that can't hear. So, and they use our closed captions. Okay, over here we have Adrian Belew again. $10 on Adrian Belew. And Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Wow, that's half off of $49.99. This is always a desirable record, and this is $25 on this. $25 on this. So David Lee Roth is sold to Tim Graham, just that one bid for $35, and we're about to sell Aretha, and the high bid on that was $7, and that was with $8 with Lonnie Jolly. $8 on that with Lonnie Jolly, okay? Let me put this in a new sleeve right now. Let me put this in a new sleeve right now. And let's update what's going on. Okay, so we'll put this in the crate for Jeff Marshall. So far, he's bought the John Prine, and we just got to figure out how to, George Sambaris said he would pay for it. I just really got to make sure we get his information so we know where to send it to and all that, or if he wants to continue to buy from us. So we'll have to just figure out how to make sure he's registered. And then that's a final call to Lonnie Jolly for $8. Kristen Barnett got Bill Withers, and then John Stevens got Adrian Belew. I think there was something else I missed in there. What else did I miss in there? Randy, yeah, just make sure if you ever have a question, anytime there's a problem or a question, you just got to message Ed. He'll get back with you in 24 to 48 hours. You got to give him a day or two. He doesn't reply immediately, but he will reply promptly. So if you ever have anything wrong, just message Ed. He will take care of you. If you have something missing, if you have something extra, if you need something corrected, if you need something fixed, if you have a question, a concern, Ed will take care of you. But if you send it here, if you send it here, If you send it here, then it's probably not going to make it to Ed. So if you comment on a post, if you comment live with any kind of question, and it's something Ed has to fix, if you don't send it as a message, Ed will never see it because he's not going to see any of these comments. That will have to go to his email or messenger inbox. All right, our next auction is Kiss Unmask. This has the insert with it, and Kiss Unmask is a $35 start. This is a Japanese pressing. Kiss Unmask. The jacket has a little bit of a crackle right up here. Other than that, very nice with the insert. And I just saw where they're releasing all their anniversary stuff. $35 start on that. Lonnie Jolly gets Aretha Franklin for $8. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Kiss Unmask is a $35 start. Okay. How about YouTube? You just message just send us an email. So you should be contact through Square. So however you got your email, or just through the website. You know, it's just basically like where you can get on there and fill out a form which answers your questions, if that makes sense. So if you get on there and just fill out that form, it's essentially sending us a message. Okay? All right, Led Zeppelin is a 1973 U.S. original, Robert Ludwig. This is an OG 1973 U.S. PRC Richmond original pressing. RL is in the dead wax, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $35 start. So this is Sterling RL, Bob Ludwig cut, a 4-digit PRC Richmond original with the original inner sleeve, around a VG Plus, and this is a $35 start. Led Zeppelin is a $35 start on that. All right, $35 start on that. Let me figure out what's going on over here. Let me take care of one more thing over here and figure out what's going on. Okay. Okay, Randy says his yes only has 1 record instead of 2. Okay, that probably just something we overlooked. Randy, we will probably just send you a refund on that. I can answer that for you right now, but Ed will take care of you, okay? Probably we put out a 2 LP and didn't realize didn't have a disc in it. That's probably what happened there. No big deal at all. We'll send you a refund. All right, so Led Zeppelin's a $35 start. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, you can just send us an email, shopcollectco.com. It should be on the website. Or if you go to that like first-time buyer form, I think that's the same thing as like sending us a message, okay? Now, let me reset. A lot just happened right there. Sorry, but no problem. I'm about to tag some more records here. The last couple claims, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I almost had to come to a stop there, but that's all right. We sold Translator to Bill Stewart. And then I didn't even see this question from Rick Hall. What kind of shape is Jimmy? Okay, and then John Stevens on the Allman Brothers. I didn't see that. John Stevens got the Allman Brothers. Kristen Barnett got Bill Withers. There's no condition notes on Jimi Hendrix, VG Plus cover. So, Rick Hall, if you want that, it's yours. If not, it's Kenneth Blair's. Okay, and then Adrian Belew, or no, John Stevens, AB might have been for Adrian Belew, and I already pulled that, not Allman Brothers. John, was your AB for Allman Brothers or Adrian Belew? Okay. Joe Ives 35, Joe Ives 36. And then Led Zeppelin 38, 40, and 40. Okay? Now 45. All right. He says he'll pass. So Jimi Hendrix is sold to Kenneth Blair. All right. And yes, sorry. Sometimes when I get hit with questions about orders or invoices, obviously, I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I would like to answer them. But if I try to start doing that right now, it's going to completely derail the show if I'm trying to answer a question about an order or an invoice. I promise you, Ed will take care of you. Thank you, John. Maybe we'll just start putting John on charge of them. He said, no, I'd just rather price records. Okay. All right. What's Allman Brothers? Brothers and Sisters is $18.50. Okay. But that's the order in which to do that. Problem, talk to Ed. Okay. Problem, talk to Ed. Now, there's Kiss and Led Zeppelin up for bid. Let me just kind of restart. This is a Japanese pressing. Kiss Unmasked is a near mint minus Japanese pressing. A beautiful jacket, but I got to call it VG Plus just because of that one little crackle there. And that's going to go up for a $35 star. How old is this? This is a Japanese original pressing, so 1980. This is a 1980 Japanese pressing of Kiss Unmasked. It is a $35 star, and as of right now, there's not a bid. Also, we have Led Zeppelin, and this is House of the Holy. It's a 1973 USPRC Richmond original. RL in the dead wax, so this is OG, mastered by Bob Ludwig, VG Plus condition, and the high bid is $58 with Matt Barnhill. Now, I feel like I've messed up these claims over here, but we sold Translator, Bill Withers, John Prine, Adrian Belew, Aretha Franklin, and Jimi Hendrix. And that's if John Stevens did want Adrian Belew, which I'm pretty sure he did. He might have hopped off there and basically when I had to pause the show there, but I think we're good to go now. So let's keep going through this half-off bin. And we have Fresh Air 4. Fresh Air 4, this is $7.50 on Fresh Air 4. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $17.50. This has the original insert kind of inner sleeve that came with it. Wow, Rumors in the half-off bin. What is going on? Bonnie Raitt is now $5. Kiss has a bid for $35. And Led Zeppelin's a final call for $58. Our next auction is Elvis in person at the International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, Nevada. Elvis is going to go up for a $35 start. It has the original orange label here, and this is Elvis, and this is in person at the International Hotel. Very cool. $35 start. It's got this gigantic Obi with it. Elvis is a $35 start on that. Next is Little River Band, first Under the Wire. Little River Band is $5. Led Zeppelin out, Led Zeppelin out, Led Zeppelin out. Matt, it's looking really good for you. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees with Lido Shuffle. $10 on Boz Scaggs. We have City of Angels soundtrack. City of Angels soundtrack, that's $15. And we have Primitive Love by Miami Sound Machine. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $7.50 on that. Nicholas Dean on Fleetwood Mac. Nicholas, you've bought from us before or first-time buyer? Let me know specifically. I'm pretty sure you've bought from us before, though. Kiss has a new bid for $38. Exile Mixed Emotions. Exile is $6.50, and Steve Wonder is now $7.50. Also, Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Stevie's $12.50. Linda Ronstadt's just $5. And we had Elton John Caribou for $10. And Victor Borge. I don't like this guy's last name. Victor Borge, I think. $5 on that. All right. And so Led Zeppelin is sold to Matt Barnhill for $58. Thank you, Matt. That's sold to you. Elvis is a $35 start. We did sell John Smetzer, the Exile album. So let's go ahead and pull that for John Smetzer. Exile is sold. Let's pull that for him. We're at a half-off bin. Definitely going to read through these things again. So many great titles still left in here. We always start the night with kind of our new vinyl bins from the group, and then I jump over here to the half-off bins. And we got Led Zeppelin. A bid just came in very late with Scott Brinley. Scott, I've already sold that. Steve Warner sold to Mike Post. And Joe DeGaldo says he's going to throw a red flag on Rumors. He believes he was first on Rumors. The Fleetwood Mac Rumors, there was only one claim with Nicholas Dean. I'll go back up a little higher. It was Nicholas Dean, Fleetwood Mac, and that was it. Joe, if you commented Rumors, your comment never did come in. And then it's Kristen Barnett on Miami Sound Machine. Kristen Barnett on Miami Sound Machine. Pronounced Borga. All right, so a bid came in late on Led Zeppelin, and a ghost claim came in on Fleetwood Mac. That happens. I always say on auctions, bid often and bid high. That's your best strategy to winning. Bid often and bid high. I'm drinking purple juice. And sometimes the restream goes to get you. And even though you comment Fleetwood Mac, sometimes the restream goes to get you and it won't come in. No, Joe, that never did make it over here. Nicholas got Fleetwood Mac. You had a ghost claim. You had a ghost claim. I'm sure you sent it, but it didn't come through on restream. Marshall Bassett on Linda Ronstadt. Kiss has a new bid for $42. So, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't make it over to Restream. It happens every once in a while. We got to make sure Nicholas, though, is a first-time buyer or he's bought from us before. And then Michael McCullen said, did you see where I claimed Bonnie Raitt? We might have had a glitch there. I didn't see Bonnie Raitt either, but no one else commented. So that's so to Michael McCullen. That's so to Michael McCullen for $5. And then there's that. Yeah, there's no, it was after my question. I see, no, I don't even see your question on here. If Kelly, if you asked a question, there's no question on here either. No, here's what my feed says. So Matt Barnhill, there's 58 for Led Zeppelin. That was a long time ago. That was 5 minutes ago. A-Rod, 35 for Kiss. There's Bill Stewart. Led Zeppelin out. Joe DeGaldo out on Led Zeppelin. Phantom's looking for a Kiss record. Out on Led Zeppelin. Fresh Air 4, Craig, Bob Manahan. Nicholas Dean, Fleetwood Mac. That's the first one on my chat. And then after that, there's no Bonnie Raitt. There's no Kelly Vlodderchek question. There's nothing. Those didn't make it over, so they practically didn't happen. Kiss is at 40. John Smetzer got Exile. Mike Post got Steve Wariner. Scott Brindley's been on Led Zeppelin, came in late. Kristen Barnett got some Miami Sound Machine. And then Marshall Bassett got Linda Ronstadt. And Michael McCullen got Bonnie Raitt. And we have... but Joe came in for me Restream. Yeah, those never did happen. I'm sure they happened over on Facebook, but they didn't make it over here to Coletco, unfortunately. Sometimes they'll even pop up on y'all's, but on Facebook, of course, but they didn't make it over here. Okay, now let's update these two auctions again. We have Kiss Unmasked and we have Elvis in person at the International Hotel. That's our current two auctions, and of course it's Thursday night. And if it's Thursday night, and let me go ahead and let everybody know, especially new people. Also, Nicholas Dean, have you bought from us before? I'm going to go over here and be pulling it up myself. So, two things on Thursday night that sometimes is unordinary. There's going to be an abnormal amount of people watching tonight. There's going to be probably, usually more than 100 at any given time watching more than normal. On Thursday nights, and that means things can get pretty wild sometimes far as comments. The master feed sometimes doesn't pull everything off Facebook and YouTube, and that's when sometimes your comments can be ghost comments. Okay, I think everybody knows that by now, but if you're new, you probably didn't realize this. And I still got to find out if Nicholas Dean's a first-time buyer. I know we have a Christopher Dean and a Dean Tefford, but if I don't hear back from Nicholas Dean, so Nicholas Hollister's Nicholas Dean. Okay. All right. So you got the Fleetwood Mac. All right. Here's a quick way. Here's a quick way to know if your comments are coming through. You know, if you ever hit test or 3 dots and it pops over here, that works. But also, sometimes they just don't show up. And if they don't show up, they're just invisible. All right, let's update these two auctions again. First thing, Kiss Unmasked. Kiss Unmasked is a Japanese pressing, 1980. No condition notes on the vinyl. Nice jacket. About the only thing wrong with the jacket, it's a little bit of a seam crackle here. And the last bid on Kiss was Steve McGee, who's also a first-time buyer over on YouTube. Kiss McGee has this at $42. Let me find that name again. Steve McGee, first-time bidder over on YouTube, has Kiss at $42. $42. Welcome, Steve. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Elvis did not ever get a bid. In person, International Hotel, it is a buy it now for $35. Elvis Presley's a buy it now for $35. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of new people on tonight. So if I give some instructions or or if not everybody doesn't pop up, then we'll figure it out later. Okay? Kiss is getting you bids. If you're done bidding, make sure you say out. We've already got 3 no bids tonight. The 3 no bids, make that 2 no bids. Darren Meyer gets Elvis Presley. We've got Led Zeppelin for $125. Booker T, a white label promo, VG condition, $10. And Walking into Clarksdale, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, Japanese CD, $25. Kiss is now at $45. What time will the Manson go up? Sometime around 8:15. We'll say 8:15. All right, next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Changes. David Bowie, a hits compilation. This is the true OG, and it's a 1976 U.S. Indianapolis original, EX edition, $35 start. This is Changes 1. David Bowie, a 1976 U.S. Indianapolis original, EX Plus condition, a $35 start on that. $35 start on David Bowie Changes. Let's go through this crate one more time. Live Cream Volume 2 is $15. We're going to do a half-off vintage bin. No more, no less. This is a UK copy of Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream Volume 2. That's Changes, David Bowie. We have Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, $12.50. Also, Barry Goldberg, Two Jews Blues, a $69, now $20. Jeremy Merck on the Live Cream. That was a UK edition as well. Also, Gene Parsons Kindlings. Gene Parsons is $10. And BG's, Mr. Natural, $7.50 on that. Van Morrison Common One is $15. And the John Lennon collection is $12.50. Welcome, everybody. There's probably a lot of new people watching as well on CollectCo. Welcome, everybody, to CollectCo. Make sure you've hit the like button and you follow and has subscribed and, you know, done all that cool stuff so you can see us every night whenever we're selling on here live every night. One of my favorite albums here, Joe Cocker, self-titled. I've never seen a Japanese pressing before. This is Joe Cocker. It is going to be a $35 start. It is his self-titled album, a very nice Japanese pressing with insert, Dear Landlord, She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, Delta Ladies on here. That's a $35 start. Also, Alan Parsons is $10. We have BG's Idea for $10. Also, Melanie Gather Me is $5. Jimmy Smith, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, that is $12.50. Three Dog Night Hard Labor is $10. We also have Mandrill. Can't believe no one got that for $10. We have the Text Tones. That's still available for $7.50. Three Dog Night is $10. Burning Bridges, Glenn Campbell. Glenn Campbell is $5. Volume 4, Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits is $5. Also, BG's To Whom It May Concern, that is $7.50. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, that's $18.50. Fresh Air 4 is $7.50. And Little River Band is $5. Little River Band is $5. Okay, now Will just sent us a very long message. I'm going to just screenshot that in case it's lost and let Ed know about that. Will, I hope you can copy and paste that message and send it to us in a mess. I can't even read all that right now, but if you send that to Ed, that way we can see it, he will reply to you. Kiss is at $48 with Brad Waits. Jeremy got Cream. Kiss has got a bid for $50. Steve Worley got the Van Morrison, and Van Morrison is sold to Steve Worley for $15. Joe Cocker has a bid for $35. David Bowie has a bid for $35. And Boz Scaggs Silk Degrees is $10. Also, City of Angels is $15. Slicker Van Slyke on Mandrill. Mandrill is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Also, we have Stevie Wonder in Square Circle for $12.50. And the last two was Victor Borga, and he's $5, and Elton John Caribou was $10. Just saying. So Kiss has a new bid for $51. Yes, David Bowie does have Space Oddity on it. Ground Control to Major Tom. That's the first track. And Changes. Diamond Dogs, Rebel Rebel, Young Americans Fame. That's a 76 U.S. Indianapolis. There already is a bid for $35. Joe Cocker has one bid for $35. One of my favorites back there, Joe Cocker from the Woodstock era. Arnold Adams on Little River Band, and Robin Glenn was second, asking the songs. Arnold already got it. Now David Bowie's at $40. Anybody else want anything on this bin? We have got to move on. Like somebody said, we've been on this crate for a half hour. I've had to pause a few times and explain about messaging the page and Ed and how bid works and how claims works. I think we've got all through it though. And the instructions are in the description of the video. Bids are placed in the comments. And we have this half-off crate, which these are claims. These right now are no more, no less, and it's probably going to be no more, no less for a while because we're about to go through new arrivals, new arrivals, new arrivals. After that, we got new arrivals, new arrivals, new arrivals, new arrivals, new arrivals, and new arrivals. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's going to be a fun night, but if you have something outside of other than buying or bidding on records, always just make sure you message our page directly, okay? If I stopped right now to fix everybody's invoices, then I would just pause the show, and I'd have to open up my laptop, and for the next 3 hours, everybody would watch me read people's private messages, reply to them, open up their invoices, go to the back, pick out their order, look through them, figure out what happened, fix that, and do all that. I don't think y'all want to watch me do that all that live. I think everybody'd rather watch me buy records, or y'all buy records and watch me sell them. So now if y'all want me to stop the show, I'll go grab my laptop, we'll open it up, I'll pull up everybody's private messages, I'll mirror my screen, and we'll just start replying to everybody's orders. But I don't think everybody wants me to do that. Now, we'll have Ed go live tomorrow. If y'all want to watch him work, we'll put a camera live on Ed tomorrow and just mirror his screen. And every morning at 9 a.m., he can go live and just y'all can watch him reply to messages. That would be wild. He probably wouldn't like that either. He'd probably be like, I don't want a camera on me, and I don't think everybody wants their messages posted on Facebook, and I don't think everybody wants to know about everybody's order on that. So here we go. First thing we have is David Bowie's at $52. Joe Cocker just got that one bid for $35, right? Unbelievable. No respect for Mr. Cocker. David Johnson was the only bidder, JC, at $35, right? Yep, $35. Here we go. This is sold to David Johnson. Let's do this right here. Let's do this right here. Let's put this in a new sleeve. Welcome, everybody. Let's go through a half a crate here of some new sealed stuff. Steve says live from under the stairs. That would be, yeah, Ed's desk he's packed back there. This store, at one time when I first bought this place, I thought it was a big building. This is a big building, but it's small compared to what we have to do in here every day, right, Steve? I feel like we're just getting packed in here every day. Okay, Bowie has a new bid for $60, and that last bid on Kiss, did anybody say out? Brad Waits has it for $55. D-Kong, you're out. Brad Waits has it for $55. We're not done on there. $55. Bowie 60, Bowie 65. Okay, that's our current two bids. We've already filled up a full crate. We've got a half a crate here of new vinyl, and we've got two other full crates after this. The next thing we have is another sealed record here. John just handed me this before he left. This is a sealed record, a sealed Blondie, best of Blondie. Always a desirable record because there's nothing like this really in print. You really can't get a new sealed best of Blondie. The shrink is a little torn back here on the back. It is sealed though. The best of Blondie, just a $20 start. $20 start on the best of Blondie, okay? $20 start on that. Let me go ahead and swap out new crates. And after Paul comes back, I guess they're going to be, you probably will hear that truck show up at some point today. As y'all know, they left and got another load of records. Yeah, I feel like we're getting packed in here by the... I feel like we're getting surrounded by stuff by the minute. And I see how much goes out every day, and I'm like, man, how is this happening? Seems like we're going backwards. Okay. We have... This might be a special request. Yeah, Natasha, these are yours, aren't they? This was for Natasha. Ed wasn't here earlier to tag these. Dance, Gavin, Dance. That's for Natasha, right? $31.99. Natasha, let me find your invoice for these. Dance, Gavin, Dance. And this was a special request for Natasha, right? I've got it right here. Natasha, yeah, Dance, Gavin, Dance. This was a special request for Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Natasha is $31.99. Natasha is $31.99. And this is Dance, Gavin Dance. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We didn't order extra, just this one for Natasha, if anybody else wants that. Also, we have Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Bon Jovi is $36.99. I have this in stock, but somebody for sure wanted us to order one, which was Robin Glenn. So thank you, Robin Glenn. That's so to you. And now let's update these auctions right quick. The first auction I have was Kiss was a final call. I was going to make sure D-Kong was done. And the last bid on that Kiss Unmasked was with Brad Waits at 55, and we're near the end of the timer on that one. Bowie had jumped up to 60, then 65, then 70. And then Blondie had a bid with Stephen Riley for 20, okay? And then 21, and then 25. No need to apologize, Jeff. We just need to get you set up and figure out the best way to do it. This is the other side of Mars, Mick Mars, $29.99, and this was a special request for Rick Hall. And I probably should have these in stock anyway. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We can get these in. Mick Mars from Motley Crue is $29.99 on that. All right, so Brad, no, there is a bid. It was right up here below Stephen Riley's Blondie. Kiss, that's the one person we was waiting for. D. Kong has Kiss for $60. And then Stephen Riley, right here with my finger, he bid $25 on Blondie. Kiss is at $60. Let's put down Mark Morris for a Mick Mars. MM wants MM. And that is sold to Rick Hall. And then let's put Mark Morris. Does anybody else want one? We'll put you on a special order. Does anybody else want a Bon Jovi? We'll put you on a special order. Does anybody want Dance, Gavin Dance? I'm not familiar with that, but Natasha wanted it, so maybe somebody else wants it as well. Marilyn Manson's at $8.15. We're about to start putting up our first advertised auctions, though. And now David Bowie. We were done on that because I did see an out from the other person. Marshall, Rebecca, and Empty Matt. So this sold to Rebecca for $70. That's sold to Rebecca for $70. Now, I don't know if he's still watching, but I told somebody the first advertised autograph I would run would be Glenn Campbell, and I would do him at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Everything else is going to be between now and 8, and some of the biggest ones will be at 8 and a little bit after. But first, here's Glenn Campbell. Oh, that's not Glenn Campbell. That's the Beach Boys. That's probably one of the more valuable ones tonight. Here's Glenn Campbell. There he is. Very cool. Iconic album, Gentle on My Mind, and it's signed by the man himself. And I think this is a really cool. Let me get my cellular device out. My cellular device has all the information for starting bids. Glenn Campbell is JSA certified, and this is from Fred's collection, not personalized. Beautiful autograph here by Glenn Campbell, and I have all my starting bids right here. Oh man, there they are. A lot of people would like to see that list. Glenn Campbell is a $155 star. Very nice, Gentle on My Mind. An original Capitol album, stereo, and signed. Beautiful record. Autographed by Glenn Campbell, a $155 start. I think that's really cool. Signed by Glenn Campbell, $155 starting bid. That's up for auction right now. All right, Kiss, $61. D-Kong, you're out. Two people on Mick Mars, Mark Morris and Tim Graham. Kiss, $61. Blondie, $26. Blondie, $28. Dropkick Murphys is on deck. Kiss is out. Blondie, $32. Blondie, $35. Can you order other Dance, Gavin Dance albums? I think there's some in this bin. This is 98 Degrees Full Circle. $34.99. This was a special request for Troy Robinson. This was a special request from Troy Robinson. Does anybody else want one of these? 98 Degrees Full Circle. That's $34.99. That is sold to Troy Robinson. And this was a waiting list. I've got 2 more copies in. Guns N' Roses, the Ultra Rare Tracks. We had these last week. Let me go ahead and officially open my laptop. Don't worry. I don't got to go up front. It's already back here tonight. I'm prepared a little bit better tonight. Sorry we started like 20, maybe 30 minutes later than I have all week. The laptop had to go through an update. We had to reinstall Streamlabs and Restream, but we're good to go now. 3 people's on a waiting list: Rick Hall, Jerry Ferguson, and Lily McCurry. So these are sold to Rick Hall and Jerry Ferguson. Lily McCurry, you're still on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $34.99. $34.99. Guns N' Roses, the ultra rare tracks, that is one, and those are two. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, we are finally done on Kiss. I knew there'd be a lot of activity on that. They just announced all the anniversary stuff for that album on the Kiss website. Brad Waits gets this OG Japanese pressing for $61. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, D-Kong, for also bidding, and everybody else. And thank you for saying out. Really helps move along the auctions quickly. And then back there was an auction that was handed to me as soon as the show started. And it was the Best of Blondie. The Best of Blondie. And Blondie was with Leslie Holt at $33. And this is a sealed copy. But before that, John Smetzer bid $35. This is a sealed. This is a original retail copy too, not a club. An original retail copy, $35 on that. Now, I won't go into details this early on autographs. I will maybe on some of the really high-end stuff every time we put one up for sale. But here's the story quickly on autograph authentication. We don't sell any autographs here unless they're authenticated or unless that I know that they're more than likely authentic and it's not really worth having authenticated. So before we pay the cost to have JSA authenticate these, you know, we got to make sure it's actually worth having authenticated. 95% of what we sell here are JSA authenticated. There's only about 3 companies, other than maybe some private individual experts like Frank Ciazio for Beatles, that I would trust for autographs. JSA being my first choice just because we've built a relationship with them now. PSA and Beckett. I collect autographs myself. If it's not JSA, PSA, or Beckett, I'm not buying it. I'm out myself. And you can probably find stuff that's signed by Glenn Campbell that has sold. If it's not authenticated, it's going to be bringing a lot less. Okay? It's going to be bringing a lot less. So make sure, if you're buying an autograph, it's JSA authenticated, PSA, Beckett. There's a couple rare exceptions. There's a couple private individuals that are experts on certain people. Like there's a Frank Ciazio that's a expert on Beatles autographs. I would buy his LOA before I would anything else. So just FYI, whenever you have this with it, it puts me at ease, it should put you at ease, and it greatly increases the value. Glenn Campbell, $155 start. And some things you'll see tonight, even with a full letter. But there's only a few companies. If you have anything else authenticated, or you're looking at any other comp or reference out there, and it's not those 3 companies, because you'll see a big price difference. And I'm on eBay every day looking at autographs. There are so many fakes being sold. Sometimes late at night I'll go through. You'll be amazed at how many fake autographs go through there that aren't authenticated or have bad authentication with them. So JSA on Glenn Campbell, $155. Final call on Blondie for $40. That's a new bid with George Samberez. Next is the new Little Feat band, or the new Little Feat album. Strike Up the Band is the name of the album. That's on red vinyl, and that's a gatefold 2 LP. We've been selling that very well, and that's 2 more copies on colored vinyl here. Here's another Dance Gavin Dance, $31.99 for Dance Gavin Dance, and this is on black vinyl, and this is another request for Natasha. So if anybody wants Happiness, or this one here, which is called Whatever I Say is Royal Ocean, we can get those Dance Gavin Dance albums. They're $31.99, and those are sold to Natasha and Natasha. I got a restock of Helmet, and this is called Meantime. And Helmet is $33.99, and this was a waiting list from last week. These always sell really well. Helmet, the waiting list on Helmet is Darren Chrisman. So thank you, Darren. You get Helmet, and I've got 2 extra copies there if anybody wants it. All right, that is sold. There's 2 extra copies of Helmet there. Best of Blondie is sold to George Samberez for $40, and I'm going to introduce 2 new auctions, and when I'm done with those, if no one's locked in a bid on Glenn, we'll go ahead and move on to something else, and I'll put him up for a buy now. But George Samberez does get the Blondie. Slicker Van Slyke gets the new Little Feat album. That's new. Final call on Glenn Campbell. Now that I've explained autographs, you'll probably hear me do that again later, but man, I have a lot of customers send me stuff, and I'll be like, nope, that's bad. Nope, that's bad. Nope, that's fake. Nope, that was forged. Nope, that's a bad COA. It happens all the time because people know that I buy autographs personally. I also buy them, obviously, here to resell for the store and for the business, and I see tons of fakes, so be very careful. Here's our next auction, Freddie King. Freddie King is a 1971 U.S. Winchester OG. Freddie King, Getting Ready. It's a first press indicated by indicated by Superman Egg. Later pressings either blacked out or entirely removed the Superman logo from the Egg lawsuit. $35 start. This record has sold for as much as $150 on Discogs. $35 start on that. Next is JK on Helmet. Helmet's $33.99. Pat Fratt, You Were Second. And George Samberes says, send Blondie to Natasha Pickett. Blondie is a free gift from George Samberes to Natasha Pickett. George, I will charge you $40 for this, and we will send it to Natasha Pickett. Another nice gesture, and George has also vouched to pay for Jeff Marshall's John Prine. So, Jeff, there was somebody that said they would take care of your John Prine order. We just got to figure out how to get your address, okay? So if you hadn't figured out how to message us yet, we will take care of you, okay? We have NXS, Listen Like Thieves. This was a big pre-order, and I think I was allocated originally, but we got everybody that wants one a copy. So these are just extras from that original pre-order, but everybody that's already got one has one. So this is NXS, Listen Like Thieves, 40th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. Glenn Campbell's, I buy it now for $155 if anybody wants that. Now, if Jason Boxell was still on, he would have already bid and bought it because he wanted me to put it up about an hour ago. I just should have went ahead and done that because he would have bought it. Maybe he'll be on later and he can buy it then. If not, I know he's going to buy it, $155. Wow, Freddie King should already have bid for $35.40, $45.50, $55.60. No longer. Glenn Campbell is sold to Jeff Church, and he gets that for $155. Thank you, Jeff. That is sold to you. Now, I have other Glenn Campbell signed albums. I think that's probably one of the best I have. I do have a couple that will be the same price, but that was one of the best I have. Let's go ahead and do Dropkick Murphys. That was a request. Dropkick Murphys is signed by the complete band here. This is the complete 2007 lineup. It is a $275 start, not personalized and signed by the complete band. There's only one thing. There's no LP in it. No disc. I think you can obtain this album pretty easily, though. No disc in the jacket, though. I have some tonight without disc that I've already bought the disc, so we can put it in there because I know sometimes that's strays people away. But the hard part is obtained. All the signatures, the complete band, JSA authenticated, $275 start, and Rebecca is already in. So Rebecca's already in. The only thing left in that bin is NXS, the 40th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. Also, just one copy of Helmet left for $33.99, and one copy of the new Little Feat album, and that is on red vinyl, $39.99. I'm going to slide all those right over here in case somebody changes their mind. That was all of tonight's new vinyl from that first crate. There's two more to do. How about we go ahead and grab a crate from some new stuff, like from this new 20,000 that was purchased today or yesterday, whichever time it was. So Dropkick Murphys, $275, Rebecca's in. And like I said, I think that some people, like when I buy an autographed album, I'm thinking about eventually framing it, not putting it on a shelf. I'm thinking about eventually possibly framing it, and presenting it somewhere in my music room or my music house at this point. I have a music house. So if something's missing a disc, I'm like, well, that's no big of a deal unless you want to frame it where you can see the disc too. So, and with that album, it's a modern album, should be easy to replace. $275 is the bid. That already has a bid. No bid on Freddie King, looking for a $35 start. Let's go ahead and grab a new crate of pre-owned. And this could have some like new stuff in it. I'm pretty excited to see what John has found in this collection today. Let me flip through this bin here and see what he's got. Yes. Nice. Okay. Okay, yeah, just a wide variety of great-looking titles here. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Because honestly, if y'all bought 20,000 albums, you'd probably be curious on what you bought, right? And when I buy 20,000 albums, I don't get to see them until we're selling them. And I'm like, dang, I didn't know we had that. Dang, I didn't know we had that. So I'm always showing stuff live, and it's just a big surprise to y'all as it is me. Final call on those two auctions. Let's go ahead and get up another Japanese pressing. Everybody out there with me? Test 1, 2. Are you still out there? Is there anybody out there? Test 1, 2. Another autograph's about to sell. I don't expect too many left behind tonight. There's already a couple no bids, though. A no bid Japanese Led Zeppelin. That's unusual. How about we throw up another jazz album here? I can't believe Freddie King don't have a bid yet. Final call for, and it's the true OG pressing. Unbelievable. Here's a Japanese pressing. This came straight out of the Japanese bin. Miles Davis, My Funny Valentine. 18 AP 2062 is the catalog number. $35 start. Beautiful vinyl. The cover just has a few humidity spots on the back. The front jacket is amazing. $35 start. All right, new arrivals priced as marked. Right off the start, a great one. $49.99. Nina Simone, black gold. A 1970 Rockaway press, no condition notes. Right off the bat, Nina Simone, $49.99. Black gold. Grace Jones, nightclubbing. Grace Jones is $29.99. And we have Rick James throwing down. Rick James is $19.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue is $29.99. And Michael Jackson, 14 greatest hits, all originals with the Jackson 5. I have never seen. Wow, K-Tail, $49.99. What a rare K-Tail. There is some staining at the top. Has anybody ever seen that one? I've never seen that one before. $49.99 on that. And Come to Me Softly, Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, $29.99. Wow, Freddie King, a no bid. That's unusual. Getting Ready, just a $35 buy now on that. Dropkick Murphys is sold. One bid for $275 to Rebecca Howitt. I figured that would have a little bit more activity. Now that is sold. And then Miles Davis is a final call for $35. Stacy, adding to her K-Tail collection. Never have seen that one before. Wow. That is sold to Stacy. That was pretty incredible. John Darden gets Freddie King for $35. And the Drifters Golden Hits, $19.99. That's available. Over here, I have our first, quote, metal and metal-related record, Rat, out of the cellar. Rat is a 1984 Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. No condition notes with the insert. This is exactly what you would want. Wound and round. A $35 start on Rat out of the cellar. Vinyl, near mint minus. Japanese insert. Beautiful cover. A Japanese pressing. A $35 start on that. That's our first in the metal and metal related section. Thank you, Laura, for doing all these tabs. We got high end. We got autographs over here. We got low start metal, Beatle boots, and non-metal. That's our autograph tabs over here. Speaking of autographs, let's go ahead and throw up a pretty good one here. This is something that I really hadn't talked about too much, but man, here it is, and this is now up for bid. This is a Great White OG. It's a 1986 U.S. OG Allied pressing of Shot in the Dark. It's signed by Jack Russell, Mark Kendall, Michael LaBeatty, Audrey Desbro, and Tony Montano. Tony Montano, I think. And this is a $375 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures, the complete lineup, and JSA authenticated. And it's actually an OG record. Of course, this record has never really been reissued, but 5 nice signatures. That's a good one. Great White fans, $375 start. That's up for bid. And about 2 months ago, we had a Once Bitten. Same lineup signed, and we sold it here live at auction as well. So there's a big one to start, $375. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold. The Stevie Ray Vaughan poster is sold from last night, yes. All right, let's go over here. And then next is DeBarge, Rhythm of the Night. DeBarge is $19.99. We also have Sam Cooke live at the Harlem Square Club. Sam Cooke, $49.99. We have Great Spirituals, the Malcolm Dude Singers. That's $9.99. Final call on Miles Davis and Rat for $35 starts, especially Miles Davis. Hot Chocolate's 10 greatest hits. Hot Chocolate is $19.99. And the Versatile Impressions, arranged and conducted by Johnny Pate. The Versatile Impressions, $29.99. Pushing on, Holy Day, Memphis, USA, Reverend Jesse Jackson, $19.99. Wow, never seen that before. $19.99 special edition in commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And Realization, Johnny Rivers is $9.99. Wide selection of vinyl there. Let's go ahead and make Miles Davis a buy it now for $35. Let's go ahead and make Miles Davis a buy it now for $35. That's $35 if anybody wants that. That is a Japanese pressing. Beautiful vinyl. Sony 18 AP Space 2062. That is available. Gregory on Rick, and I'm assuming that was for the Rick James. Is that right, Gregory? If so, I'll go ahead and pull that for you. George does have Rat for 35, and the signed Great White is 375. Now there's a new bid on Rat for 37. Let's move that over. Gregory Roberts on Rick, and I'm assuming that was for the Rick James thrown down. I can't believe no one got Grace Jones or especially the Nina Simone. That's surprising to me. Moving on, though, Procol Harum Live. Procol Harum is in shrink wrap, $19.99. And United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man, that's $19.99. I need a quick drink of purple juice right quick. Time out. Ah. Beautiful. Rat is an OG Japanese pressing. Yeah, it's a 1984 U.S. original Japanese pressing. That's going to sound amazing. I've listened to those before. Round and Round will blow your socks off. So I hope you have fresh socks on. Or how about this? Just don't wear socks when you're listening to that record, because they will get blown off. Our next auction is Hooker and Heat. It's a 1981 U.S. original from Rhino. I think it's a Rhino compilation or a Rhino reissue, so technically it's original. And this is, no, it's live, okay? So it's recorded live at Fox Venice Theater, Hooker and Canned Heat. Wow, Rhino, that's a cool cover, I think. $25 start on that. Also, we have Make Love to Me, Julie London. She gets right to the point. Make Love to Me. Julie London is $19.99. The Brothers Johnson, Out of Control, shrink wrap pop sticker. Brothers Johnson is $14.99. And Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Midnight Band. No condition notes on anything in here. $34.99. Wow, there's been a wide variety of music in here. We've had soul, jazz, like classic rock. We've had soul. I mean, it's been a wide variety so far. That's why I like buying new collections. All right, Great White's a buy it now for $375. If you had your eye on it, that's what it takes to buy it. $375 on Great White, Shot in the Dark. The actual record is an OG 86 US Allied. It's signed by the full lineup, not personalized and authenticated. That is a $375 buy it now, $375. Very quickly, the no bids tonight. Great White 35, I've said that twice now. Great White, $375. Miles Davis, $35, a Japanese pressing. We still got Booker T and Priscilla, a white label promo in VG condition for $10. And Led Zeppelin still available. A Japanese pressing, beautiful and complete, near mint minus, and this is $125. And then one Japanese CD, Walking into Clarksdale, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. The Miles Davis is sold to Chris Bachek. My Funny Valentine is sold to Chris for $35. Great White is $375. A completely signed OG record, not personalized. Wow, awesome. Let's put that right over there. Rat all of a sudden is getting lots of bids, and Hooker and Heat is now at 25 with Tim Colino. Let's go ahead and keep showing some LPs in here. 16 great performances. The Dixie Hummingbirds, $19.99 on the Dixie Hummingbirds, and Detroit Emeralds, Feel the Need. Detroit Emeralds is $29.99. That's on the Westbound label. And Ladysmith Black Mambazo, Shaka Zulu, that's $14.99. Let's try another autograph right quick. This is another autographed album. I have another one in here, and it's actually Mr. Dwight Yoakam. And Dwight Yoakam is the actual record itself is a 2007 U.S. original. So that's the actual album. Dwight Sings Buck. It is signed by Dwight Yoakam. It does, it looks like it's personalized to somebody. It says to, but I really can't make it out, honestly. And it does have a stain down here. So we're going to put up Dwight Yoakam for just a $55 start. JSA authenticated. This album has sold for as much as $50. It's signed by Dwight, and it's JSA authenticated. Dwight Yoakam is a $55 start. Rat is now at $58, and then Gregory needs to put back Rick James. No problem. Better telling me now than later. That's being put back for Gregory. Rat out, and MT Matt says he will take the Great White. Awesome. Great White is sold. Great White is sold for $375. Thank you, MT Map. Big purchase there. Appreciate that. Yeah, complete lineup, not personalized. And that was my last signed Great White album from that collection. We had 2 or 3 different ones. To Derek. Thank you. To Derek. And yeah, signed by Dwight Yoakam. Just a $55 start on that. To Kill a Mockingbird will be a little bit closer at 8 o'clock. I've promised like 5 things at 8 o'clock. Iron Maiden, Marilyn Manson, and To Kill a Mockingbird. So they're all going to be around that time. Around 8 o'clock, here in about a half hour, we'll have 2 or 3 just insane auctions running at the same time. Next is, wow, what a nice jacket. Days of Future Past, $29.99. I think John agreed with me. Yeah, this is a beautiful copy of Days of Future Past. You got to have that one, $29.99. The Broadway Moods of Nat King Cole. I'm going to say it. I've never seen that one before. $9.99. $9.99 on that. And we have Shaken Up Vegas, and that's the Tony Pastor show. What a cool cover there. Shaken Up Vegas, $9.99. And Louis Prima, his greatest hits. That's $12.99. All right, are we done on Rat? Rat is a final call final call about to sell to George Sambares for $58. Brad waits. It's up to you, I think. Did Brad say out? He did say out. Hooker and Heat just got one bid to Tim Colino. Tim, I'm going to go ahead and roll that to you for $25. And the autograph to White Yoakum, a final call for $55 on that. And let's go ahead and put up another, let's pull something over here from the actual Japanese crate. Wow, 3 crates of Japanese over here tonight. And we didn't finish the stuff from the previous shows. I'm going to be busy, and then we're going to have a lot of stuff for tomorrow as well. What is tomorrow? Friday, and then we got Saturday. Wow, here we go. We got Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters, a Japanese pressing soundtrack, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. The cover has maybe some slight discoloration, I guess. Yeah. Ghostbusters, a Japanese pressing, $35 start. Scentless Apprentice on Nat King Cole. Thank you. That's so to you, the Scentless Apprentice. And we have Debbie, $14.99. Debbie Reynolds? Yes, Debbie Reynolds, $14.99. Had to think about that for a second. The Very Best of Julie London, $14.99. And Cream, wow, their debut album, Fresh Cream, is $34.99. Fresh Cream, that is very clean too. Clean Cream, $34.99. All right, so Rat is sold to George Sambares, and there is a bid on Dwight Yoakam with Vicky for $55. It is personalized to Derek with that stain down there at the bottom. However, if it didn't say to Derek and it didn't have the stain, I might be asking like 3 times as much. So, you know, some of these personalized could have discounts. But, of course, y'all got to remember, if they wasn't personalized, sometimes they're greatly much more. This is so to George Sambares, thank you. And Vicky, I'm about to sell that to you for $55. Ghostbusters, $35, $35, $35, $37, $40. Next is hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford, $19.99. I've got new arrivals from our most recent purchase of 20-something thousand records. Oh my gosh. And then I've got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. And I believe Laura's in the crate marking stuff as well. Voices in Modern, The 4 Freshmen, $9.99. Jeff Beck is in Shrink Wrap, Blow by Blow, $19.99. And Nice, 2001, a Space Odyssey soundtrack, $19.99. And Sammy, as in Sammy Davis Jr., that's a 2 LP compilation, 20 of his all-time great recordings, $16.99. Dwight Yoakam is sold to Vicky Allison for $55. Very nice. I know she's a fan. Thank you, Vicky. And Ghostbusters is now at $40. She is a fan. Yep, Stacy just took it. She was reading my mind too. So nice to see something like that go to a fan. All right, our next auction. Let's go ahead and blow some people's minds. Are you ready? Are you ready? Man, we don't get this one too often. In the misty morning. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, heaven and hell. Wow, Black Sabbath, a Japanese pressing with Obi, holy moly. 1980, this calls for the 2 special words here, holy moly. A Japanese pressing of Black Sabbath, heaven and hell with Obi, oh my. This is a $55 start. Black Sabbath, just a $55 start too. Some of these have sold for as much as $200. If this one sells for $200, I won't be surprised. It does not have the insert, but everything's beautiful. Man, the first time I listened to Children of the Sea, that's another one that blew my socks off. And then since then, I've played it to several friends, and it blew their socks off. We had to immediately go to the sock store after we listened to that song. So make sure you have plenty of socks before putting that on. Same thing for Rat, same thing for Black Sabbath. $55 start. It's now up for bid. That's a good one. Next claim, final call on Ghostbusters. Pat Frat, $40. Richard G. Bedford on Sammy Davis Jr. That's sold to Richard B. Bedford. And then Black Sabbath is already at $75. And Pretty Things, Savage Eye. Pretty Things is $19.99. And Rare Earth, get ready, $29.99. Rare Earth, get ready. I'm keeping the stock. The stock prices for socks factories are going up after tonight. They're like, holy moly, Chad is selling these records. We better start making more socks. There's going to be so many socks blown off. Goodness gracious. Let's start cranking up production. Socks, socks, socks. Lots of socks being sold. Let's go ahead and put this up. Now, I have already ordered a disc, okay? Because I know exactly what pressing this is, and I'm going to put the disc in it. This is the Foo Fighters debut album autographed by Dave Grohl. Now, there's no disc, okay? There's no disc. However, I'm going to put one in there before we ship this thing to you, okay? Before this ships, it will have a disc in it. Foo Fighters debut album, signed by the one and only Dave Grohl. Also, the drummer for Nirvana. Also, the lead singer and guitarist for Foo Fighters. Dave Grohl. He was also in a band called the DGs. $275 start. Very cool, signed by Dave Grohl. Also, their debut album. I love that cover. $275 on the signed Dave Grohl Foo Fighters. That's now up for bid. All right, let's go back to the top. So Black Sabbath was at $75. Ghostbusters was at $40. And I think we're about done. Black Sabbath $80, Black Sabbath $90. And we are good to go here with Renaissance Prologue. We have Renaissance is $9.99, and Dave no longer signed stuff. Yeah, I found out doing a little research. I've actually had this for a while, and I forgot about it. That and M&M. I got word that M&M stuff has, and I have that poster tonight. That poster I have tonight has increased in value several hundreds of dollars since I think I have owned it. And I'm going to still honor the price I had in mind originally, but wait till I show y'all comps on that M&M poster. Holy moly. Here we go. We have wow, it took the whole Cherokee Nation. The Raiders, Indian Reservation, $9.99 on that. REO Speedwagon, this is $19.99. REO Speedwagon and the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, back on the Chain Gang. Middle of the Road's a great song. 2,000 Miles is on there. What a beautiful copy, $24.99. All right, Pat Frat gets Ghostbusters. Pat Frat on Ghostbusters. Who you going to call? Coletco. Thank you, $40. Let's get that in a sleeve, and that's sold to Pat Frat. I think a couple people stalled out. I may have lost a few people there, but there it is. And we're going through an insane bin, in my opinion, of new vintage arrivals here. I would fully bid on Coletco socks. We need to get some Coletco socks, eh? All right, Ghostbusters is gone. All right, so over here, we have Black Sabbath at $102. Dave Grohl is $275. And over here, we've got Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. And Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti is a Japanese pressing, $125 buy it now. $125 buy it now. That's still available. That's a no bid. Unbelievably a no bid. Robin Glenn on Raiders. It took the whole Cherokee Nation. That's sold to Robin Glenn. B.B. King's 20 Greatest Hits. That's $19.99. And Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette, with a great song here, Till the Morning Comes. Where is it? When the Morning Comes, there it is. Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette, $19.99. Beautiful Japanese of Black Sabbath going up. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's another signed album. We're going to keep two up right now. And this is an MC Chris. And I think y'all have been seeing us sell a bunch of MC Chris. Typically, these albums are already pretty scarce on Discogs. And we have several signed. But we're getting low stock. This may be one of the last ones. A 2008 USOG. Track list is edited to fit time restraints of one LP, but this LP features the exclusive track My Rhymes, which can only be heard on this LP and the Deluxe 10th Anniversary CD. It does have some cover wear. It's in VG. Some of these have sold for as much as $100, and this one is actually signed by MC Chris. And we're going to put it up for a $75 start. $75 start on the signed MC Chris. The Nearness of You, Frank Sinatra, $14.99 on Frank Sinatra. Black Sabbath at $132. The Andrews Sisters, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's over here on the Dot. That's $9.99. Dot. Also, we have Belafonte at the Greek Theater, $19.99 on Harry Belafonte. Blue Velvet, Tony Bennett on the Columbia. Should be a 6i label. Very clean. Tony Bennett is $9.99. Also, TV's original cast album, Bonanza. Look how cool that is. I've had a bunch of these from Fred's collection. $29.99 on Bonanza. The Ames Brothers, Destination Moon. Look at that cover. Fully taking advantage of the space age there. $9.99. $19.99 on the Ames Brothers. Okay. Dave Grohl is a buy it now for $275. Don't let that opportunity slip. And I'm going to buy a brand new record for you. And this is going to come. What I'm going to do is, if whoever buys this, I'm going to ship with it a brand new sealed copy of this album. That way, if you want a disc to put in there, and then you'll have another empty cover, and you can do whatever you want with the empty cover. Maybe you'll get a chance to meet Dave Grohl, and you can have another one signed and then buy another one. So there it is. $275 on signed Dave Grohl. And that will include a new sealed copy of this album. That way, if you do want a disc in it, I've got the one ordered to match it up, okay? And that's just $275. Next is G. Bepco on Harry Belafonte. Let's sell that to G. Bepco. Thank you, G. Bepco. That's sold to you. Zero Zootone on the Andrews Sisters. I knew that would sell. And Corey Ross gets the signed Foo Fighters by Dave Grohl. That is sold to Corey Ross for $275. Another one sold, and then Anti-Korea was second. All right, so that's sold. That is sold, $275. Trade Dave for Craig, I cracked into your chips. I hadn't got into the goldfish yet. And plus, I took a picture. I meant to post in the group and give you a shout out. I'm still going to do that. But also, I got to tell everybody that works here, that's open communion. There's no way I can eat all those chips. So Laura, I know she's here right now. I got to let all the shippers know. All the goldfish and all that, we got a community eat all that, okay? We got a community eat all that. So we got to, I ate half a bag of chips last night and I almost like fell over. I almost fell over. Okay, let me make a note. Whoever's tagging, please make a note. Ship with a new sealed copy, okay? Okay, good. I told my mom to offer it to everybody, but I don't know if she got that message or not. There was a sticky note that says, please offer this. Please offer this to everybody here because there's no way I'll eat it all. But I did confiscate one full bag of chips, and I did confiscate the Old Bay seasoning. It's behind the counter in my personal stash, and I may use that Sunday for some popcorn. The PGA Championship is this Sunday, and I plan on watching it and probably eating crab chips and resting my head for a few hours before I come into work. Paul should be doing a sale. Okay, I just made sure I had these ordered. I do, so thank you. And sorry on the close call there, Anthony, but Corey was first. Let's make a note. Don't ship this unless that other copy is with it, okay? And that's sold to Corey Ross for $275. Sabbath is at $158. Sabbath, $162, $172. MC Chris is a buy it now for $75. That is signed and JSA authenticated. Let's get some new auctions going. Let's go ahead and put up John Lee Hooker, Kabuki Wakuki, recorded live at the Kabuki Theater in San Francisco. John Lee Hooker is a OG pressing, a 1973 US OG quadraphonic, and this is an EX edition. It's a $25 start. Come to Charlotte. I'm missing a lot of stuff this week. Tonight is the Jason Bonham Experience at Ryman. I'm missing that. Saturday night, I apologize in advance. I'm going to be a zombie. My nephew's graduation, which I'm supposed to speak at, and I told him I couldn't, and now I'm going to be there anyway. I usually present an award at the high school graduation for the Lions Club. I'm in the Southside Lions Club. I always go and present an award for 2 Vietnam veterans that died in combat. We present an award and a scholarship that I'm involved in. I always speak at graduation. I told them this year I was going to pass, and I wasn't going to be able to present the award and give away the scholarship. And then guess what? I forgot my nephew's graduating. So Saturday morning, I've got to be at a graduation about the time I go to bed, and I'm sure we're going to probably take him out to eat, and then I've got to be here at 5 o'clock to do a sale. So I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm going to be a zombie on Saturday, and I normally would have Paul do it, but He may be on the road. I don't know if he's going to be back or what's going on, but yeah, I'm going to be a zombie. So anyway, John Lee Hooker, 25, and I'm really passionate about presenting that award every year, and I told him I couldn't this year, and I'm like, dang it, I can't. I can't miss sales. I got concerts, I got shows to do. We got Roll Jordan Roll. We have Modine Lister. This is $9.99. Roll Jordan Roll, and we have To Everything Turn. This is $24.99. To Everything. That's a 70s pressing. $24.99 on the Birds. Harry Nilsson, son of Schmilson, with poster. $24.99. Harry Nilsson has the poster with it. $24.99 on that. And we have An Evening with Belafonte in Makiba. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Any other fellow Lions Club members out there? I help them out with a couple things, everything. We do. I help them with the scholarship and presenting that award, and I help them with their golf tournament every year, raise money and stuff like that. But man, I'm like, man, I'm not going to be able to go. And then I found out my nephew's graduated. I'm like, holy moly, I got a lot to do. I'm missing John Bonham tonight, or Jason Bonham. John Bonham's not at the Ryman. His son is, though. Black Sabbath, 175. John Lee Hooker, 25. Black Sabbath, 182. Black Sabbath, 185. All right. Here we go. So we got Black Sabbath, we got John Lee Hooker, and here's the high bids. Black Sabbath is at $185 with MT Matt. That is going once, going twice, because George Samberez is out. And then we've got John Lee Hooker. Nick Bargeron has that for one bid for $25. What time is it? It's 7:43. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and try this autograph. Two people asked about it last night. Thank you, Steve, for board and bagging all these. Steve came in this morning and helped me board and bag all these. Some of these I've got to take out the show, though. Here's one of our first truly high-end autographs of the night. Very cool piece here. And this is signed by Frank Zappa. And it looks like somebody was at a concert, and they kept the University Student Northridge Center flyer, and they kept the ticket stub. So Frank Zappa was playing at University Student Union at Northridge Center, and this is the clipping for this Frank Zappa concert, and they kept the ticket stub, and evidently somebody got to meet Frank Zappa. He signed it, and he drew an arrow to his face. So very cool here. And this is a $575 start. What an incredible piece. So I have right now 4 fake Frank Zappa signed albums. Actually, 1 poster and 3 fake albums. So this is the first authentic Frank Zappa that I have had. His autograph is heavily forged. This is real. Fully authenticated by JSA. Frank Zappa. Signed newspaper, blue ink, ballpoint pen, 500. This would look awesome framed with a letter of authenticity, or you frame this with a Frank Zappa record from around the same era. You can do a lot with this. Have it framed with an album, have it framed with a picture of him, maybe try to find a picture from that concert that night. Whatever you want to do with it. Zappa is a $575 start. I'm going to lay him right back there. John Lee Hooker is at $25, and that is sold to Nick Bargeron for $25, and the Black Sabbath is sold to MT Matt for $185. Zappa's a $575 start, and I'm telling you, his signature truly backed and authenticated by a big company is tough to get. We have 3 forged albums, tough to get. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, $575 on the Zappa. Black Sabbath is sold. So just saying, that's a good one. Okay, let me put that there. And the John Lee Hooker, let me put that there. Welcome, everybody. And Lions Club, Mason, 7 days a week. How do you do it? Some people ask me that. Chad, don't forget community involvement. I know. I try to stay active in the Lions Club, and I'm in the Masonic Lodge. So, and if I'm not actually there, then I try to help just what I can, or financially, or whatever way I can. Okay. So our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Toto. Japanese pressing of Toto. And this is in shrink with the Obi. Beautiful. Has the hit song Africa on it. A $35 start. Toto 4, a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover. Now, this crate's going to go fast. This crate's going to go fast. A read-through, then we got new vinyl with some great stuff. If you need a price, let me know. Nina Simone, Grace Jones, Rolling Stones, Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, The Drifters, DeBarge, Sam Cooke, Great Spirituals, Hot Chocolate's Greatest Hits, The Impressions, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Johnny Rivers, United We Stand, Procol Harum, Julie London, The Brothers Johnson, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, The Dixie Hummingbirds, Detroit Emeralds, Ladysmith Black Mamzombo. We have Rick James, Days of Future Past, The Many Moods of Nat King Cole, Louis Prima, Debbie Reynolds, Julie London. Let's pause there on Cream. Zappa's a $575 start, going once, going twice. Toto's a $35 start. I'll get Jay Leno on deck. Our next auction is a really cool Beatles bootleg here. Man, take a look at this. From Dale's Pittsburgh collection, this is an unofficial The Beatles Gold Mine. What a cool cover for a Beatles boot. There's no information on the track sources. EX, a $45 start. EX, a $45 start. Get Back, Round and Round. They're covering Rat. This is The Right String But Wrong Yo-Yo. Help, Obla Di Obla Da, Soldier of Love. I have no idea. It's on red vinyl, though. A $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Next over here was what? We had a question on DeBarge. Let me see if I have Jay Leno on deck. DeBarge is what and where? DeBarge. DeBarge was Rhythm of Night, around a VG Plus cover, no condition notes, $19.99. And then price on Ladysmith Black Mambazo is $14.99, Scott. And price on Brothers. And Brothers was... let me figure out what that was. Brothers Johnson was $14.99. And then G. Bepco wants Belafonte and Makeba. That's sold right here. And the Beatles has a bid for $46. Final call to get a bid on the Japanese Toto for $35. The mini hits of Les and Mary, $19.99. Also, the Four Freshmen, Jeff Beck, 2001, A Space Odyssey soundtrack. Pretty Thing, Savage Eye, Rare Earth, Renaissance, REO Speedwagon, The Pretenders, B.B. King's 20 Greatest Hits, Hall & Oates, Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett, Bonanza, The Ames Brothers, The Byrds, I. Modine Listener, Roll Jordan Roll. And this is $9.99. And we have Son of Smilson. Grace Jones was Nightclubbing, $29.99. She was in a Bond film, A View to a Kill. She was in a Bond film. I'll take The Debate. I think he meant DeBarge. That's so to Edmund Estrada. All right, first thing I'm going to do, let's see if we're going to bring out the air horn. Zappa is a buy it now for $575. So it's a signed newspaper clipping with ticket stub. I'm not going to handle this much more because it needs to be framed where that perforated fold won't be handled anymore. I'm going to go ahead and put it into the board. Luckily, I've already took some photographs of it, so probably the last time I'll handle this for a while, unless somebody wants to see it one more time. And Zappa is $575. I'm going to put him right over here. Think about it. Think long. You'll think wrong. Now Toto's a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. Toto 4 with Obi, Africa. Nice. That needs to be put up in a new sleeve. And the Beatles has multiple bids, 45, 46, and now Fred Morris is at 47. 47 on the Beatles Gold Mine, 2 LP red vinyl, unofficial, some sort of bizarre compilation there from the old Beatles. You may have heard of them. The Pretenders, let me check on that right quick. Give me 1 second. Let me do this and this and this and this, okay? Let me put Toto over here as well. All right, so first thing I have is, let me work my way down here. So we sold the DeBarge to Edmund Estrada, right? Yep, and then we priced Grace Jones. Edmund got the DeBarge. The Pretenders, I believe, was, let's find that right quick. It is a very nice copy, $24.99. Travis Wade says he will take Grace Jones. Ladysmith is still available. Black Manzombo, somebody asked, but I don't think they claimed it. It was right here, and it's $14.99, Kristen. Natasha, second on the barge. Beatles, 47, and now we're good to go. Let's bring over a crate of more new stuff right quick. Let's do that right now. Let me move this empty crate That was one of the first crates of some of the new sampling, and I'm not for sure where John pulled from or where he made those decisions, but there's a couple in there I can't believe didn't sell. This crate here actually has some new arrivals, just FYI. This crate here actually has some new arrivals in it. Here we go. What time is it? Oh man, it's getting very close to some of the very featured auction. Let me take a drink of purple juice right quick. All right. So, where's that stack at? Somebody, Alabama and Jay Leno would probably be the next best two to do before we hit 8 o'clock here. Jay Leno, let me pull up the price on him. This was actually from Fred Goodwin's. I found this in a file cabinet going through Fred. So one of the things we bought in Fred's house, let me look up Jay here. Where are you, Jay Leno? Jay Leno, there he is. All right. So one of the coolest places in Fred's house was his garage. And he had two technically, but the one attached to his house, he had these filing cabinets. These old like military grade fireproof. They probably weigh 2 tons. Big drawers, you pull them out, and they were just full of envelopes from FedEx and UPS and manila envelopes and envelopes like this. And they were full. Y'all have seen me go through them now for a couple years. They're full of posters, prints, autographs. You just never know what you're going to find. And I remember in the very back of a cabinet, there was this, and I flipped it over. It said Jay Leno, and there it was. And I put it back in there because we were moving the whole drawers of the filing cabinets. And I finally discovered it right before JSA authenticated, and I was hoping it was real, and it is. Thanks, Jay Leno. And Jay Leno always does little doodles like of his face there. This is JSA authenticated. It's really just a record flat or like a photo. It's really just like a photo or like a, it's almost the size of an album. $55 start on Jay Leno. $55 start on Jay Leno. All right, let's go back up the top, and we got a few claims. Dwayne Caldwell wants Roll, Jordan Roll. Marshall Bassett wants the Pretenders. And Joe DeGaldo, Marshall Bassett wants Bonanza, and Joe DeGaldo got the Pretenders. And nobody got Black Lady Manzombo from what I just seen, so there's that. But let me pull those claims there. Very cool. Jay Leno's a $55 star, JSA authenticated. And we have Dwayne Caldwell got Roll, Jordan Roll. Marshall Bassett got the Bonanza album. That's always cool, my favorite of the Westerns. Grace Jones is already sold, and Joe DeGaldo got the Pretenders. Kristen Smith does get the Lady. That is Lady Smith. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. And Kristen Barnett, thank you. That's sold to you. Okay? There's that. And now Jay Leno's at 55. The Beatles over here. The Beatles. The Beatles is at 47 with Fred Morris. Did the other bidder go out? The first bidder on that was who? Pam Murray. Pam, have you set out? Fred Morris has this for 47. I have not heard back from Pam, but that's now moving to a final call. And then Jay Leno is at 55. Details on Brothers Thompson. Brothers Thompson or Brothers Johnson? I think you meant Brothers Johnson. You asked about that one earlier, didn't you? I'm pretty sure somebody bought Nat King Cole earlier tonight too, didn't they? Did somebody buy this Nat King Cole? I remember seeing Nat King Cole. I bet I didn't pull it, or I bet I didn't pull the right record. I thought I already pulled Brothers Johnson too. We're selling more out of the crate after I took it off the table than when it was on the table. I've sold more since I've took it off the table than when it was on the table. Who got Nat King Cole? Somebody bought this a long time ago. I wonder if they're still watching. And I remember reading it. It's just when it was really, really busy. And I don't think I pulled this. There's Sammy. Yeah, I don't know if it's even still on my screen. We'll lay that back there. I know somebody got it, though, and I didn't pull it. Or I possibly pulled, I think I pulled the wrong record. Shaking Up Vegas. Nobody bought that, did they? I bet that's what happened. Whoever, that's in the crate. I don't think anybody bought that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to leave that in there because I don't think anybody bought that, and I think I pulled Vegas instead of this because I had the same kind of mindset on the cover there. I'm going to put Nat King Cole where that is. They'll figure that out tomorrow. Yeah, there's Sammy Davis. Okay. All right, Brothers Johnson is called Brothers Johnson Out of Control. That's the name of the album. It's in shrink wrap, $14.99. All right, now the Beatles are still getting bids. Where are we? There's Jay Leno. Let's grab something else from the auction bin over here. And this is pretty unusual. This is really cool. Unfortunately, it's pretty beat to death. Let me read you everything Laura wrote on this. This is a 1971 UK original black Vertigo Master of Reality. In box sleeve, this is like a box. The true first pressings come in like an envelope box for this album. The sleeve and disc are trashed, completely trashed. Laura says, I play tested it and it's noisy as heck. Definitely not an audiophile copy, but a great placeholder. And of course, near mint copies of this have sold for almost $1,000. And G plus copies have sold for as much as 50. So this is a very, 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 very low-grade copy, like really destroyed. But it exists, and just because it's the OG press of such an important album, it still demands pretty good money. A $25 start on Black Sabbath. But the jacket and disc are destroyed. And if you've never seen this jacket originally, it's almost like an envelope type box. See how it has a flap? It's almost like an envelope type box. No poster, nothing. Just the disc and the jacket. If you have a near mint copy of this, they're getting close to $1,000. Just saying. They're very, very desirable. Here we go. New arrivals. Black Label Society, Doom Crew Inc. Black Label Society is a 2LP clear and black ice colored vinyl, $38.99 on Black Label Society. Meshuggah. Meshuggah is called, this is $44.99, Chaos Sphere. Chaos Sphere is a limited edition white and orange and black colored vinyl, $44.99. Meshuggah, $44.99. And this is a new release that comes out tomorrow. This comes out tomorrow. It is Flight of the Conchords, and this is new, and it is $28.99. Let me look this up right quick in the group and pull up the pre-order, and we're about to end some auctions. I think we're about to end the Beatles and definitely Jay Leno. He only has one bid. Flight of the Conchords is $28.99. This is new on Go Vinyl. This is $28.99. The pre-order is Philip Holt, William Simmons, Scott Corcoran, Autumn Betts, and Bill Walton. Philip Holt, William Simmons, Scott Corcoran, Autumn Betts, and Bill Walton. That's five copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was trying to say 5 copies of Flight of the Conchords, and those are all sold. Those are all gone, and now Jay Leno is sold. Jay Leno is sold, and this is sold to the one bidder of Ryan Eaton for $55. And I'm going to leave that in that original envelope that I found it in that cabinet that day at Fred's. There's that. The Beatles is at 55, and I've lost Pam Murray again. It's at 55 with Fred Morris. Pam, I'm about to sell it to Fred. Final call on the Black Sabbath for $25. A G Plus copy is the lowest this has ever sold for on Discogs, $46. So the lowest this has ever sold for is $46, and that was in G condition. This is pretty bad. It's noisy. It's noisy, but it's playable. $25 on Black Sabbath. There's one Flight of the Conchords left, and here's another Black Label Society. Stronger Than Death. Black Label Society is $38.99. $38.99. This may be the crown jewel of the night. It is time. For those that was wanting to bid on it, they hope they're tuned in, because I've told a bunch of people 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I've been telling people we've been waiting for the letter. Here it is. The crown jewel of the night. Well, one of the 5 probably. This is Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, signed by Iron Maiden. Everybody's really quiet right now. To be 8 o'clock and have over 300 viewers watching, the feed is incredibly quiet right now. Iron Maiden, let's go over this. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, the starting bid on Iron Maiden is $575. You've probably already seen it. You probably already know about it. When the day we bought this, I posted it like 5 or 6 months ago, and I said, we will be selling this after we get it authenticated. This right here takes a lot longer. They have to authenticate it. This has to go to Florida. It's got to get signed by the vice president of JSA. It's got to get notarized and notary public stamped. everything's got to take care of that. But here it is. And here's the details. It's signed on the front and back. So Bruce Dickinson signed it twice. Bruce Dickinson signed it twice. Adrian Smith signed it once here on the front. Dave Murray signed it 3 times. Dave Murray signed it 3 times. Steve Harris has signed it twice. And then Clive Burr signed it once as well. So there's Clive's. Adrian's is on the front. Bruce Dickinson signed it twice. Dave Murray signed it 3 times. He signed it here, and then he signed it here, and then he signed it on the back. And then Clive Burr on the back. And we already have a bid on this for $600. Iron Maiden. And the actual record is a U.S. original, I'm pretty sure. You know what? I don't know if I've actually looked at it. But I'm pretty sure the actual record is a U.S. original as well. Yeah, this is an OG copy as well. I hadn't even really looked at the disc, but it looks nice. It looks nice. And this is up for bid. Yeah, the disc is probably VG Plus or better. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. It's signed, JSL authenticated, and multiple signed. Bruce, Adrian, Dave, Steve, Clive. Wow. There it is. A relic of rock history. It's already got a bid for $600. Let's put that right there. Nobody bid on the Black Sabbath. It's a $25 buy now. Wow. If you want a placeholder, that's probably about the cheapest this record has ever sold for, even in this condition. This is probably the cheapest copy ever offered of this condition. I'd say if it was near mint, I don't know if I would take $1,000 for it. I would hate to sell one if I had one near mint. I'd have to probably fight Paul over it. And the Beatles is sold. And the Beatles is sold to Fred Morris for $55. Iron Maiden's at $600. Going once, going twice. I might drop the hammer fast on this to make sure everybody's paying attention. Is everybody paying attention? Final call on Iron Maiden for $600. The Number of the Beast. Bob Panozniak gets Black Sabbath for $25. We just set a world record. That's the cheapest this record has ever sold for. Not the most, the cheapest it's ever sold for. Bob gets that for $25. Here is Ghost Bath. Ghost Bath is called Rose Thorn Necklace. This is $29.99. Ghost Bath, $29.99. And thank you, Sean Fairweather. He says, can you get Ghost Bath? I says, I can. This is depressive black metal with raw emotion, unique melodies, and textured synth. Wow, you don't hear that advertised too often. Depressive black metal. Right up Sean Fairweather's alley. This is $29.99. If anybody wants any more depressive black metal, there is your pick for Ghost Bath. This is new for Friday. Music from the Lord of the Rings. It's on colored vinyl, and this is $29.99. $29.99. Iron Maiden, $600. 618, 650, 625, 625, 675, 666. Iron Maiden is officially rolling. The next auction I have for you is another highly requested one, and I also said I would sell it at 8 o'clock, so let's put up 2 insane auctions here. This is really cool. I thought about keeping it. From the collection of Fred Goodwin. Now, when everybody tells me, Chad, why don't you just bring out all those books and start selling them for $10 a piece and $5 a piece and do a $1 book sale, and let's all sell all of the Fred Goodwin books for $1 a piece and just have a big sidewalk sale. This is why. One of the first tubs of books after we got them all back from Fred Goodwin's collection, I opened this sucker up and I went, To Kill a Mockingbird. Whoa! Signed by Harper Lee. Fred told me when I bought his books, he said, Chad, you've got to go through these carefully. I've got books signed by the author. I've got books signed by biographies, signed by the person it's written about. You're going to have to go through every one of them and check them. To Kill a Mockingbird, signed by Harper Lee. Now, this book signed carries a huge premium after you get this authentication with it. From what I've seen, after you get this letter, it really increases the value from what I've seen in the last couple years that these have sold. This is signed by Harper Lee, and it's a $750 start. Iron Maiden just hit $750. And by the way, you don't have to bid on this. I don't mind keeping this at all. I think it's incredible. To Kill a Mockingbird, signed by Harper Lee. It's JSA authenticated. Full letter, $750 start. To Kill a Mockingbird. From Fred, this is why when we're going through Fred's books, we got to be very careful. I'm pretty sure he's got first editions that could be worth hundreds, if not thousands. And he's got a lot of autograph books by the author and a lot of biographies signed by the people that they're written about. So there it is, signed by Harper Lee, a $750 start. I did see comps just in the last year where this has sold for over $1,000 all day long. $1,000, $1,100, $1,250, $750. And yes, this woman isn't out on the street signing autographs, or never was. She wasn't just lined up coming out of hotels signing autographs for people. That is now a forbid. $750 start. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on. A lot's happened with Iron Maiden. The first thing we had was Ghost Bath. I sold that. The last bid I said on Iron Maiden was $750. Carla Descharais on the Lord of the Rings LR, right, Carla? That's sold to you. James Cauldron also wants a Lord of the Rings. That is sold. Iron Maiden's now at $750, $825, $850, $850, $900. And we have next Verka Salt American Thighs. Was this a special request for somebody? Or that might have been something Paul ordered and it never did come in. Verka Salt is $33.99. Verka Salt is $33.99. Iron Maiden has hit 1,000. To Kill a Mockingbird is a $750 start, signed by Harper Lee. Skinny Puppy, cleanse, fold, and manipulate. This is Skinny Puppy. I haven't had this one before. $29.99. Verka Salt. Verka Salt is sold to Travis Wade. That is sold on that. And we have the Presidents of the United States of America. I think y'all have seen me sell a bunch of these, right? I've got 3 more in stock. $29.99. $29.99. And yes, the particular edition of this book is the 35th anniversary. And I think that's why she pinned a few of them. This was a special edition, 35th anniversary, and that's most likely why she took time to sign some of them. So yeah, that's why this one's autographed. I did look up, like on Heritage and Sotheby's, some signed first editions can get up to like $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 with a dust jacket and in beautiful condition. So this is a great bargain at $750. If you want a first printing, like a true first press signed, you're talking about Hall of Fame. You're talking about legendary status, $50,000, $75,000. Very expensive stuff there. That's a 35th anniversary, $750 start on To Kill a Mockingbird. And like I said, if it doesn't sell tonight, I'll be like, well, that's okay. I'll just take it home and put it in my safe and forget about it for another 20 years. As it is a great asset there. Very cool piece. Travis Wade on Verka Salt. Tim Colino gets the other copy. That is sold to Travis Wade. Another one sold to Tim Colino. Let's get Veruca Salt. Thank you. Let's get another waiting list going here. Andrew Shaw first on the waiting list. Andrew Shaw first on the waiting list on Veruca. So he's first on the waiting list. Rebecca Howard on Skinny Puppy. Ivan R. also on Skinny Puppy. Tim Colino, I'll put you on a waiting list as well for Veruca Salt. Iron Maiden is at $1,200. Anthony Clark wants the Presidents of the United States of America. That's sold to Anthony Clark. Anthony, are you a first-time buyer? Anthony, if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. And if you are, we got to get you registered, okay? That's sold to you for $29.99. If anybody else wants, let me know. And Laura just delivered a Laura crate. Awesome. Laura crate coming up next. So we still got 2 POTUS left. Bob Riger also wants on the Veruca Salt. So let's pace ourselves here because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now. Veruca Salt, American Thighs, is $33.99. And there's 2 sold live here. And that's Travis Wade and Tim Colino. Oh, Tim actually already got one. Okay. So Travis gets one and Tim Colino. And let me make sure there wasn't anybody before Travis then. No, there was nobody before Travis. So yeah, y'all 2 got one. And then Andrew Shaw on the waiting list and Bob Riger. Okay. And Iron Maiden's at $1,300. Send a message to Facebook. Okay. All right. So let me pause there because I'm out of breath just explaining Harper Lee. And I'm talking more, I'm more excited almost about Harper Lee. And over here is this Iron Maiden record, which is also an incredible piece of rock history. It has, like everybody's been saying, Clive Burr's signature on it, fully authenticated, signed twice by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray 3 times, Steve Harris twice, and Clive Burr. And we have quite the bidding war going on here. And this is at $1,366 with George Samberez. $1,366 with George Samberez. And I'm about to drop the hammer on Harper Lee, final call for $750. I'm about to sell it. I was hoping it would sell for over $1,000, but if it sells for $750, that's why I picked that starting bid, because I said, well, at minimum, I'll let it go for $750, but no less. If you want to bid, now's the time. If not, I'm going to make it a buy it now price of $750. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, $36.99 on Black Label Society. This is on purple vinyl. Purple vinyl, Black Label Society, $36.99 on that. And I've got 2 copies of Deftones Adrenalize. Deftones is $33.99. Adrenalize, $33.99. And just for reference, the average cost of these letters are about $75 or $100. So also keep in mind, the average price of these letters from JSA or wherever you get them, PSA or Beckett, they're sometimes about $75 or $100 if you just get one, plus the cost of having all that done, just FYI. Audio Slave is $36.99. This is a 2 LP. Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, $36.99 on Audio Slave. And Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, 100% all analog, remastered with 2 additional LP-only studio cuts. Marshall Tucker is $33.99. Now we have Iron Maiden 415 and Iron Maiden 1500. And we have Stephen Lewis Jr. on Black Label Society 1919. Thank you, Stephen Lewis Jr. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, we have 2 copies of Bauhaus, the Bella Sessions. Bella Lugosi's Dead, the official reissue on red and black vinyl, $33.99 on Bauhaus. On Bauhaus. All right. To Kill a Mockingbird is available for $750, signed by Harper Lee. I'm starting to get in a passion for books. I could get dangerous with this. I do have a couple really cool early Bond books. They get very expensive, but the more I'm around really cool high-end books, and especially signed, I'm starting to develop a passion. This could get dangerous, but if anybody wants that, it's $750. There it is. All right. It's $750 buy it now. Maiden's at $1,566. I have never had this in stock. I saw it and I grabbed 3 of them. Ace of Base, $33.99. This is Ace of Base, Happy Nation, $33.99 for Ace of Base. I've never had that in stock. The U.S. version includes 4 new tracks, it says. This is on clear vinyl, too, Ace of Base. Bauhaus is the Bella Session, Bella Lugosi's Dead official reissue, the complete recording session with poster, a 20 by 28 poster on red and black vinyl, $33.99. Wayne Davis says he'll take one. Brandon Lack wants Ace of Base. And we have here Iron Maiden. Okay, so next is going to be, we've got killer autographs tonight, and we've just did a book, and we're about to do something even a little bit more different here, a baseball autograph. Now, this man here, I would definitely be keeping this, but I've already got something by him signed. I have, I love Mickey Mantle stuff. I absolutely love Mickey Mantle. Here's another one, a tough item to let go. If you want just a great item to buy at any time, if you see an authenticated Mickey Mantle autograph on a photo, definitely a card, or definitely a baseball, here is an opportunity. Beautiful photo signed by the Mick, number 7, the New York Yankees, George Costanza. Mickey Mantle is a fully authenticated with JSA. It's an 8x10. It's signed on a fiber tip marker, so like a blue Sharpie. Fully authenticated, and I'm going to put up the Mick, number 7. He's a $350 start. Very nice. This actually was a walk-in. A friend of my dad's contacted me. They had their dad's coin collection and some baseball stuff, and I bought their coin collection. He had this, and he had a photo signed by Ted Williams. And at first, I was hesitant, but here they are. And Mickey is a $375 start. Excuse me, a $350 start, okay? So that's up for bid. I love Mickey Mantle stuff. All right, the first thing was Bauhaus was sold to Wayne Davis. That was my next comment. Ace of Base was sold to Brandon Lack. And then Rob Fordham on TKM. And Rob Fordham on TKM was for To Kill a Mockingbird. Dang it. Okay, it's sold to Rob Fordham. This is... I immediately regret this decision. This is sold to Rob Fordham for TKM. He's going to get the buy it now on To Kill a Mockingbird for $750. And Rob, I honestly believe you just got that about $400, maybe $500 below a true retail MSRP price. And if that TKM was for To Kill a Mockingbird, I will sell it to you for $750. I'll just make sure that's right. And then John Darden does get Bauhaus. That's sold to John Darden. Thank you on that one. Natasha Pickett gets Ace of Base. Natasha gets Ace of Base. Iron Maiden's at $2,000. $2,000. Another $2,000. Another bid for $2,112. And here it is. And it's sold to Rob Fordham for $750. Nice pickup there. Like I said, a great item. Just a great asset to have. Everything right now on the auction block. Amazing. Thank you. Let's bring out the air horn. I said we would have 10 air horns tonight. I said I wouldn't be surprised if we do 20, but I have a feeling we'll have 10 air horns tonight. Here's the first one. Rob, awesome piece. I hope I can find more stuff like this in Fred's collection. Unbelievable. Here we are. To Kill a Mockingbird sold $750. I didn't think I'd be selling a book on a record sale on a Thursday night, but we're here. Very cool. Signed by Harper Lee, and this is gone. And thank you, Rob Fordham. Air horn number 1 of the night. $750, Rob Fordham. Awesome piece there. I've took a lot of photographs of that to document that I've owned it at least. You know, as a collectibles dealer, it makes me happy to own this stuff and pass it along to other people. Some stuff I obviously have to keep. I'm just, you know, I'm never going to get that again, like the other signed stuff I have or on that. So here it is. I'm going to go ahead and lay this very carefully in here on the table. And thank you and appreciate that. All right, we're moving right along. We're almost done with this crate of new vinyl. Then a lower crate's coming up, and we're in a hot and heavy auction right now. Mickey Mantle is a final call. It is authenticated by JSA. There's the letter of authenticity, photo matched, of course, $350 start. As of right now, that does not have a bid. Iron Maiden's at $2,266. $2,266, and I don't think I've missed any claims, right? I have not, okay? I have not. We're good to go. All right, Tracy Miller gets the last Ace of Base. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. Probably going to do this one right here. This is a Japanese pressing of Kiss Destroyer. We had one of these the other night. Mantle has a bid for $375. Here's Kiss Destroyer, and this is a 1976 Japanese reissue. With Obian insert. It has a secret track on side B. Wow, I didn't know that. EX condition, a $35 start, just a $35 start on Kiss Destroyer. Mantle just at $375. I should say just at $375. Wow, we're talking about the guy when it comes to baseball collectibles. Wow. Final call, $375 to George Samberez. Now he's at $380, and now Iron Maiden is at $2,500 on the Iron Maiden. Next thing we have here is Black Label Society Mafia. Black Label Society Mafia. That's on red vinyl for $38.99. And we have Deftones Saturday Night Wrist. I don't think I've seen that one too many times. That's why I grabbed it when I saw it in stock. $33.99. What a fun crate of new vinyl there. We sold the Flight of the Conchords, Ghost Bath, Lord of the Rings, Veruca Salt. Sold out of Skinny Puppies, Bauhaus, and Ace of Base. I'll show those again. There's no telling where this Iron Maiden could go. You're talking about a rare item and obviously highly desirable. There's no telling where this thing's about to get to. All of a sudden, Mickey Mantle has new bids, and now we put up a low start Kiss Japanese. This could get out of hand. Lord's coming over here to calm me down. Let me drink some purple juice right quick. I'm going to need this. I'm really focused right now. I can't break a focus. Speaking of crates, speaking of lore, there is a crate coming up next. First, though, we have Mantle at $3.90. Kiss is at $48. And then we have, okay, so the first question here is, how much is Marshall Tucker? We'll show that right now. So the first record in here is Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. It's a 2LP, new 2LP, all analog, AAA, just $33.99. Kiss is at $40. I think we already had a bid for $48. Kiss is at $45, and Stephen Lewis Jr. wants to get the Black Label Society Mafia. Okay, this is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Black Label Society Mafia. Okay, there's one of those left. Next in here is Black Label Society Doom Crew. I don't think you got one of these, Stephen. This is $38.99. This is on clear and black ice vinyl. Zakk Wylde on guitar. I saw him play with Pantera. Awesome. Black Label Society. Marshall Tucker on Soda Brooke Paget. Thank you on that. And we have Iron Maiden at $2,700. $2,700 on Iron Maiden right now. Now 2766. Meshuggah's the next record. I don't know why I ordered so many. This wasn't a pre-order, was it? I don't think it is. Let me look it up right quick. Meshuggah Chaos Fear. White, orange, and black. I don't think this was a pre-order. I don't know why I ordered 5. Usually I don't order 5 of something unless I just think it's been out of print, or it's just, or maybe it has, maybe it has some of their top streaming. Let me look them up right quick. Meshuggah Chaos. I can't remember. New Millennium. I mean, this album came out in 1998. So this album came out in 1998. So it's got to be, you know, pretty tough to get an original of. That is $44.99. And then here's the new Flight of the Conchords limited edition Go Vinyl, $28.99 on that. Let's go over here and figure out where we're at on these auctions, okay? I got to definitely make sure we're up to date on these. Mickey, the Mick, is at $400. Heck, we might have our second air horn with Mickey Mantle. I hope so. I'll feel more comfortable. Man, when I get Mickey Mantle stuff, I don't want to sell it. I mean, I have stuff of his stashed away, cards, signed stuff, memorabilia. I just don't like selling Mickey Mantle. It's like, it's a phobia almost. That's at $400 of Corey Ross. Iron Maiden just hit $3,000. Daniel Bouziden on Meshuggah. This is sold to Daniel Bouziden. That album originally came out in 1998. And then here's the other Black Label Society, and this is Stronger Than Death. Black Label Society is $38.99. And now the Kiss. Don't forget about Kiss back here. Kiss is a 76 Japanese pressing. It says it has a hidden track. I didn't know about this. This is with Rob Shaw, $55. Now, everybody else is out. If you want to bid, now's the time. Mantle's at $426, and Kiss is still getting bids. Here's the new Ghost Bath. Garrett, do you need one? Garrett says he listened to this while he showered earlier. Perfect showering music. It's depressive black metal. $29.99 on that. And I thought this is really cool. Music from the Lord of the Rings, the themes. $29.99. The themes. That is $29.99. And the Presidents of the United States of America, $29.99. POTUS, new and sealed. I've lost track of how many dozens of those we've sold. I've lost track on how many dozens we've sold. Also, we have one copy left of 1919 Eternal. That's Black Label Society. That is $36. That's actually supposed to be $38 too, but I might have mispriced it on the invoice. $38 on that. And Deftones. Deftones is $33.99. Adrenaline. Somebody asked me the other night. They said I needed that. And right now, we're definitely at peak viewership.
So I need to let everybody know, if you are watching tonight, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you follow us and subscribed. If you like what we're seeing, we do this kind of stuff every night. Tonight is a special night, though. Incredibly, it's not really metal night. It's called Platinum Night. I've brought out some of the best stuff that we have. And in the back of my mind, I forgot about other stuff. I still got some posters and stuff that I didn't even get time to bring out. But here is a great night to be watching. And we buy and sell high-end collectibles here. Before I show the rest of the crate, we do have a waiting list going for Bauhaus, the Bella Session. This is a waiting list going for Bauhaus, the Bella Session, if anybody else wants one of those. And we got a waiting list going for Ace of Base. We got a waiting list going for Ace of Base. This is $33.99. Happy Nation, their 1992 album, clear vinyl. If anybody wants on Ace of Base, just put Ace of Base waiting list. If you want on Bauhaus waiting list, and the other one was Veruca Salt. We got a Veruca Salt waiting list. American Thighs, several people on that one. And the other waiting list we got, is right here. We got this one right here, and it's Skinny Puppy, Cleanse, Fold, and Manipulate. If anybody wants that, $29.99. So those are all waiting lists, okay? Let's go ahead and finish up the bin. Audio Slave is $36.99. Black Label Society's $38.99. And Deftones, Saturday Night Wrist, Deftones is $33.99. All right, so Bill Samus on the Veruca Salt waiting list. Let's update Kiss first. Kiss is a final call or a new bid with Michael Wood for $59. Is Sonic Brew in print? Yes, it is. Thank you, Laura, for the bottle of water. Kiss is $59. Sonic Brew's in print. The Mickey Mantle photo is going once, going twice to George Sambarez for $426. Signed and JSA authenticated. Corey Ross, it's up to you. Corey Ross, it's up to you. Mason went on the Ace of Base waiting list. Mason went on the Ace of Base waiting list. Bill Samus on the Veruca Salt waiting list. Kiss is now at 60. And I think we're done on the Iron Maiden. If you've been waiting for them to get outbid, or if you've been waiting for them to say they're done bidding, you've been watching a battle, and if you want in, you've got to go through George Sambarez. He has it for $3,266. Signed twice by Bruce Dickinson. Adrian Smith signed 3 times by Dave Murray, signed twice by Steve Harris, and signed by Clive Burr. Wow. $3,266. Final call. It's on the clock. Corey's also out on Mickey Mantle. Just shy of an air horn unless somebody gets in. Final call. Also to George Sambarez. $426 on the mantle. They're still bidding on Kiss. A bid on Kiss just came in. With Rob Shaw for $60. And we still got ground to cover. We still got a stack of other stuff over here. Plus, you never know what I might bring out with my surprises. I love surprising people. Get some oxygen in. All right, final call. I'm bringing up the lore crate. We have Deftones, Black Label Society, Audio Slave, Deftones, Black Label Society, POTUS, Lord of the Rings, Ghost Bath, Black Label Society, Flight of the Conchords, Meshuggah, Black Label Society, and Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. If you decide you want anything else in there, let me know. We got another lore crate over here, and we've got 3 more John crates of new stuff from this collection, and we have another crate after the lore crate of more new vinyl. Another crate after that. Kiss is still getting bids, but I think as soon as I drop this over here, it's time to drop the hammer on those 2. Wow, what already an incredible night. Mike just sent me 2 new air horns, and we already had 2 more before that. So I do have 4 air horns over here on this. I got 4 air horns over here in the chamber. Let's go ahead and take care of Mickey. Awesome piece here. Goodbye, Mick. A legend. Wow. $426. No air horn, but we'll do a clap. Thank you on that. I'm going to lay that right over here. and there's no more bids on Iron Maiden. The hammer has been dropped. The bidding has concluded. And this is sold. I've been getting asked about this for months, ever since we shared it on Facebook, before it was even authenticated, but we knew it was good. George Sambaraz, $3,266. $3,000. Let me confirm that again. Hold on a second. I might have scrolled up too fast. I might have scrolled up too far. I did. Hold on a second. The winning bid on this was $3,266. I repeat, $3,266. My air horn is coming out. My headset is going on. A piece of rock history. The next closest thing I think I've recently sold far as autographs on an album would probably be that Ramones we sold. Unbelievable. Air horns being blown. Thank you. Here we go. And folks, we've only just begun. What time is it? It's only 8:30. Oh my gosh. It's only 8:30. It's only 8:30. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lay these two in the operations room very carefully. We got to lay these in there very carefully. All right. Warn my goldfish. Yeah, my Obey seasoned goldfish. Okay, so with that being said, the last bid on Kiss, just came in. Michael Wood, $61. Rob Shaw, $65. And y'all remember that price, because there's going to be a lot of people hop on throughout the night asking what that sold for. Remember that price, $3,266. I think that's worthy of me making a post tomorrow. Let's keep the music autographs rolling. This is actually, I think, Alabama. Let's go ahead and do Eminem's kind of hard to show because he's rolled. Let me figure out what the... let me figure out where I've put them, first of all. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, let's do Alabama then. I think this is really incredible by itself. So Alabama, the band Alabama started out as Wild Country. They had one album called Wild Country, self-titled. It's so rare there's not even a Discogs entry for it. Then they had an album called Wild Country Deuces. And then this is the first time they were recognized as the Alabama Band. This was the first time they were recognized as the Alabama Band. And this album by itself is pretty rare. I think just an album on Discogs, there's only one for sale, I think, for $300. Just this particular record here. But they consistently sell for over $150, $175. This is signed. Let me pull up the JSA website and read off everybody that signed it for you. So when JSA was here, we actually got a signature on this that's actually really unique for this record. So Alabama is signed by Randy Owen, Jeff Cook, Teddy Gentry, and Mark Herndon. That original lineup here. Alabama. This is a pretty rare record. The Alabama Band, number 3. This is the first time, and it still was on a private label. This is before they went to their RCA big label deal. There's one signature over here. And actually, we reached out to somebody that was with Alabama, and they really don't know who signed this, but it was definitely somebody involved in the production of the band or the album. It says Tanya Vinta, we don't really know, but there's the band, and then somebody signed it with production. It's not personalized. Signed, JSA authenticated, and this is a $225 start. So already a pretty tough record. The cheapest one of these for sale is $300. This is signed by the full band, a $225 start on Alabama. That's now up for bid. Alabama on that one, $225. Final call on the Kiss. Final call on the Kiss. Rob Shaw has that for 65. I got to make sure Michael Wood is done. Rob Shaw has that for 65, okay? And now let's go back to the bottom here, and let's start with this Laura Crate. Laura Crate is going to go up right now. New arrivals. There's the Laura Crate sticker. Another Pokemon. Fantastic. And here we go. The Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. The Doobie Brothers is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. That's VG Plus, $12.99. Susie Quattro, Your Mama Won't Like Me, VG $9.99. Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders, VG $9.99. That's what I was thinking about earlier with Rush. Van Morrison's VG Plus, $14.99. And United We Stand, Brotherhood of Man, VG $9.99. All right. And now the next signed item is going to go up. Any Boston Red Sox fans? If so, you got to have this right here. Here we have it. And this is signed by Ted Williams. It is a signed photo, another one that requires a full letter from JSA. It is signed Boston Red Sox, 8x10, fiber tip marker in blue. Another beautiful signed photo. There's Ted Williams, another Hall of Famer. Amazing. And this is a starting bid. What was Mantle? $350. I'm going to do Ted for $325. Ted Williams is a $325 start. Full letter from JSA. That is now up for bid. There's Ted, okay? And then nobody else bid on Kiss, and he went out. So let's go ahead and sell this for $65, a Japanese pressing. And this is sold for $65 to Rob Shaw. Thank you, Rob. That's sold to you. He says he's out. Alabama has a bid for $225. Ted's $325. Robin Glenn first on Susie Quattro. That's sold to Robin Glenn. And this is the Laura Crate sticker, and that's going to Robin Glenn. James Rayner on GR, and GR is for the Jerry Rafferty. And before I do anything else, I have to go put up another crate because this one is full. We've just filled up another crate on top of all the other incredible autographs we've had tonight. So there's that, and let's get a new crate going over here because this Jerry Rafferty is sold, and this is sold to James Rayner. Duke Norman second on Susie, and let's go ahead and put up another auction as well. And our next auction over here is going to be, what is this here? Okay, we'll do that in just a second. First, I got another Beatles boot here from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is a $35 start. This is a 1993 Russian bootleg. The track sources are from BBC Sessions. Discogs does not say, but I use Google Translate to read the back cover, and it mentions England's radio programs. So Laura used Google Translate on the Russian font back here and England's radio program. So probably BBC Sessions. Really cool artwork on that one, and that's a $35 start. The Jerry Rafferty was VG, $9.99. Signed Alabama. A rare album and signed. Final call. Brooke has that for $225. Ted Williams is $325. Final call on that. Next is Cher's Greatest Hits. Gypsy, Tramps, and Thieves. Half Breed. Cher is VG $9.99. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness. Sister Christian. Thank you, Laura. She says it's on here. Sister Christian. VG $12.99. And Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire is VG Plus $12.99. And DeBarge in a special way, VG $9.99. George is in on Ted Williams at $3.25. Alabama's a final call for $225. There we have it. We're about to sell both of those. The Beatles, very interesting there. Rare Beatles, a Russian bootleg compilation, possibly of BBC tracks, a $35 start. Ted Williams is up, $325. We just sold Mickey Mantle. And then Alabama is at $225. We're about to sell that. Justin Garrett on Cher. Justin Garrett on Cher. Cher is sold to Justin Garrett. Thank you, Justin. That's sold to you. And Brent's in on Ted Williams at $350. Brent's in on Ted Williams. So George Samberez, just FYI, you've been outbid on that. All right. So first thing I have here is Short Eyes, the original motion picture soundtrack, written and performed by Curtis Mayfield. That's VG Plus $12.99. And It's Magic, Barbara Lewis, that's EX edition, $22.99. $22.99 on that. Barbara Lewis, It's Magic. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. VG condition, that's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Ted, $325. Justin Garrett did get share. And then Ted Williams, $350. Ted Williams, $325. Chris X on another DeBarge. A lot of DeBarge has been selling tonight. That's good. Next is, do I have any more signed country? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Ted Williams is at $375. And we also have the Mothers of Invention Golden Archive Series. Lots of killer autographs still to come, for sure. VG Plus, $14.99 on that. And REO Speedwagon is VG $9.99. And that's on REO Speedwagon. Okay, next thing we have is Ted Williams, another $375. Let's show one more record, the Allman Brothers EX, and that is $24.99. Brooke, I can't believe it, but this Alabama record is sold to you. Signed, and the cheapest the record is available for sale right now is $300 on Discogs. You're getting this signed and sold to you for $2.25. Yes, Alabama, sold to Brooke Paget for $225. I figured that one would do a little bit more. Ted Williams, all of a sudden in a dogfight, $375, $375, and $375. Brent's first bid was $350. So Corey's in. Ted and George, you're out. One more record, and I'm selling the Beatles. Styx Equinox, VG $9.99, and now the Beatles is a buy it now for $35. First come, first serve. That's a Russian unofficial from the 90s. Most likely, we believe, BBC sessions. All right, let's put up some other signed stuff coming up right now. Here we go. Let me grab this. I'm looking for a item tucked away over here somewhere. I've got so much stuff around me, it's pretty insane, honestly. So let's try to keep it going with the music theme first. And then I have the couple comic books as well. I think those are pretty cool. There's that, there's this. Trying to figure out where I laid. Let's see here. There's this. It's got to be just somewhere just precariously. That's why rolled stuff I got to be careful with, because I have put so much rolled stuff together with other rolled stuff, and I've had like killer posters, and I'm like, dang, what did I do with that? And then I'll be looking for a rolled poster for months because it's rolled up in all the other thousands that I have and hundreds stacked up over here. But that's okay. I'll go ahead and put up Loretta Lynn. So we had one of these before. This is Loretta Lynn. This is from Fred's collection. It's beautiful too. It's JSA. I love this cover. Lying, cheating, woman chasing, honky tonking, whiskey drinking. It's not personalized. It's a beautiful signature. It says, your friend, Loretta Lynn. Your friend, Loretta Lynn. And Loretta is just a $125 start. Just a $125 start. Loretta Lynn is up for bid. Nice signature. From Fred's collection, not authenticated, a gold stamp promo record, JSA authenticated. That is now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Also over here, we've got, give me 1 second here. All right, Ted Williams is now at $395. First, next comment is, let me go down, make sure I didn't miss anything. Richard Yeager got the Beatles for $35. Richard Yeager got the Beatles. Ted's at $400. Brian was second. How much was Barbara Lewis? The Barbara Lewis, we're going through a new arrivals crate here too. It's Magic on Atlantic Records. It's a 66 US original EX. Not bad whatsoever. Beautiful, actually, for that kind of record. $22.99. Ted is at $395, but Corey's already bid $400. But Corey's already bid $400 on that. Next over here is Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Wow, and it has the poster. And it has the poster. VG Plus $19.99 and Friends. Friends is VG Plus $12.99. And we have Daniel Band. And this is Run from the Darkness, a hard rock album, VG Plus $14.99. Paul Redfern says he is sold on that. Corey, looks like you're going to be getting the Ted Williams final call to you for $400. And then Loretta Lynn, signed, JSA authenticated, $125 on that. Let me step in here. I got some signed cut signatures. That's the next thing I have in here, some signed cut signatures. Yep, almost forgot about these because there's Eminem. Man, I've been looking everywhere for that. I found Eminem. probably one of the next best items we have tonight. But yeah, here are some really cool cuts. Fred had these to frame, and we had them all authenticated. And you'd be surprised at how many come back good, but also how many came back bad. But man, the possibilities are endless with these. I'll explain more. I'll explain more when I put the first one up for sale, okay? Loretta Lynn has a bid for $125. Let's get another auction going, but before I do that, Foo Fighters is sold. Yes, Foo Fighters is sold, and we have Scott Oman said he would take this right here. Right, Scott? That's sold to you. Mountain Twin Peaks, Mountains VG Plus $12.99, and Chess Rockabillys VG Condition $9.99. And God bless Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim is VG $9.99. Also, the sticks, that is Equinox. And that's in VG condition, $9.99. That has the hit song Lorelei on it. Lorelei on that one. Lorelei on that one. Now Loretta Lynn's at $130. Loretta Lynn's at $130, just FYI. Give me 1 second on this. Boom. And then here's this. And let me do this. I'm trying to figure out my starting bids over here on some stuff. Okay. We have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG $14.99. Greg Hubers wants sticks. Corey Ross, thank you. Big purchase here. This is sold to Corey for $400. Nice. Thank you, Corey. That is sold to you. Okay, now Loretta Lynn is at $130 with Brooke Paget. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid. Chess Rarities is sold to Robert Warner. Now, not a lot of people have asked about this, but I think it's a pretty incredible piece. And I think since in the time it's took me just to have this authenticated, I've seen an increase in value. It's really hard to show because it's rolled up, but this was sold through Eminem's website. It is signed by Eminem. Yes, Marshall Mathers. There it is, Lieutenant Mathers III. He's flying the plane there. This is a promotional poster from the album Kamikaze. JSA authenticated examples or authenticated examples, 1,500 recently sold, 1,100 recently sold. And that's been an increase in price since I had this originally. I purchased this from somebody. My starting bid is $875 on the signed Eminem poster. The guy I had it from had it in a really cool kind of matching frame. He had to move. He sold me a bunch of autographs. Y'all probably remember the Roger Waters we had. That's where the Dave Grohl came from. That's also where I still got Christina Aguilera and Katy Perry. I still got Miley Cyrus. He had all kinds of autographs in his office. When he was moving, he went ahead and decided to sell them. He called us. We bought them all through Facebook. Eminem, and I'm telling you, the last two comps are $1,100 and $1,500. And this wasn't cheap when it was sold through his website. $875. Signed by Eminem. Very cool. And y'all can imagine, he's not the kind of dude that would sign a lot of stuff, right? I think if you caught him walking out of his SUV into a hotel, he's probably not going to stop and sign stuff for you. Eminem, here's the full letter from JSA. It is fully authenticated, photo matched, $875 start. Eminem's up for bid. So that will come shipped, rolled in a tube with the LOA, $875. Last two comps with a letter with LOA, $1,100 and $1,500. So that's a great price at $875. Here we go. Next thing I have is we sold Chess Rockabillys, Loretta at $130, and Paul Sponable, you were second. Yes Songs by Yes. This is VG Plus $14.99. Brooke, you're out on Loretta Lynn. Chuck has that at $135. And the Blues Brothers, Made in America. The Blues Brothers is VG Plus $12.99. I still got Molly. Yeah, she's around here somewhere. Yep, I still got Molly around here somewhere, 100%. If you give me a second to think about it, I might can come up with it before the end of the night. Hardcore singles, maybe later, but I can't right now. Just a little bit too much going on to run 45s. The Moody Blues is a sealed original with hop sticker, just $14.99. John Darden on the Blues Brothers, and we're going to make sure Brooks done on Loretta Lynn. The high bid is with Chuck Haley at $135. The best of Tim Weisberg, Smile. I've never seen the best of Tim Weisberg. And sealed, just $9.99. And Hoyt Axton, a Rust Dusty Old Halo. Hoyt Axton is sealed, $9.99. Eminem going once, going twice, $875. Think long and you'll think wrong. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's try one of our first cut signatures, and it's probably one of the best cut signatures I have. And here it is. This is a cut signature from the one and only Mr. Waylon Jennings. And on a lot of these cut signatures, a lot of people would document on the back in pencil who signed it and where they signed it. And this was signed July 12th, 1990 by the one and only Waylon Jennings. Now, what are you going to do with a cut signature? The possibilities are endless. Usually what I've done with them and what I've seen other people do with them, you can take this and frame it, like imagine an album of his framed and then this matted below it. I've seen some people frame this with a photo below it, because a cut signature is typically more affordable. If you were to have a signed Waylon album, it could be 2-3 times as much money. So you can take his signature, maybe frame it with an album, and you got a really cool display piece. His cut signature, though, there are no sold authenticated examples in the last 90 days on eBay. There are some signed Waylon autographs sold, but none from reputable companies in the last 90 days. So that tells me his authenticated autographs on there are pretty scarce, but also the ones that are active, people are asking big money for. There was a slabbed autograph that has his picture on it. It was like $1,200. Big money for Waylon autographs. So this is going to go up for $275 starting bid. Signed Waylon Jennings. There's the JSA. There's the matching card. Waylon Jennings is signed, and the possibilities you could do with this, like I said, as far as a presentation piece, are pretty much endless. $275 on that. Okay, so John Darden got the Blues Brothers. We're about to sell Eminem for $875. Robert second. Loretta Lynn, $140. Trina Long got the sealed Moody Blues. And then Chuck's out on Loretta, so we're about to sell that. And we have Wishbone Ash just testing. Wishbone Ash is $12.99. It does have some cover damage right there. And Rick Ocasek, this side of Paradise. Rick Ocasek is $14.99. This side of Paradise. And Lips Inc. with the hit song Funky Town on it, $14.99. Yes, metal Japanese and other Japanese. Let's see. I've got ABBA, Miles Davis, John Lennon, Scandal, Robert Palmer, Stevie Wonder, Paul McCartney, Footloose, John Coltrane, Elton John, Led Zeppelin, Duran Duran, Hall & Oates, Cheap Trick, Coleman Hawkins, Little Richard, Death Wish, Wham, and Cheap Trick. Those are Japanese auctions. What else do I have over here? Also in the Japanese bin, I got Paul McCartney, Wings, Simon & Garfunkel, Kiss, Beatles, Elvis, Deep Purple, Wings, Monkees, Clapton, John Cougar, Bruce Springsteen, Doobies, Queen, Wings, Billy Squier, John Lennon, Huey Lewis, Deep Purple, Billy Joe, Aha, Alcatraz, Black Sabbath. I've got another Heaven and Hell Japanese. Wings, Beatles, Hall & Oates, Foreigner, Eric Clapton, Madonna, Rolling Stones, John Lennon, Bob Dylan, Simon & Garfunkel, Beatles, Wings, Eagles, Rolling Stones, and there's another crate underneath that. Holy moly. Let's grab this Kiss Alive 2 Japanese and see what's going on with this. All right, and it's time to sell some auctions, okay? First is Travis Wade on Lips Inc. And now let's go ahead and sell Loretta Lynn to Brooke for $140. Thank you. What a really cool piece there. Signed by the one and only Loretta Lynn. And if anybody wants Eminem, he is a $875 buy it now. An $875 buy it now. Eminem signed poster, the Kamikaze limited edition print, sold exclusively through his website. It is $875. The Waylon Jennings cut signature is $275, going once, going twice. We have Jason and the Scorchers, Fervor. Jason and the Scorchers is $14.99, and Survivor, Premonition, Survivor is $14.99. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now. I just pulled this from the Japanese bin. This was just pulled from the Japanese bin, and it's a Kiss Alive 2. Let's take a look at Kiss Alive 2. The vinyl, the first thing you should know is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP, there's two LP. It has one original inner sleeve, two original inner sleeve. It has the Kiss book. It has the other Evolution of Kiss book. Gatefold, no Obi. Kiss is going to go up for just a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Kiss Alive 2. We also have Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Hall & Oates Private Eyes is sealed for $19.99. Also, this is a Japanese pressing Fashionable Lover, I believe it's a Japanese artist. It is. It's City Pop, $14.99 on that. And Wide Boy Awake, that is sealed for $9.99. Wide Boy Awake. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it's going to come over here from some blues batch we got. Muddy Waters down on Stovall's Plantation. His first recordings. The historic 1941-42 Library of Congress recordings. This is a 1970 US with alternate cover art. EX edition. Muddy Waters is a $25 start. $25 start on that. We sold Lips. We got a request for Queen. Trina Long wants Hall and Oates. That sold to Trina Long. Chris X was second. Kevin's already in at Kiss at $35, and if anybody wants Waylon Jennings, he is $275. Cut signature of Waylon Jennings, $275. He's available for a buy it now. Buy it now. That is available. Next thing I have over here is the next most neatest, amazing music-related autograph I have, and it's this one right here. This is Cheap Trick. This actually came with a Japanese pressing we acquired, and this was an insert inside of it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I was looking, I was like, no, wait a minute, that is real. That's actual live ink. I thought it was just like an insert, like just a copy of their signatures. So this is on a Warner Japanese like cardboard insert where Cheap Trick autographed this, and it's signed by Robin Zander, Rick Nelson, Tom Peterson, and Bun E. Carlos. Yes, the Cheap Trick. The Cheap Trick. There it is. This is signed, full band, and JSA authenticated, a $375 start. Signed Cheap Trick, $375 start. That's up for that. There's one more other really big autograph over here I hadn't ran yet. Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson is on deck, okay? Marilyn Manson's on deck. Let's go ahead and finish up this crate here. Mingus, the Black Saint, Verve Acoustic Sound Series. This is $34.99, $34.99. Joe Lovano, Hank Jones, George Moraes. This is sealed for $24.99. Also, Freddie Hubbard, Blue Spirits. Freddie Hubbard is $29.99. Freddie Hubbard, Blue Spirits. The Color Purple. The Color Purple is a 1986 US. That is $24.99. Van Morrison, a period of transition. Van Morrison's $34.99. And Goodnight Tonight, Wings, is $14.99. Wings, Good Night Tonight. Pretty cool there. Okay, let me see what's going on over here. All right, what about over here? Okay, that's good. And then what about this? And that's okay. And then what about that? And this. Give me 1 second on that one. Let me look up. I have a list here. I'm trying to figure out all of my autographs that I hadn't shown yet. So give me a second on this. Make sure. Let's see. Okay, I've done that. Quick timeout. I gotta make sure I have everything here. Okay. All right. I think I'm good to go. I know what I want to do next, at least. I have my list of autographs I've comped is like this long on my phone. So I'm like making sure I know what I have to do next, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, because if not, I'll forget about it. About 10 o'clock, I'll be like, dang it. We didn't sell that whatever autograph. Susie Breelove on Color Purple. That is sold to Susie Breelove. Thank you, Susie. That is sold to you. And now let's update these other auctions. So there's 3 really good pieces up for bid right now. The first one on the left is Muddy Waters down on Stovall's Plantations. These are his first recordings. And Stephen Tuttle has this for $30. Chris X and everybody else is out. And that is technically a 70 US pressing EX. In the middle is a beautiful Kiss Alive 2. It is Japanese. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's got the book, the Japanese book, both inserts, and the cover's nice, just no Obi. And that's at $36. And then over here, we got a full set of Cheap Trip signatures. It's actually on one item here, which also increases the value, having it on one piece. Letter of authenticity from JSA, and that is a final call to lock in a bid. A final call to lock in a bid, $375. Now, I'm just going to read through that crate one more time because there was a lot going on when we was going through this crate. And we have another crate of new vinyl coming up after this. It's been an incredible night here on Collectco. Just saying. It's been a really incredible night here on Collectco. All righty. So, first thing we have is a quick read through here. If you need a price, let me know. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Van Morrison, Wavelength. United We Stand, Brotherhood of Band. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Short Eyes. Sister Sledge. The Mothers of Invention. REO Speedwagon. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. With the Milton Glasser poster. Unbelievable. VG Plus, 1999. We have Friends, Mountain, God Bless Tiny Tim, Neil Young, Yes, The Best of Tim Weisberg, Hoyt Axton, Wishbone Ash, Rick Ocasek, Jason and the Scorcher, Survivor. This was Fashionable Lover, Wide Boy Awake, Mingus, Joe Lovano, Freddie Hubbard, Van Morrison, and Wings, Good Night Tonight. That's where we're at. Nobody bid on Cheap Trick. It's a $375. Yeah, we pulled it straight out of a Japanese pressing of, it came out of a, I think it was Live in Budokan. Kiss is now at $40 with Mike Johnston, and now Muddy Waters is at $36. If no one needs a price on anything in there, let me know, and we'll move on. We will move on. Let's see here. Okay. First is Michael Peveler put MT. Michael, was that a claim for in here? And then what Survivor? The Survivor is called Premonition. No condition notes, $14.99. Michael Butler gets the Bob Dylan. Great decision there with the Milton Glasser poster. All right, and then the next signed item I have is Marilyn Manson. Now, once again, there's no disc in here. I did find, if you want the disc for this, these are pretty obtainable right now for $40 or $50. That is insignificant to the value of the autograph of this jacket. This is Marilyn Manson. It's signed with a full letter from JSA. The name of the album is Heaven Upside Down. Marilyn Manson is going to go up for a $575 start. Marilyn Manson, signed album jacket. His stuff begins to carry a very high premium on two things. An album jacket, especially a really cool cover like this, and two, being fully authenticated by JSA. Very cool. And like I said, no disc in the jacket, just the cover, $575 on Marilyn Manson. He's now up for bid. We have sold a multitude of signed Manson albums for that minimum price and up. We had one bring, what, $1,200 one night? $575 on Marilyn Manson. I just seen where a photo of him and his full band sold for like $2,400. $575 on Marilyn Manson. Kiss is at $45. We have Michael Butler got Dylan. Michael Peveler wanted Mountain. Okay, MT. That was back here for the Mountain Live Twin Peaks. And then price on REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon. Let's do this right here. And REO Speedwagon is in VG condition, $9.99. Okay? Muddy Waters is now at $50. And Kiss is a final call, because I hadn't seen anybody since Kevin Walker bid $45 almost 3 minutes ago. So if you, surely your lag's not that bad. Maybe you're thinking about it too long, because I'm about to sell it. Marilyn Manson is $575 start. $575 start. We still got a crate of new vinyl to go through. Let's do that right now. The last time we was going through a crate of new vinyl, we were selling the insane... we were selling the insane Iron Maiden over there. So, hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's ready. Let me bring over a new crate, and we'll get this show back on the road with new vinyl. Oh, boy. I got quite a bunch of no bids over here. What the heck's going on? Got quite a bit of no bids over here. All right, Muddy Waters, where are we at? Stephen Tuttle, you're out. Chris X has it for 50. Now one bidder that was bidding said out, and now one bidder's back in. Rich Krulak at $46. Kevin Walker, you've been outbid. Final call to get a bid on Marilyn Manson, Heaven Upside Down, just the album jacket, letter from JSA, which cost, I think, 75 or 100. That cost 75 or 100, I think, that letter. $575 on Marilyn Manson. I'm going to go ahead and take the signed Ted Williams that sold in here and lay it on the table. I don't want anything to happen to it. All right, here we go. First LP in here. AC/DC on colored vinyl. The 50th anniversary special edition Hellfire colored vinyl includes unique insert and custom label. AC/DC is on gold vinyl, $39.99. Kevin's out on Kiss. Rich, that bump might have done it. Final call to you. Now, there were still like 2 other people bidding, so I'm going to give that a little bit more time just because I hadn't heard from some people. Muddy Waters is still getting bids. Next in the bin is Ghost Skeleton. I did get a couple more extra copies. We did sell out last week or the 2 weeks ago or whenever this officially came out. Ghost is $33.99. That's on pink vinyl with the foil cover. Our next cut signature is the one and only Robert Duvall, a Hollywood legend. This is a cut signature from Robert Duvall. Fred met him multiple times because we've had signed Robert Duvall photos, signed Robert Duvall cuts. So Fred got many opportunities to meet Robert Duvall. And I've thought about, I've got one of these put away because I'm thinking about getting a really cool Godfather picture of Tom Hagen and having this framed with it. I've been looking for the right signed one, but I've already got it one, so why not just have it framed with a photo? I'm just trying to figure out the best high-quality photo to get of Tom Hagen. But yeah, Robert Duvall here, a signed cut, JSA authenticated. That is a $95 start on Robert Duvall. $95 start on Robert Duvall. That's a cut signature. That is available. Marilyn Manson is a buy it now for $575 if anybody wants that. Kiss is officially sold to Rich Krulak for $46. Rich, thank you. That's sold to you. $46 there on Kiss. And now we have Ghost sold to Rob Shaw. And if anybody else wants one of those, there's going to be one other one there. Muddy Waters is at 51 with Stephen Tuttle. I've got to make sure Nick Bargeron doesn't want to bid again. Rob Shaw gets a Ghost. I got that new AC/DC on gold vinyl. I've got 3 copies here of Wasp, The Last Command. And that's that new pressing that came out not too long ago on black and yellow Wasp colored vinyl, $36.99. Now Muddy Waters is at 52. Can we do Spider-Man? We can. Shout out to Steve. He, big comic book collector. I had him go through this and research it and grade it. And he said this would grade somewhere between a 6.5, maybe a 7. I was thinking a 7 before I told him to do this. But this is, I mean, if this book is raw, it's a pretty desirable book. This is Amazing Spider-Man, issue number 300. And it's signed by Todd McFarlane. Signed by Todd McFarlane. First appearance of Venom. Number 300. Signed with metallic paint pen. Very, very nice. And this one is easy peasy right off the bat. We're going to do this for a $475 start. $475 start. And it's a newsstand edition. Amazing Spider-Man number 300. Man, these signed by Todd McFarlane up in the 9s or thousands of dollars. Like a 9.6 signed by Todd McFarlane is like $2,800, $2,600, $3,000. This is a $475 start. Spider-Man 300 signed by Todd McFarlane. Okay, Muddy Waters still getting bids. Nick's out. Now it's up to Stephen Tuttle. Moving on in the crate, we got AC/DC also on black and white vinyl. Very cool, the colors on this. Black and white vinyl, AC/DC, back in black, $39.99. That is a 50th anniversary on black and white colored vinyl. And then Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. I actually think there's a waiting list for Alice Cooper. So let's go over here and see who I put on the spreadsheet. My laptop's already went to rest. That's how long it's been since I've had to look up a waiting list. Alice Cooper, I may have a sticky note on it actually. Yeah, I think it's probably, I bet I hadn't even keyed it in yet. Alice Cooper, $39.99. Let me find that over here right quick. Let me just set those off to the side. Let me set these off to the side right quick. I'll find those in just a second. Also, I got 2 copies here of Pink Floyd at Pompeii. I forgot we were out of stock of these. $46.99 for Pink Floyd at Pompeii. If anybody wants Robert Duvall, he's a $95 buy it now. Cut signature, JSA authenticated. Also over here, we got Muddy Waters. That is sold for $52 to Chris X. $52 of Chris X. And AC/DC is sold to Scott Markheim. And John Hughes, Bob, if it's not here tomorrow, it's not here today. If it's not here by tomorrow, then it'll be next week. But I know they're on their way. That distributor, I get 1 shipment a week from. And I just put it in yesterday. So if they shipped it, I hope it's here by tomorrow, but as of right now, not on hand. I do need to mute my mic. I got to have something to drink right quick. Quick timeout. I had to chug some purple juice there. All right. Daniel Bouziden on Pink Floyd. Jeff Dedman wants 1 each of the AC/DCs. Final call on Spider-Man. $475 start. Final call on Spider-Man. Let's go ahead and put up. No one's asked about it, and I think I've shown this before. Probably one of the more incredible pieces I have, but let's go ahead and try it because somebody may be quietly waiting to bid on it. Talk about a Hall of Fame piece here. Oh, my goodness. We're talking about arguably always makes the list of some of the most important, if not greatest albums ever, especially importance in recording history. The Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, and this happens to be signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, Bruce Johnston, and we've double authenticated it. It comes with a letter of authenticity from JSA and Beckett. This is a 50th anniversary mono edition, and this is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. Starting bid, probably the highest starting bid of the night, but trust me, I'm in no hurry to sell it. The last time I had this, it was with the Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, which was signed by all the Allman Brothers except Dwayne. And I didn't want to sell it, and I put it up for auction, and somebody bid right off the bat, and it's gone. So hopefully this sells, but if it doesn't, once again, I'm okay with that. Wow, Pet Sounds signed by the Beach Boys. How incredible. $1,675. $1,675. And Queen is coming up on deck. Yes, Queen is coming up on deck. Let's show a couple more records in here. Badfinger, head first. Badfinger is $38.99, 50th anniversary edition on Badfinger. That was unreleased until then. And then Three Doors Down, Greatest Hits. There should be a waiting list here for Three Doors Down, Greatest Hits, $34.99. Let's pull that up right quick. 3 Doors. And the waiting list for Greatest Hits is Sandy Villa. Thank you, Sandy Villa. This is sold to you. Sold to you, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got 2 extra copies of Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits, okay? Three Doors Down, Greatest Hits. There's that. Trina wants a Badfinger. That is sold, and if anybody wants Amazing Spider-Man, it's $475. Signed by Todd McFarlane, Amazing Spider-Man $300, and it is now available for the buy it now price of $475. I'm going to put that right over there. Beach Boys is $1,675. You heard me right. Let's go ahead and grab, there are some requests for some Japanese stuff. I think it's Queen 2. Let me see what I have over here. I read off a bunch, and I don't even have them close to me, but let me go pull it right quick. Yeah, it's Queen 2, and let's see what's going on. I think this is the OG Obi, though. I think this is the OG Obi on this. So this is Queen 2. And this is a $45 start. It's a Japanese pressing. Beautiful vinyl. Absolutely beautiful vinyl. There's the insert. And then there is the cover and Obi. And Queen Beautiful. We had one of these, I think, just the other night. I love that Tennessee orange and white Obi. $45 start on that. Rebecca's in. I'm going to try another cut signature. So we just sold a signed Loretta Lynn album. Here's a signed Loretta Lynn cut. $95 start on Loretta Lynn. $95 start on Loretta Lynn. Here it is, JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $95 start. That's now up for bid. Here is Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. Now, this is on the black vinyl. The indie exclusives are done. You can't even back order them. They're out of print. They're out of production. But it looks like they're going to keep these in print, luckily, thank goodness, on black vinyl. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes at the Greek, 25th anniversary, $38.99. Nirvana in utero. Nirvana is $36.99. And yes, I haven't had this in a while, and we've been selling a lot of new sealed Yes albums. Beyond and Before, the BBC recordings, 1969 to 1970. Yes is $36.99. $36.99 on Yes, and Twisted Sister, $28.99. The Vic, man, I don't know. It was around 150, I think. That was already tagged from yesterday. I'm not for sure on that. Mark Morris wants on the waiting list for Winger. Troy Chirac on Jimmy Page. If anybody wants the Beach Boys, it is $1,675. I'm going to put that right over here. Queen is, whoop, I just smacked the camera. Queen is Final Call to Rebecca for $45. Also Final Call on Loretta Lynn. Let's grab another LP auction over here. I still got some unique Beatle bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Check this one out. Yellow Matter Custard. Yellow Matter Custard. This is a bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's an unofficial from 2012. It has various collected BBC sessions. A $25 start. $25 start. I know they're $150 or more, and they may be $174, $179. Actually, Sean just said $180. Yeah, it might be $180. I can't really remember, but that was, I'm pretty sure, the price. All right, so Troy Chirac got a Jimmy Page. Mark Morris on Twisted Sister. Mike Massey put F. Was that for a claim? And then Troy Chirac on Twisted Sister. And then the Beatles has a bid for $25, okay? And if anybody wants Loretta Lynn, it's a $95 buy it now for the Loretta Lynn cut. Queen is sold for $45 to Rebecca Howitt. That is so. Boy, I've got to get my no bids under control here. A lot of autographs being thrown left and right. Some are selling. Some are over here in the no bids. Just want to make sure everybody is paying close attention of what's being offered and maybe what's still available for a buy it now. Just saying. But Rebecca gets that. Let's go ahead and put up some more. The only other signatures I have that was advertised that hadn't been put up, I still got the other comic book signed by Stan Lee, and I got the Eddie Rickenbacker letter. I'll go ahead and try it. Probably a pretty unique item, but I think it's really cool. You're talking about an American legend here. World War I fighter pilot, an ace in World War I, got the Medal of Honor, went on to be an F1 driver as well. Accomplished businessman. At this time, he was CEO or chairman of the board of Eastern Airlines. And this is from Fred Goodwin. Fred Goodwin bought a collection from this theater. You know, Fred would go around to all these old theaters trying to buy memorabilia, posters. And he bought some letters from a theater. And the two most significant ones I have found so far going through Fred's files is this one, signed by E.V. Rickenbacker. Eddie Rickenbacker, aviation pilot from World War I, an ace, like I said, went on to get the Medal of Honor. And this is signed. And it's a letter to the Bellmead Theater in Nashville, where they had placed him in the theater's Hall of Fame. And this was a letter back to the theater thanking them. And he said if he was ever back in Nashville, he would stop by and visit. And it's signed by Eddie Rickenbacker. And this is a 300. His signature requires a letter, a full letter. 300. It's on his letterhead too from Eastern Airlines. 375. Historical document. $375 on that. That's now up for bid. I still got Japanese, yes, $125 on that. The very best of Talk Talk, the chronological career-spanning compilation of Talk Talk, that's $39.99. Yellow Master Cutter, Yellow Matter Custard, dripping from a dead dog's eye. has one bid for $25 to Robert Warner. Let's try another cut signature. And here's Mr. Conway Twitty. Cut signature, JSA authenticated. Conway's $125 start on Conway. Next, I've got 2 copies of Skinny Puppy, 2 Dark Park. I haven't had this one in a while. $33.99. $33.99 on Skinny Puppy. And David Bowie, the half-speed master of Aladdin Sane. David Bowie is $33.99, and I've got 2 copies of The Darkness, Permission to Land. I believe in a thing called love. The Darkness is $33.99. Looks like I need to tilt my camera up just a little. There we go. All right, so that's all new and sealed stuff and available. All right, Robert, you were the only bidder on the Dale's Pittsburgh, so let me go ahead and sell that to you, or on the Beatles boot from Dale. And as soon as I said that, Richard Yeager bid $30. Dang it. Richard, I would have loved to take in that bid. I already had the word SOLD out of my mouth. All right, but don't worry, because I have another Beatles boot coming up, or we just have more auctions. I need to get back over here. Oh, I have other signed stuff too. I have a signed record here. No, let's try the Saga record. Saga is called Images at Twilight. Saga is a 2021 US original inner sleeve. Saga is a $15 start. All right, Ivan gets the Skinny Puppy, and here we go. So Eddie Rickenbacker, $375, Conway, $125, and let's go over all the no bids, okay? Because I kind of need them put, there's like $4,000 in autographs laying right over here. I need to put them somewhere pretty safe instead of just stacked up right there. So let me clear out this bin. I'm about to figure out who gets these Alice Coopers as well. But before I do that, let's go over every no bid very quickly, because there's hopefully some of this is going to sell. I've got Eminem signed Kamikaze poster, $875. A great price. A great price. Eminem, $875. That is available. It does have a full letter. We have a couple cuts. The first one is Loretta Lynn. That is $95. Loretta Lynn is $95. Conway Twitty's a no bid. I'll go ahead and make him a buy now. $125. The Beach Boys is $1,675. Signed Beach Boys. And that is by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. That is $1,675. I'm going to lay it right there. Signed by Todd McFarlane, Amazing Spider-Man 300. That is $475. And we have a cut signature, Robert Duvall. He's also $95. Marilyn Manson, Heaven Upside Down. Marilyn Manson is up for bid. Excuse me, Marilyn Manson's a buy it now, $575. Full letter of authenticity with that one. Cheap Trick is $375. Cheap Trick is $375. Waylon Jennings is $275. Waylon Jennings is $275. There's the letter of authenticity for Eminem. There's the LOA for Eminem. Over here is Toto 4. Toto 4 is a Japanese pressing, a $35 buy it now. Frank Zappa, $575. I'm kind of surprised that didn't sell. Frank Zappa, $575. MC Chris, $75. MC Chris is Dead, a 2008 OG, signed. That is $75. Jimmy Page, Walking into Clarksdale, Japanese CD, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, $25. Led Zeppelin, Japanese pressing, unless Troy said he wanted this and I missed it, $125. Booker T and Priscilla, a white label promo, $10. 1972 OG. Booker T and Priscilla, a white label promo. That was one of our first auctions, $10 on that. So let's work our way down here. The first question is, how much is Three Doors Down Greatest Hits? Danny Thomason, $34.99. The next question is, how much is Waylon Jennings? It is an unbelievably steal price of $275. If somebody was looking for that, I can't believe they hadn't bought it yet. Troy, thank you. Led Zeppelin, that sold you for $125. Richard Yeager gets Toto for $35. All right, and so next is, I'm going to put the Beach Boy. I don't want anything laying on the Beach Boys. It's $1,675. I'm going to put it over here with Eminem, MC Chris, Frank Zappa, Cheap Trick, and Marilyn Manson. So that's some of the big dogs that hadn't sold tonight. Eminem, Beach Boys, Frank Zappa, Cheap Trick, and Marilyn Manson. That's some of the big boys that hadn't sold. Okay. And then Eddie Rickenbacker is a bot now for $375. And then I'm going to keep these small cuts over here so I don't lose them. Booker T is, let's see here. We got Loretta Lynn, Robert Duvall, Waylon Jennings, and Conway Twitty. And then Booker T is a white label promo, 1972 OG, VG condition, $10. And then there is Todd McFarlane. He's going to go over here with the big boys too. He's $475. Final call to get a bid on Saga. Saga's a 2021 US, $15 start on that. Okay? And then the next question is condition of Booker 2 VG. Jimmy Page signed CD, $25. Jimmy Page is a Japanese CD walking into Clarksdale. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. Unfortunately, not signed by Jimmy Page. That would be, I probably wouldn't have shown it, and it would be, I don't know, over 1,000. I think Jimmy's about 1,000 or more for his nice auto, especially on something like that. All right, those are going right over there, and here we go. Let's get into phase two. We got more new arrivals to show. Marilyn Manson is right here, $575. Heaven Upside Down, signed by Marilyn Manson, autographed with letter of authenticity, $575. It is available. Danny says, I was on the wait list for 3 Doors Down, greatest hits, question mark tagged. I have, are you, I'm trying to figure out, he's asking, did he already get a 3 Doors Down? I had one person on a waiting list, Sandy Villa. Are you sure you're not thinking about the other record? Let's make a note to see if Danny Thomason has a 3 Doors Down greatest hits on his invoice, okay? At this point, I have no idea. The only person I had on wait list is Sandy Villa. Let me step over here and see if they have a new stack of waiting lists for me. All right, here's the Alice Cooper waiting list. Alice Cooper waiting list was Crystal Newman and Ben Dygert. There we go. I was waiting for that one to hit my shelf. And the only other ones I didn't have keyed in was Keith Richards, Eric Clapton. Those are guitars, John Lennon, Sabbath, and Mastodon. Those are going to be in probably tomorrow or next week. And make sure I don't have any more in here. Okay, there's those. I'm going to put those right there. Okay, I think we're ready. Saga's a bot now for $15. Saga's a bot now for $15. So I'm going to put Booker T here, and those are that. I went on last night. Okay, they hadn't even finished watching last night's sale. So let's go ahead and give you one right now. So this is sold to Danny Thomason. They hadn't even finished last night's sale. That is done. All right, are we all good? That was a big cleanup. And now the rest of the night is nothing but new auctions, albums, Japanese, and other autographs, okay? I've still got other autographs. I've waiting for some of this big stuff to sell. I know there's some people thinking. They're probably waiting to see what comes up tonight because they know I have surprises. They're probably calculating. They're probably thinking. Eminem. We have Spider-Man. All those amazing cuts. Including Waylon Jennings, Loretta Lynn, and Conway, and I have more. Todd McFarlane, Rickenbacker, Beach Boys, Zappa, Eminem, Marilyn Manson. Unbelievable. All right, let's go ahead and get another auction going, and it is Tool. And Tool is a 2006 U.S. reissue, the exact same disc as the 1999. So, yeah, this is a very complicated record to look up. Very complicated record to look up. You could have an OG as easily as a brand new copy. Very complex Tool is a $25 start. Tool's a $25 start. Saga is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsdale Jr. for $15. And Fred Cardinale wants 3 Doors Down, and that is sold to Fred Cardinale. What is the name of their debut album? There's already one that came in this week, and there's another one soon. There's another one coming out next month at the end of the month as well. Okay, I have one more comic book that's signed, but before I do that, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And this is Lightning Hopkins Sings the Blues. And Lightning Hopkins Sings the Blues is a 60s reissue, exact year unknown. It is definitely vintage, 60s, and it's sealed. It's never been opened. A $20 start. Rebecca wants on the waiting list. Rebecca wants on the waiting list for 3 Doors Down, okay? And that's greatest hits. Here we go. Am I done over here? I think I am. And 1 second. I've only read through these once. If you need a price, or actually, let me know if you need anything. AC/DC Go Vinyl, $39. Go Skeleton was $33. Wasp, that's on yellow and black Wasp colored vinyl, $36.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $46. Badfinger Head First was $38. Jimmy Page Black Crowes, $38. Nirvana is $36. We have Yes for $36.99. The Very Best of Talk is $39.99. Skinny Puppy, Too Dark Park, $33. David Bowie, the half-speed master, all analog of Aladdin Sane. I don't know if I emphasized that earlier. Half-speed master, all analog, $33.99. And we have Darkness, Permission to Land, $33.99. The Better Life. That has already come in for this week. I think those have already come in. And was that over here in this new stuff? Where is that? I think those have already come in and sold out this week. Didn't we have those when the show started? I thought we did. Wherever that crate is, you might have to give me a second. All right, our next cut signature over here, before I do anything else, is we'll do one of the, we'll do this one here because I feel like it's definitely going to sell. Randy Travis. Randy Travis is a $95 start. Thanks, God bless Randy Travis. Y'all may have remembered not too long ago we had one of these mounted and framed. It was a really cool picture of Randy Travis holding a Grammy, and this was mounted. That's one of the many things you can do with the cut signatures. Frame it with an album jacket or frame it with a photo. Signed by Randy Travis, JSA authenticated, and it's a $95 start. JSA authenticated, Randy Travis, a $95 start. Rebecca Howard wants a Bowie, Aladdin Sane. Let's go through some new stuff here. The last bit on Tool that came in was Chad Smith at 37. Lightning Hopkins is at 33 with Michael Butler, Brandon Lack, and everybody else is out. So those are already going once, going twice, and now Lightning Hopkins is at 40. And I feel like we started the night tonight with that 3 Doors Down album. I think that's the one that's a pre-order that's already come in for this week. What is this right here? Is this it? I'm not for sure. You'll have to give me some. I have been going through so much already tonight. Already a very busy night. The other album then is going to be posted for pre-order very soon over in the group. And they've been putting out new records tonight from the batch of what I've been calling the collection. I've officially named it the batch of 27 or the batch of 20,000. That's the best thing I can call it. Don't really have a name. We didn't get a name with this one, or at least Paul hadn't told me a name. So I've just been calling it the batch of 20,000. Even I think, though, it was like 22,000. So here's some more from the batch of 20,000, which is a lot of records. That's a lot of crates, a lot of boxes. All right, here we go. And the first thing we have is Lightning Hopkins got a new bid for 40 with Stephen Tuttle, which means Michael Butler out. Tool was at 37. And then Lightning Hopkins, 44. Page and Plant CD. Anthony Correa said he would do $20 on this. Sell that to Anthony Correa for $20. Melanie, if you have records to sell, please message our Facebook page. And next thing I have here is John Cougar, American Fool. This is in shrink wrap. Jack and Diane, Hurt So Good, 1999. The Moody Blues, The Present. The Moody Blues is $14.99. Rough Edges, Beanie King. Rough Edges is in shrink wrap, $24.99. All the hits by D.D. Sharp. That's pretty cool. D.D. Sharp, $19.99 on that. And Evelyn Champagne King music box, $9.99. Randy Travis is a $95 buy it now if anybody wants that. Lightning Hopkins is a $45. Tool is sold. And Tool is sold to Chad Smith for $37. That's gone. Over here, I'm going to grab a new Japanese pressing. Let's work out of this box for a while. We have a Japanese pressing of Miles Davis 4 and More. Miles Davis 4 and More. A beautiful near mint minus Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. That is Miles Davis 4 and More with the insert. Jacket is beautiful. Almost said gatefold cover, not a gatefold. And that's a $35 start. Randy Travis is sold to Jeff Church for $95. Thank you. I figured that would bring 100, 125, 145, 155. Well, Jeff got it for $95. Nazareth 2XS. Nazareth is $19.99. And the Moody Blues, we've already shown and sold Days of Future Past. Here is In Search of the Lost Chord, $19.99. Nat King Cole, the Golden Library Collection. Nat King Cole was $34.99. Javi, I just thought about you. The Saga's already sold. That's why I didn't answer your question. I'm sorry. That's one of those that I answered in my head and didn't answer out loud. Saga is already sold, but here is another one. Here's another Saga. This one's called Symmetry. Saga's a 2021. It's a 2LP, and it's a $20 start. Saga's a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Miles Davis is a Japanese pressing. $35 start on that. Also, we have Shame, Shame, Shirley and Company. $19.99 on that. Also, George Clinton, Computer Games. Nice. A 1982. $29.99 on George Clinton. And the Jones Sisters, Singin' We Go. The Jones Sisters, $9.99. Our next signed cut is going to go up right now, and it's Mr. Carl Perkins. Carl Perkins is a $75 start. Best wishes from Carl Perkins. Cut signature from the legendary Sun recording artist, Carl Perkins. $75 start on him. Next here is Country My Way, Nancy Sinatra. Nancy is $34.99. And Simon & Garfunkel Collected Works. Simon & Garfunkel's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LP box set. 5 LP Simon & Garfunkel, $49.99. And Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Beautiful Loser. $24.99 on Bob Seger. Original Purple Capitol label, $24.99. Are we done on Lightning Hopkins? Steven, you've been outbid. Saga already has a bid for $20. And we have Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland, $19.99. Signed Carl Perkins. Starting bid is $75. Going once, going twice. Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder. Van Morrison is $34.99. And Tattoo. Tattoo is $19.99. Next is Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. Nancy and Lee, $27.99. Nancy and Lee, that's a very popular one there. Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie's $9.99. And Madonna, her self-titled debut in shrink wrap here. And the original sleeve. Wow, Madonna, $34.99 on Madonna. Let's go ahead and make Miles Davis a buy it now for $35. That's Miles Davis 4 and More. And Miles Davis is a BIN, a no bid, for a $35 buy it now. It can be bought right now for $35, and that's a Japanese pressing. Absolutely near mint minus and pristine. That's going to be right there for a $35 buy it now. Let's put this right over here. That's a buy it now. Here is this. And then also we have Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual. That is $26.99. Saga's about to sell just one bid for $20. And the Screaming Blue Messiahs, Gun Shy. Screaming Blue Messiahs is $19.99. Linda Ronstadt, Living in USA. That's $9.99. And the Stone Ponies featuring Linda Ronstadt. Wow. What is that doing in the bin? Very nice. It's an orange label reissue, but that is $24.99. Carl Perkins can be bought for a buy it now of $75. There's Carl Perkins if you want them. I do have another signed comic book here. I do have another signed comic book by Stan Lee. Yes, the Stan Lee and John Cassidy. And this is, if it was, I had Steve help me out with the grading. He says it would probably come back a 9.4, so a really high grade comic book. The Avengers, Captain America, and it's signed by Stan Lee and John Cassidy. And it's got 2 signatures. This requires a full letter from JSA, Stan Lee, and that's a $375 start on Stan Lee. This is a $375 start. Really cool there. Has Iron Man on it, Captain America, Thor, Submariner, $375 on that. That's now up for bid. First is Michael Rudolph on Cyndi Lauper. Girls just want to have fun time after time. Fred said he would do $30 on the Miles Davis. Let's go ahead and sell that to Fred. Fred, you get Miles Davis for $30. Ron Burns gets the Stone Ponies. That is sold. And then S Saga has a new bid for $21. Wow, I was just about to sell that. Alonzo just bid $21 on that. Richard Yeager wants the Nancy and Lee. That's sold to Richard Yeager. Thank you. That's sold to you. He's out on Lightning Hopkins, so let's go ahead and sell this. LH, Lightning Hopkins is sold to Michael Butler for $47. And then Saga, the last bid on Saga was $20, and that was with Rob Shaw. So, Rob, you've been outbid on Saga. Alonzo just bid $21 on that. Here's the Moody Blues Caught Live plus 5, $19.99 on the Moody Blues, and Spanking Her Gang featuring Sunday Will Never Be the Same, $19.99 on that. Our next cut signature is going to go up right now, and it's Eddie Arnold. Very cool. This is like almost like a magazine clipping with like a feature, and he actually dated it. This was signed in 1966. Jace Authenticated. That's only a $45 start for Mr. Eddie Arnold. $45 start on that. The Sunny Side of Cher. Cher is $19.99. And Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Also, this is $99.99. What is it? It's not, I don't know what it is. $99.99. Looks like some kind of very good sock or rock album or something here. It's Sir Lord Baltimore, Mercury Records, beautiful vinyl. Unipack sleeve, that is $99.99. That looks very interesting. I don't know what it is or what year or what genre. John just slapped the price on it. S&G is sold, and that is Ron Burns. S&G was not Carole King. It wasn't Sunny. It wasn't Spanking Her Gang. It was Spanking Her Gang. That sold. Saga's at $22. And then we have Sunny at $25. Sunny at $25, and Final Call on the Stan Lee Avengers for $375, and Final Call on Eddie Arnold for $45. I'll wait before I add another auction. Simple Minds, New Gold Dream. Simple Minds is $29.99. That's not just something that's normally in the bins. Simple Minds is $29.99. Carly Simon, Boys in the Tree. Carly Simon is $9.99. And Melanie, Stone Ground Words. Melanie is $9.99. Flashdance soundtrack. Flashdance is $19.99. And Big Country, Look Away. That's a 12-inch single from Big Country, $19.99. Now Saga's at $25. If anybody wants Eddie Arnold, he is a buy it now for $45. He is a buy it now for $45. Go with Bo Diddley. That is a chest reissue in shrink wrap, very clean. No condition notes, $29.99. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, that's $9.99. And the Essex, and that is $19.99. Travis, thank you for sending 3 dots. Travis's 3 dots was the first comment over on Facebook in the last 4 minutes. That means we got a lot of people eating potato chips and watching and not claiming records. Michael Butler gets Big Country. Thank you. Michael has awoken back the chat. We have El Chicano. El Chicano is $24.99. And Tommy Edwards, Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $19.99. I'm just going to have to post these in the group tomorrow morning, and I'm going to do a flip video, and I'm going to say, look, all these records last night were not claimed. Now they can be claimed to this morning at 6 a.m. over on a whole lot of records, and the people that can't watch right now that are at some kind of function or work are going to tune in, and they're going to buy all these, and then you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I go ahead and get that Lord Baltimore album for $99.99? I believe it's self-titled, Brent. I believe it's Lord Baltimore by Lord Baltimore. Yeah. It's self-titled. There's very little written on the cover, and I got very little information, but it's a Unipack SRM 1613, and here it is, Lord Baltimore. Yeah, very nice disc. It is self-titled. That is $99.99. Denise is eating pasta. Yeah, she's got me on her TV. She's eating pasta and just watching me fly through these records. Somehow Saga is still up. Alonzo has it for $25. I'm about to sell it. If anybody wants Stan Lee, he is $375, signed with letter of authenticity. I'm going to put him right over here. If anybody wants that, just let me know. Next thing we have is Kicks. Now, Kicks has some condition issues. It is OG. It's got a damaged cover and the vinyl's VG, but it is a 1981 US OG Allied pressing of Kicks, and that is a $5 start on Kicks. Just a $5 start. Exposure is $19.99. Also, we have 20 super hits by the Rolling Stones. That's a really cool West German compilation. $34.99 on that. The Best of Sam and Dave. Soul Man, Hold On, I'm Coming. Incredible. Sam and Dave, $29.99. Also, this is Peaches and Herbs Greatest Hits. That's a really cool cover. Peaches and Herbs is $14.99. We have Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $9.99. And MC5, Back in the USA, a 1970 CTH original pressing. MC5 is $64.99. How long after winning a bid should I expect an invoice? We invoice 1 day a week. We invoice on Mondays. So our new invoicing cycle started this Sunday. This Sunday, when I was walking around the store selling stuff, that started a new invoicing cycle. $8 unlimited shipping. As much as you want to buy, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, Friday, and Saturday. So you've got 6 nights. We will not invoice you until Monday. So those 6 nights, technically 7, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 7 nights, open box, as much as you want to buy for $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping, but you won't get an invoice. So if you buy something on Monday, you won't get an invoice till the next Monday. 1 invoicing cycle. That way you have plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the $8 unlimited shipping. All right, so Saga was at 25, and then another bid for 26, and then another bid for 27. And then Kicks has a bid for 5, Kicks has a bid for 10, and Ron Burns on Linda Ronstadt. And next is stepping away from that. I got staying off on the Waylon. I am going to pass. I doubt I'll take any less for Waylon, honestly. My next option on that was to list it on eBay, probably $499.99 best offer, because I think it is at a great price right now. Simple Minds is sold to Hendry Smink. Hendry gets Simple Minds. That is sold to Hendry Smink. Thank you. And I'm just going to read through these titles one more time. Okay, I'm just going to read through these titles one more time. And yeah, the Waylon, Danny, you need to just go ahead and say, I'll take it. I'm telling you. You just need to go ahead and say, thanks, Chad, for the great price. I'll go ahead and take it. Otherwise, you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I buy that? Let's read through these titles one more time. Kicks is at $10. Michael Butler grabs Lord Baltimore. Michael's like, I'm going to go ahead and get that right now. And that is sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. Awesome. There's still some great stuff in here. Thank you, Hendry, on the Simple Minds. And now Saga is officially sold to Alonzo for $27. We got Blue Million auction still to put up. Let's go ahead and put up another one right now. Oh, man. What about Sun Ra and his orchestra? Sun Ra is a 1978 U.S. reissue. It does have a corner clip, VG++ EX-. Sun Ra is a $25 start. Sun Ra and his orchestra. If you didn't know this by now, Waylon Jennings is no longer signing autographs. He is no longer signing autographs. Kicks is self-titled. The cover is damaged. It's damaged there. It does have a promo strip. It is a gold stamp promo. It is a gold stamp promo, but it's VG with a damaged cover. $5 start on Kicks, and now we're at $15. Sun Ra is a $25 start. 1978, and it's now up for bid. Bid high and bid often. Sun Ra is now up for bid. Let's grab a new Japanese. These are all new arrival sticker price. So is the next crate and the crate after that. Here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know. John Cougar, the Moody Blues, Benny King, D.D. Sharp, Evelyn Champagne King, Nazareth, Moody Blues, Nat King Cole, Shirley and Company, George Clinton, the Jones Sisters, Nancy Sinatra, Simon and Garfunkel, Bob Seger, Nazareth, Van Morrison, Tattoo, Melanie, Madonna still available, self-titled debut and Shrink, $34.99, Screaming Blue Messiahs, Linda Ronstadt, Moody Blues, Sonny and Cher, Carole King, Carly Simon, Melanie, Bo Diddley, Flashdance soundtrack, The Essex, El Chicano, Tommy Edwards, Expose, The Rolling Stones, Sam and Dave, also MC5, and Peaches and Herb. And Greg Herman wants the Madonna. And I said this earlier about the Waylon Jennings autographed. Every one that has sold on eBay was not authenticated. And if you search Waylon signed and you throw in that keyword JSA, Beckett, or PSA, prices go up exponentially. Exponentially. Johnny, all these in here are sticker price. So the price on Tattoo Johnny is $19.99. That's the price on Tattoo. Alex Kane gets MC5. I'm surprised there wasn't 30 or 40 other people try to get that. Unbelievable. Actually, Chris asked price and info. It is a 70 CTH. $64.99. Chris asked, and then Alex Kane claimed it. So Alex Kane claimed it. There's that. Next is Rolling Stones info, Sam and Dave info. Hope everybody's like, holy crap, Chad's going through some incredible records, and we're just letting them fly by and not paying attention. This is 20 super hits. This is a German pressing, a Deca red label German pressing and shrink wrap. 20 super hits, $34.99. Wow, that's available still. Johnny said he will take Tattoo. Johnny, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, say yes. First-time buyer. First-time buyer. Also, Chris says, Alex, it's all yours. Alex, you get MC5. Thank you on that. The other question is Sam and Dave. Another one. No condition notes on Sam and Dave, $29.99. Unbelievably, Sun Ra does not have a bid. Going once, going twice for a $25 start on Sun Ra, and Kicks is tied. Allen bid $17, and then Johnny, you tied him. So Kenny Stanley, you're out. Johnny, you're out. And if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. He is. Thank you. Make sure you register. The link to the description or the link to our website is in the description of this video. It is in the description of this video. So make sure you have registered on our website. James Rayner wants the Rolling Stones. Make sure Patrick Fu doesn't want it. If you don't Patrick Fu, just let me know. And next is going to be what? I have what is going on here? Kicks info, Sun Ra, Stones, and let's grab a new crate, okay? Let's grab a new crate. Where am I going to put this one is the question. Holy moly. I have made a mess. All right, let me just grab this. Johnny says I'm registered. Okay, thank you and welcome, Johnny. That's just Johnny over on YouTube. Kicks is still tied, so you're out on Kicks. Let me know if you want back in. Patrick passes on the Stones, so this is sold then to James Rayner. Thank you on that. All right, we're about to put up all new auctions. Let me grab a new crate right quick, okay? As soon as I squatted down to set down that crate, and my knees popped. It sounded like a shotgun. Pow, pow. All right, let's see what's going on in this crate. Man, big new collection. Lots of stuff going on when we bring out a big new collection. We just have a couple crates here to go through. A couple more new crates, and then I'm going to be doing discount, buy it now, best offer, and stuff like that. But I would take advantage of the new arrivals while they're out. If you want something, grab it. If not, it could get gone like poof, and it's gone. Poof, and it's gone. So let me grab this and put it right over here. And Kevin Cassidy wants Sam and Dave. Kicks is at 25, Sun Ra info. Okay, here we go. Next is, here we go, and Kicks and George Clinton. Was there a George Clinton, Sun Ra, Kicks, and that, okay? So the first thing we have is Kicks. Kicks details. Kicks is a 1981 U.S. Allied original, company inner sleeve, VG condition. Company inner sleeve, VG condition. It does have a damaged cover. So Kicks does have some damage here, right here on the cover and the back, okay? Cover, front, and back. VG, and that's $25. Sun Ra is a 1978 U.S. reissue. It does have a corner clip, VG++/EX, and that is a no bid, looking for a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Signed poster, and Kevin Cassidy wants Sam and Dave. This is sold to Kevin Cassidy. Okay, this is sold to Kevin Cassidy. Kevin Cassidy, this is sold to you. There's that. The only other Waylon Jennings items I have that are signed, I got a couple signed Waylon Jennings movie posters. And I don't know where they're at. Right over here is a storage room next to me. It has all of our autographs in it. Somewhere in there are a couple signed Waylon Jennings movie posters, or maybe at least one. I don't know. I remember seeing them. I know they got authenticated, but I don't know where they're at. So, but Danny, I will say, I gave you a steal on that Waylon Jesse poster. The day after I sold that, somebody asked if I still had it for $275. And I said, no, I somehow only sold it to Danny, and I think I had to pay shipping on it. So I sold that at an unbelievably great price to you. I will say that. You got a steal. I think somebody, they may even be watching, they got on the next night and said, do you still have that for $275? And I was like, no, somehow Danny convinced me to sell it to him for a lot less that night. And I think I had to pay postage. So that was an absolute disaster on my end. Head East, flat as a pancake, $19.99. Head East, flat as a pancake, $19.99. There it is. We get asked about that record a lot. Never been any reason. The Ames Brothers, Living Stereo, $9.99. Danny, that poster you got signed by Jesse and Waylon is about a $500 piece I sold to you for $120. It's all day a $500 item. The Ames Brothers, Living Stereo. We have The Good Things in Life, Tony Bennett, $9.99. That's available. The Best of B.B. King is $24.99. And we have The Pretenders, Get Close. The Pretenders is $24.99. Sun Ra and his orchestra is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. I'm going to put it right over here. Sun Ra is a buy it now for $25. First is Todd Gets Head East. That's so to Todd Saw. Next, Stephen Lewis Jr. has Kicks for $25. Johnny, you're out. Alan Hagen, you're out. We're about to sell it. They're out. We're about to sell it for $25 then. Renaissance Charade is a $9.99. Renaissance is $9.99. And Cream, Wheels of Fire. Cream is $34.99. Wheels of Fire, $34.99. Wheels of Fire. And Lady Blacksmith Mambazo. We sold one of her records earlier, or one of their lady records, one of their records, her lady records, one of the two, $14.99 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. Sometimes y'all talk me into these crazy late night deals, like I'll be asking something and then y'all talk me down. Then the next morning people will be watching the replay and they'll be like, please tell me you didn't sell that for $150. I would have bought it for $350. That's why sometimes before I take some kind of crazy offer, I'm like, let me wait before I sell that for a lot less than I'm asking. It happens all the time. Ed will be like, I've got bad news. So-and-so messaged the page and said they would have bought that for $350. You already sold it to so-and-so for $225. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why did I do that? Here's our next auction. This is a 2008 Italian original, and this is Imperetti. How do you say this? Impellettery. Impellitteri. The Nature of the Beast. Only time ever pressed to vinyl worldwide. Only one copy on sale on Discogs for $192, and it's in Indonesia. So the only way you're going to buy this on Discogs right now, it's over $200, and you got to get it from Indonesia. $45 start on that. Kicks is officially sold in to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $25. This is sold for $25 to Stephen Lewis Jr. That's sold for $25. Next thing we have is the Brothers Johnson. Look out for number one. $14.99 on the Brothers Johnson. War is $29.99. Boy, that's one I don't see as often. War self-titled, no condition notes on this. This entire crate, that's beautiful too. This entire crate is EX or better. The Pretenders condition is $24.99. I can't believe no one's bought that. I can't believe no one's bought War. Can't believe nobody's bought Brothers Johnson or Lady Blacksmith or Cream or Best of B.B. King. Also, we have Whatever Julie Wants. Julie London is $19.99, and Hot Chocolate, going through the motions, Hot Chocolate is $19.99. Brent gets War. War is sold to Brent. War is sold to Brent. Also over here, we got David Bowie going up for auction. David Bowie Live is a 1974 U.S. Indianapolis original pressing. This is OG orange label David Bowie, a 2LP gatefold. The vinyl's nice, EX or better. A $35 start on that. Next is Rolling Stones Dirty Work. This is $34.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. This is an OG, $34.99 on that. Chris X does want the Pretenders. That is sold to Chris X. And we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits. This is $9.99. That is Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits. And we have Bob Seger's Smokin' OPs, a German pressing from Palladium. This album is not in print. It's never been released for streaming. It's a very bizarre release by Bob Seger. The vinyl, always popular, $39.99. Michael Murphy, $9.99. I got a great deal from autograph from you in my continued business return. Thank you, Craig Thomas. Yeah, I got to hand out deals. That's why I'm here. I got to hand out deals. If I wasn't handing out deals, y'all wouldn't be here, right? Amazing. Or offering great stuff. Most of the stuff I try to find reasonable comps on. And usually the autographs I've done myself, and I have done extensive price research. So usually if I've priced an autograph, it is very close to like a fair price. Maybe lay off the Waffle House and Subway and energy drinks and I'll make better decisions. That would probably be great advice too. Bowie 35, Todd Saw on the Olivia Newton-John Greatest Hits. Bowie 35, Bowie 35, and Bowie 36. Here we have Nat King Cole. This is $9.99. Nat King Cole, $9.99. The Moody Blues Octave is $14.99. And The Man and His Music, Nat King Cole, that is $19.99. And The Best of King Curtis, $29.99. Bowie 35, and Bowie 37. What genre is this? I guess it's metal. Is this metal? Does anybody know anything about this band? Frontier Records, IMPELLITTERI. I don't know anything about them, but it's a $45 start. There's that. All right, there is that. And David Bowie is at 37. Bootlegs are a wild hair. Thing about bootlegs is typically, especially on Discogs, it's just like whatever they sell for. Like some of these Beatle bootlegs I've sold, I've never seen another one. Right, Laura? She just said yes. Next thing we have here is Dog Fashion Disco Cult Classics. Dog Fashion Disco is a 2002 U.S. original. There are no copies for sale on this record right now. No copies for sale, and it's signed by the band. Dog Fashion Disco Cult Classic is a $75 start. That is now up for bid. Bowie 37, Impa Loretti is at 45, and Bowie's at 40. Lost Connection, what are the buy it nows and auctions? I've got a bunch of buy it nows, and somebody asked if Booker T's still available. Richard Yeager it is, and it's just $10. Booker T is available for $10. Booker T and Priscilla, homegrown white label promo. We also still have Sun Ra. So the two no bids that's not an autographed or miscellaneous item is Booker T and Priscilla, homegrown, a white label promo. That is $10. Richard Yeager, it's available. Also, Sun Ra and his orchestra, live at Montreux, 78 US. Unbelievably, that's still available for $25. And then I've got autographs from Eddie Arnold. We have Carl Perkins. We got Conway Twitty, the Waylon Jennings, Danny Wantz, Robert Duvall, and Loretta Lynn. That's our no-bid cut signatures. I've got a stack this thick of more over here that I hadn't got to yet, but most of them I don't have price comps on. Richard Yeager said he will take Booker T for $10. Thank you, Richard. That's so to you. Next thing, the next question is, what did Harper sell? Harper Lee sold for $750. Harper Lee sold for $750. Next thing is Sun Ra. Fred Cardinal wants that for $25. Sun Ra is sold to Fred Cardinal for $24. There's another bid on Impa Loretti for $45. And then how much is Conway and Carl Perkins? $55. Let me check my price chat. Let me check my price sheet over here. The price on Conway Twitty, cut Conway is $125, and then Carl Perkins, we got an offer for $55 with Brent Robley. What did I have on that one? $75. We have a Carl Perkins. Let me think on that one. First, Sun Ra sold, and we have an offer on Waylon for $2. And let me see what else we have here. Conway's $125. Brent offered $55 for Carl. I had him at $75, okay? That was a great crate. This crate here is almost full as well. But first is David Bowie. That's got a lot of bids over here. Impa Loretti's now at $50. Bowie's at $45 of Chris X. Marshmallow Pipe, you are outbid on that, okay? You are outbid on that, on the David Bowie. And the Impa Loretti's at $51. And Dog Fashion Disco, those records are scarce. We've sold every one that we've put up so far this week and last week and the week before. It's a $75 start. It is signed, and those 3 signatures are JSA authenticated. The cheapest Impa Loretti for sale right now, the only one for sale is over in Indonesia, and it's $200. Right now, the bid on that's $41. Carl, I will split the difference. I will do Carl Perkins for $65, mostly because I think I have another one. And then Waylon, and then I've kind of told Danny I'm going to keep this right now at $275. And since I just told him that, I'm going to keep this at least probably, unless you get really close to $275 like Brent just did on Carl Perkins, unless we're just $5-10 from making an offer, I think I'm going to keep Waylon at $275. I just seen where no sold autographs of his had authentication with them. Reputable authentication. So on that, And then Imploretti is at 75. Okay, there's that. That was a great crate. Let me read through these one more time. And thank you, Robert Vladerchek, for the comment. Appreciate that. Okay. Next thing I have is the Ames Brothers, the blend and the beat. We had Tony Bennett. If you need a price, let me know. The best of BB King. We still got Renaissance Cream. Wheels of Fire in the White Room. We have Ladysmith Black Mambazo. The Brothers Johnson is still available. Julie London, Hot Chocolate. The Rolling Stones, Bob Seger still available. Michael Martin Murphey, Nat King Cole, The Moody Blues, Nat King Cole, and the best of King Curtis. That's still available as well. Dog Fashion Disco is a buy it now for $75. And then the only other albums, there's no other albums that hadn't sold that's not autographs except for MC Chris and the Marilyn Manson and the Beach Boys, which are, well, MC Chris, I can put it over here with the regular stuff. It is signed, but it's a 2008 U.S. original. And some of these have sold not signed for as much as $100. I was asking 75 on that as well. So Dog Fashion and MC Chris, 75 on that. Okay, and then Show the Waylon Close. Is there a letter or tag only? It is Waylon Jennings. It's on a blue index card, JS authenticated. It was notated when he signed it, June 12th, 1990. There's nothing on it, just Waylon Jennings. Just Waylon Jennings, okay? Those are all still available. And then we got a negotiating going on for Carl Perkins. Imploretti has jumped up to $75. Now a final call. How much is Michael Martin Murphy with Wildfire? $9.99. These are all new arrival sticker price. Fred said he would do 65 on Dog Fashion Disco. So to Fred Carnell. All right, let's go through another new arrivals crate. Another new arrivals crate. Carl Perkins is sold to Brent Robley for $65. Conway is $125. I've got Conway, Waylon, Eddie Arnold, Robert Duvall, Loretta, and there's Carl Perkins sold for $65. Man, Dale had, this is from Fred's collection. Y'all remember Dale Pittsburgh? He had a bunch of signed Carl Perkins, and we had so many, I started letting them go for cheap, crazy prices. And since I've looked this up, I've went, dang, I wish I had some of those back, because a nicely signed Carl Perkins album, most people's not trying to sell them too cheap on there. Once again, he's somebody else that's no longer signing autographs. Rest in peace to some of these people. They can't be signing anything else. If they are, then you have some kind of crazy machine, and I want access to it. It's called a time machine. All right, let's bring up another crate. Let me do a quick flip here, and this crate here is full, so we have filled up already 3 crates tonight. Plus, we've sold some insane stuff tonight. The Iron Maiden sold for $3,266 tonight. You heard me right. That sold tonight for $3,266. That was one of the showpieces of the night. And I still got some crazy stuff over here that I can't believe hadn't sold. So just saying. Let's bring these right over here. And Imploretti is sold, and that's sold to Alex Kane. Let me start a new crate. These auctions are done. Let's get all new stuff going over here. This crate here is full as it can be. Let me grab a new empty crate. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. All right. Here we go. Michael Martin Murphy was $9.99, no condition notes. It was nice. Imploretti is sold for $75 to Alex Kane. And then David Bowie is right here. David Bowie, David Bowie, David Bowie, David Bowie, David Bowie, David Bowie, David Bowie. Chris X, $45 sold. Here we go. I'm going to put these cuts right over here. There's that. Any Louvin Brothers? I have signed Louvin Brothers albums. I have albums signed over here by the Louvin Brothers. It's in my to-do pile, but there's so many other autographs to get to, I can't do it over here. Man, this has been asked about a bunch. An OG copy of Nazareth. We've been asked about this. I finally have one here. Nazareth is a $25 start. Hair of the Dog. OG Nazareth, $25 start. OG Nazareth, $25 start. I summoned Rebecca by saying, here's our next auction. Our next auction is going to be Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk, Thelonious Monk is a 1963 OG Columbia 2i stereo in VG condition. A $15 start on that. A $15 start on that. And there is that. There's this. There's those. Also, don't forget about this. And all Johnny Cash. Yep, all the Johnny Cash were bad. I do not have a Johnny Cash in stock. All those came back bad. Be careful with secretarials. Johnny Cash rarely signed autographs. Clint Eastwood rarely signed autographs. Be careful, those kind of guys. They just didn't sign stuff in the mail. They didn't sign stuff in the mail. If you called them out in public, they probably would have. Here's a Louvin Brothers. Let's do this one right here. Let's do this one right here. Here we go. Somebody asked for Louvin Brothers. What better way to do a request for an auction than to bring one up already signed? And this is from Fred's collection. You can tell because it's signed. Kindest regards to Fred, Charlie Louvin. Keep your eyes on Jesus. It's an original mono copy from Capitol Records. It's been stored in a polyline bag. It's probably EX or better, and it's signed by Charlie Louvin. Kindest regards to Fred. The signature has been JSA authenticated, and it's a $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Satan is real. I've already sold that. We already sold that. One of the first things back in 2019 I pulled out of Fred's collection, he had an original Louvin Brothers, Satan is Real, and it was signed, and we sold that 6 years ago. And guess what? It's 2025, and we're still selling signed albums from Fred's collection. We're still selling those. Secretarials, no, I destroy those. I've got quite the collection of bad autographs. I'm about to do a video and take pictures to warn people and show people. And then the albums, I'm going to try to alter them where they can't be resold. And then the cuts and stuff, I'm just going to destroy them. I don't want them to end up back in circulation and somebody try to do a scam on them. You could very easily scam somebody with those. We have Lord Sutch and Heavy Friends. Lord Sutch is $29.99. Jimmy Page, John Bottom, Jeff Beck, Noel Redding, Nippy Hopkins. This should immediately sell. Lord Sutch is $29.99. Frank Sinatra, September of My Years, $14.99. We have 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. 10 Years After is $19.99. The Best of Wes Montgomery, $19.99. Wes Montgomery and Bob Welch, Man Overboard, $9.99. Let's go back over here and see what we left off. Nazareth got a bid for $25. Nazareth got a bid for $25. Curtis Fred Carnell already bought Dog Fashion Disco for $65. Naz $30. Monk $15. Monk $15. Monk $17. Monk $18. Did I miss any air horns? You've missed 4 air horns so far. We need a handwritten Taylor Swift CD. I know somebody who has the most Taylor Swift autographs probably in America. But he's got them for investment purposes. He rarely sells them. Monk 18, Monk 21, Monk 25. Dog Fashion Disco is at 65. Monk is at 26. All right, so let me figure out what just I said. Monk 26. Dog Fashion Disco, Curtis, is already sold. Danny, the last crate was New Arrival, sticker price. Monk 26. Richard Yeager on Lord Sutch, that is sold. And Chris X is next, and Monk out. So I've got all the bad autographs still. I hadn't really done much with them. I've got them mostly to show y'all how easily somebody could be fooled if you don't have a really trained eye looking at this stuff. Steve Winwood is $19.99. Steve Winwood is $19.99 in Great Moments in Sports. This looks pretty cool. $19.99 baseball, football, boxing, horse racing, hockey, and the Olympics. And we have famous football songs of the Southwest Conference. There you have it, $19.99. Monk is at $30 with Johnny. That's still getting bids. Final call to get a bid on the Louvin Brothers. Danny says, you're killing me. Michael Martin Murphy. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you. Monk is at $30 with Johnny. New bidder over on YouTube. He's registered. Danny on GMS. That is Great Moments in Sports. That's sort of Danny Thomason. That looked really cool. And what about Nazareth over here? Lord, don't, whatever the lyrics is, the cowbell, messing with a... Todd Saw has that for $30. What's the lyrics to that song? And Nazareth is $30, and the Louvin Brothers is about to be a bot now. Okay. You know Travis Kelce, no? Isn't that amazing, though? Travis Kelce could just sit there and have Taylor sign photos all day, and he could just make a living selling them on eBay. Travis could have a eBay account called I'm Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift's boyfriend, and just every day have her sign a guitar and then sell it for $3,000 and then a this and that. Of course, that kind of money's pennies to him. Next thing we have is how to improve your fishing. Wow, what a record. How to improve your fishing. $19.99. Hair of the dog is up for auction. And how to improve your fishing. John Dykeman. Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy, $14.99. And an evening with Groucho Marx. Groucho is $29.99. And Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, $19.99. Leuven Brothers is $45. It's a buy it now. Keep your eyes on Jesus. Signed by Charlie Leuven. I'm going to put it in a fresh, brand new sleeve. It was in a sleeve that Fred had it in probably since 1987. And now I'm putting it in another sleeve. It's JSA authenticated, and it's a buy it now for $45. Signed by Charlie Leuven. There it is. Jeremy Johnson says he'll take it. Boom. So did Jeremy Johnson for $45. Nazareth. This did not get another bid, and it's sold to Todd Saw. And Todd, that is sold to you for $30. Thank you. You've had that for over 5 minutes. There is that. There is that. There is that. That's sold. And now Monk is called Monk's Dream. Thelonious Monk, a 1963 USOG in VG condition. And the last bid on the Monk that came in was Michael McCullen at $31. Johnny over on YouTube, you have been outbid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this. It is a 2020 US original. I don't know what it is, though. Lords of Diesel. Fire Deuce, Lords of Diesel. It is signed, JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. I don't know a lot about this, but it got authenticated by JSA in our last bunch. So $35 start on that. Next is the Fabulous Thunderbirds, What's the Word? Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99, and Styx Equinox, $19.99. Guy, I will reach out to my Taylor Swift autograph source and see what I can do. I bet we could probably do some trading with the dude. I bet I can get a hold of some. Perez Parado, Live in Stereo, $9.99. And Steve Martin. Yes, I need to go back to the top. Steve Martin on Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you. Yeah, that's sold to Kelly. Steve Martin is sold. Lord of Diesel already has a bid for $35, and Styx is $19.99. Styx is $19.99, and Summer Fun Volume 1, a compilation with Phil Collins, Beach Boys, Pat Benatar, Quarter Flash, Rod Stewart, Blondie's on here. That is $14.99. And the Indianapolis 500, that is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Next is what? Alabama here. I actually pulled this out of the bin to put it up for auction. Y'all know we sold that rare Alabama signed album earlier, their third album on the private label. I've never seen this Alabama before. It's just called Alabama. I think it's a German compilation. It is. It's some kind of German compilation. Alabama is a $15 start. I've learned one thing. Alabama collectors are large and in charge, especially that watch our shows, because we have sold some incredible stuff. I have some more cut signatures here. I got another country legend over here, but I'm officially over here on the side now trying to do some quick research on a few of these cuts. I've got to the point where we've pretty much sold off everything that I had ready, and now the rest of it's going to be kind of surprises, etc., etc. But I do have more signed country albums that I already know the price of, and I'm going to start slipping those in as well. Don't forget about this incredible collection of Japanese stuff I still have the auction, but that's definitely going to roll over until tomorrow as well. And yeah, I figured this was probably not too bad. Yeah, let me see if there's any with this keyword right here. The keyword is JSA. That always helps the value. Yeah, so there's only one JSA item sold, and that was a baseball. So this is Charlie Pride. Charlie Pride is JSA. It's a cut signature. Charlie Pride, signed cut signature. The possibilities are endless. You can frame it with a photo, frame it with an album. Charlie Pride is going to be a $45 start. JSA authenticated. That's up for bid. Next thing we have is James Rayner on Summer Fun. That's sold to James Rayner. And then next is Alabama at $15. And then Alabama 15, Alabama 20. Monk is at 32. And then we've got Fairway Records presents The Roots of Rock and Roll. That is $19.99. I have Old Town Doo-Wop, 40 local groups 40 vocal groups from classic, legendary New York R&B labels. That is $26.99. And Billie Holiday, The Lady Sings, 1944 to 1950. Billie Holiday, this is a 3 LP box set, $34.99. And Alabama, The Closer You Get, Dixieland Delight. Alabama is $19.99. Alabama with Dixieland Delight. That is $19.99. Do I have more Louvin Brothers? I do. Let me go over here and get them. I've got other signed country albums over here on this rack. What do I have over here? I've got Bill Monroe. He's pretty pricey, but if y'all want to see it, we'll do it. I've got Smothers Brothers, Al Hurt, and we did sell a Glenn Campbell earlier, and I'm going to try to throw up another one as well. And I actually have another Loretta Lynn and another Glenn Campbell, or did I already say that? So yeah, we got some really killer ones here. I'm over here on my autograph rack where we're still doing some stuff. But yeah, let's try to do another Louvin Brothers here. Here we go. Let's see where we're at on the bids. We got a 10 billion things to offer. Hopefully y'all don't have to work in the morning, right? Let's see where we left off. Charlie Pride has a bid with John Darden for $45. Alabama's at 20, now 21. Monk, 34. Danny wants Alabama in the bin. Make sure this goes in for $19.99, please. Make sure Alabama goes in for $19.99. Alabama 28, Monk is at 36, and Colleen Cook wants Billie Holiday. In the back is the Beatles Past Masters, $49.99. Beatles Past Masters, $49.99. So quick update. I think the Fire Diesel just got one bid for $35, and that was, or Lord of Diesel. Yeah, Rebecca, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $35. Rebecca gets Lord of Diesel for $35. Lord of Diesel for $35. Okay, so that's done. The name of Alabama is called Alabama. It's technically self-titled. It's pressed in Germany. It's just called Alabama. My home's in Alabama. Feels so right. Love is in the first degree. Why, lady, why? Getting over you. I want to come over. Fantasy. Old Flame, Tennessee River. Some other place, some other time. Can't forget about you. Get it while it's hot. Woman back home. See the embers, feel the flame, and I'm stoned. Monk is a 62. A 63 U.S. original, Columbia 2i stereo in VG condition. It's at $38. And then here is this. And now we have Alabama with Tom Sullivan at 28. Okay? We good to go? Next auction is the Louvin Brothers on Capitol Records. This is Nearer My God to Thee. Thanks, Fred, for remembering. Thanks, Fred, for remembering. I can't read that last part. Thanks, Fred, for remembering something. Signed by Charlie Louvin. $45 start. $45 start. Earlier, Capitol label there, that teal mono 825 beautiful disc. $45 start, JSC authenticated. That is now up for bid. Monks at 39. Specific Todd, it would be impossible to look for something. If it's something new, we can order it for you. If it's something OG, it just whenever it pops up, it would be impossible to look for something. Impossible to look for something, okay? Thanks for remembering yesterday. Thanks for remembering yesterday. There we go. Thanks for remembering yesterday. There it has. Signed by Charlie Louvin, a $45 start. It is now up for bid. Thanks, Fred, for remembering yesterday. That must have some kind of backstory to it. Unfortunately, Fred passed away 2 weeks ago, and that will always be a mystery now. And I don't think Charlie Louvin's definitely not alive anymore, is he? When did Charlie Louvin die? Charlie Louvin passed away in... Charlie Louvin passed away in 2011. He passed away 14 years ago. That message will be forever a mystery. Okay, this was a great crate. Let's go through these one more time. John Durden, you get Charlie Pride for $45. Thank you. Charlie Pride is so do you. Monk's out, and then Alabama, I'm assuming we're done. The last bid was Tom Sullivan at $28. We're about to sell that. Next thing we have is Frank Sinatra. If you need a price, let me know. 10 years after, Alvin Lee, The Best of West Montgomery. Bob Welch, Man Overboard. Steve Winwood, self-titled. Famous football marches. How to improve your fishing. Somebody should have bought that. $19.99. An Evening with Groucho Marx, Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, the Fabulous Thunderbirds. There's a nice copy of Styx. We sold a VG copy earlier for half the price. This one's twice as better, twice the price. Also, we have How to Improve Your Fishing. No condition notes. The jacket's pretty nice too. The vinyls EX are better. Alabama has a new bid for $30. We're not done on that. Bob Welch is called Man Overboard. I don't see that one as often. Just $9.99 on that. Final call to bid on the Louvin Brothers, but Monk is sold, and Monk is sold to Gary Wellman for $39. Or was that a new bid? 39, Michael McCullen, 38. Did I call that bid out? Oh, yeah, I did, because he went out. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $39. Catherine Lutz on Styx. That is with the Lorelei song. Denise gets the fishing record. That's sold to Denise. So Alabama's still getting bids. Let's go ahead and grab... Nobody wants the Beach Boys for $1,675. That's kind of surprising. What else do we have over here? Low Start Metals. What is this here? What is this? It looks metal. Carcass? What is this? 2017 UK original to sleeve VG++ EX. I think it's Carcass. Neuroticism Descantin the Insalubarius. Carcass. I believe it's Carcass. Yeah. $10 start on Carcass. That's now up for bid. Bob Welch is sold to Gary Wellman. Dwight Yoakam, it did not come from Fred. No, I don't know where that came from, honestly. I think that just showed up randomly in a crate in the back one day. Yeah, that's unknown source on that one. Carcass is up for bid. Also, we have Perez Parado. We have Styx. We have Indianapolis 500, The Roots of Rock and Roll, and Old Town Doo-Wop. Okay, so who was the other bidder on Alabama for the longest? The other bidder on Alabama for the longest was Tom Sullivan. Tom, let me know if you want back in. Danny has it for $30. No bid on the Louvin Brothers. It's a $45 buy it now. The Louvin Brothers, Near My God to Thee. That is signed by Charlie Louvin, and it's available for a $45 buy it now. Todd, Laura just replied to you over on the Facebook chat, and she basically summarized it. We don't know where. If you asked for something later tonight or earlier tonight that you've seen, it would take me 10 minutes right now probably to find it. So yeah, it's like a needle in a haystack in this store. If we don't know where something is, it's pretty much impossible to find it. Carcass is not signed. No, Carcass is not signed. It's just a LP. Just a standard edition. All right, he's out on Alabama, so Danny, that's sold to you for $30. All right, Danny, that's sold to you for $30. All righty. Now, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We're about to start going through, what do we need to go through? Let me condense this with the other crate over here. Michael asked about reel-to-reels. Coming very soon, Michael. I'm going to do that as our supplemental auctions here in just a second. Carcass is already at $30. I got the Immigrant song stuck in my head. They also play that up at the Tennessee football games. The band plays it, the Pride of the Southland. That's one of their signatures. Another reason I like the Vols. All right, our next auction, let's put up something pretty incredible that was kind of unadvertised. I did mention several Japanese Led Zeppelins. Surprised no one really asked about this, but here it is. This is Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 4. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine with insert and the original inner sleeve, The Battle of Evermore. Beautiful copy here of Led Zeppelin 4. Just a beautiful Japanese copy. $75 start on that. The Louvin Brothers, and does it have the song Near My God to Thee on it? Let's see here. Near My God to Thee. Yeah, it's actually, that song's actually on this album as well. Thanks, Fred, for remembering yesterday. And we got other signed albums. Let's go get those other country, it's other stuff signed as well. Because I know there were some people interested in Glenn Campbell. We sold one immediately. If Jason Boxell is back on, he'll probably buy one of the other ones. So let me show you what's going on with those. And I do have another Loretta Lynn, just like the one we sold, and I've got another one that we've never had before. So let me bring some of these other signed albums that are pretty much unadvertised and ready to be sold, though, right over here. Now they're a lot closer, plus the Japanese stuff. Carcass is at 35 right now, and what is the name of the album of Caius? No Caius album here. I haven't had any Caius albums tonight. You may have misheard, but yeah, no Caius albums here. Okay, let me move some stuff around. It's me here in the corner. I've got myself boxed in pretty bad. There's that 3 doors down that I was asked about earlier. Man, we had so much new vinyl, great new vinyl coming tonight. I'm surprised it's still available. I think I was going through it during just a crazy time of the show, though. I'm going to try to condense this stuff right quick. All right, that was the half-off bin. That was the first crate of new arrivals, and I think this was the first crate of new vinyl, wasn't it? Or close to it. Yeah. All right, there's that. Let's see here. Let me see what's going on here. All right. New vinyl. Should we show that again right quick, maybe? Let's see what we can figure out going on here. I feel like I need to run through this one more time because I'm about to condense them. Oh, here it is. It's right here next to me. The newest stuff here was right here next to me. So yeah, let me move this stuff over into this crate. Okay. All right. What is a Zeppelin? Story on Zepp. What year is the Led Zeppelin 4? OG Japanese Led Zeppelin. All right. Well, I better figure out what we got here because all of a sudden the interest on this has greatly increased, okay? So first thing we have here, let's figure out what we have. This is Led Zeppelin P-101 25A. This Led Zeppelin is a 1976 Japanese pressing. It is absolutely pristine. This is absolutely pristine. Led Zeppelin 4, 1976 Japanese pressing. A $75 start on Led Zeppelin. Carcass is a 2017 UK reissue with the original sleeve VG++ EX. Carcass. The last bid that came in on Carcass was Darren Christman at $30. Darren Christmas at $30. Ivan R bid $35. Darren went out. Ivan R has that for $35. Ivan R has that for $35. Chad, do you personally own music to read James Bond? Yes. Yes, I have that. Steelheart come in. Was you on a waiting list for Steelheart, Sam Squatch? Story on Zeppelin. Zeppelin, I've answered that. What's in the Japanese bin? Any chance of buying that Living Brothers with my other one for $80 total? You bought one for $45. I will sell you this one. If you want to make an offer, I can't really change prices on stuff that's already sold. But if you want to make an offer on that one, it is totally up to you. If you want to make an offer on that one, it's available for an offer. I really can't. I will keep in mind that you've already bought one. But if you're talking about making an offer on one that's over here, go right ahead. Okay? What's in the Japanese bin? A lot. There's 3 crates of Japanese vinyl. Let's read through these here very quickly. I'm walking in circles at this point. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is this Fleetwood Mac London Live 68. This is a 1986 UK original. It's a compilation of non-album tracks, EX edition, Fleetwood Mac live in 68, a $25 star. I will see this other signed Louvin Brothers for $40. I'll see this other signed Louvin Brothers for $40. First in here, very quickly, this is going to be a speed run. New album from Little Feat, Strike Up the Band, red vinyl, $39.99. Helmet, meantime, is $33. NXS, this is Listen Like Thieves, 40th anniversary, $33.99. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits is $33.99. 2LP all analog. Black Label Society's $38.99. Meshuggah, we're down to 4 copies of Chaos Fear, white, orange, black vinyl, $44.99. Flight of the Conchords is $28. Black Label Society, $38.99. 2 of those left. Ghost Bath is $29.99. The Lord of the Rings, music from New for Friday, $29.99. Presidents of the United States of America is $29.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal is $36.99. Deftone Adrenalize is $33.99. Over here, Carcass is sold then. CARCACASSASS. Ivan R gets that for $35. Led Zeppelin does have a bid for $75. Final call on that. Fleetwood Mac, final call for $25. Johnny gets Helmet. This is sold to Johnny over on YouTube. Johnny on Black Label Society. Which one do you want? There's several in there. And Sherry Darnell on Marshall Tucker. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. Tom Sullivan on Lord of the Rings. This is why I wanted to go through this again. Troy Shark wants Black Label Society. There was so much going on earlier. I feel like, man, why didn't a bunch more of this sell? Johnny wants the Deftones Adrenalize. That's sold to Johnny over on YouTube. Audio Slave is $36.99. Black Label Society is $38.99. And Deftones Saturday Night Wrist is $33.99. Troy also wants Black Label Society Death. And we sold him a copy of 1919. And Stronger Than Death is also sold to Troy. And Fleetwood Mac's a final call for $25. Our next auction, we've already sold one album tonight by this man. Here is another opportunity. This is the 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell, signed by Glenn Campbell. One of these tonight have already sold. Here's another chance at a Glenn Campbell. It's a $155 start. A $155 start. The 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell. Beautiful signature, signed by Glenn Campbell. JSA authenticated, a $155 start. That's now up for bid. So Troy got Death. He also got 1919. Johnny got Deftones Adrenalize, Led Zeppelin 80. Chris Ligero on Audio Slave. Johnny also wants Saturday Night Wrist Deftones. And Johnny wants the Black Label Society Stronger Than Death. So you get the last copy of that, okay? And I think that's the only one I pulled for you other than Mafia. So you got Stronger Than Death. And you got Mafia. And those are both sold to Johnny over on YouTube. You did say you were registered, right? I got to make sure I have your information. Welcome to CollectCo. Just want to make sure I got you registered just because you have bought quite a bit. Want to make sure I have you in our system and good to go. Let me search here, make sure I got everything I need. All right. 11 hours ago, I think I got you. Nope, that's Johnny 55. Let me make sure I have you registered. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Led Zeppelin out, and okay. So the Fleetwood Mac is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. There's Led Zeppelin, and that's a final call. Troy for $80. Glenn Campbell's $155. And our next auction, here's another Louvin Brothers. This one's pretty cool. And Johnny, okay, Johnny, thank you. Let's make a note of that because I was just looking. I was like, where is Johnny? So Johnny, yeah, thank you. Here is another one. Really cool one here. Take a look at this one. The Louvin Brothers Encore. Thanks, Fred, Charlie Louvin. JSA authenticated, a $45 start. Capitol Records, John Louvin Brothers, signed by Charlie Louvin. Another really cool earlier one here. This disc is pretty low grade, just FYI. But there's another Louvin Brothers, JSC authenticated. Now, that's really good. We just sold a bunch out of there. Anybody else? So we still got Deftones, Audio Slave, Deftones, POTUS, Lord of the Rings, Ghost Bath, Flight of the Conchords, Meshuggah, Black Label Society, NXS, and the new Little Feet. And there's one more speed run to do, and that's why I wanted to go through those, because I was like, man, we have a bunch of great stuff here that didn't get claimed earlier. I think as everybody was so mesmerized, almost like me, by the auctions that was going on. I was like, wow. It's hard to sell stuff out of the bins when we got, you know, a $3,000 Iron Maiden record up for auction. All right. 2 more Lord of the Rings sold, so let's go ahead and pull those. Now that's sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I knew those would do good, so those are sold and sold. Greg Herman and Kelly Vladerchek, okay? Next thing in here was AC/DC. That's on gold vinyl for $39.99. Ghost Skeleton $33. Wasp on black and yellow vinyl for $36.99. Wasp, I got 3 of those. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $46. Badfingers, $38. And Jimmy Page of the Black Crowes, $38.99. Remember, $8 unlimited shipping. So at this point, if you've bought several things, it's equivalent to free shipping. Led Zeppelin is So Detroit Shark for $80. Let's put him in a new sleeve. Thank you. Let's pull some more auctions. And Glenn Campbell's a buy it now for $155, and the Louvin Brothers is a buy it now for $45. There we go. So 2 opportunities. The last Glenn Campbell was a buy it now as well. The 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell is a buy it now for $155, signed by Glenn Campbell. Beautiful signature on the front. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, and so did Johnny over on YouTube. And let's get these in new sleeves. Glenn Campbell is $155, Louvin Brothers $45. Maybe we can do a big bundle deal with the other person. Who's buying these? First, Fleetwood Mac is sold to Sherry Darnell, but right now they are available. Let me go ahead and put them in new sleeves, and let's get all kinds of other stuff introduced, including more everything. We need more of this. We need a little bit of that. AC/DC's $39.99. It's on gold. I think it's gold vinyl, just FYI. And the have I shown back in black? I've already sold out of back. I had back in black on white and black kind of merge glob looking vinyl. It's pretty cool. We're sold out of those though. Let's put this right here. And next thing we have is Nirvana in Utero for $36.99. Yes, Beyond and Before. BBC recordings. Classic yes here. Classic yes. It's on purple splatter, purple and white splatter, $36.99. The Very Best of Talk is $39.99. Skinny Puppy, last one left. 2 Dark Park, Skinny Puppy, $33.99. David Bowie, Half Speed Master, all analog, $33. And Darkness, Permission to Land, I believe in a thing called Love. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is called Best of the Beatles, which is a reissue, or is this considered, reissue. Originals of these can get really expensive. Best of the Beatles on Savage. This is a Pete Best album, not any sort of actual Beatles greatest hits. Very misleading title, so misleading that he didn't get sued over the title. That's very true, and it's the originals on the Savage label are very expensive. This is a reissue, VG Plus, $15 start on that. Woody, if you don't want AC/DC, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Johnny. And he also wants the David Bowie Aladdin Sane. That is sold to Johnny over on YouTube. Okay. Now, that was a great run through there. Let's go ahead and go through some discount vintage bins while we continue to put up some new auctions. So whoever is buying the Louvin Brother autographs, Jeremy Johnson, if you want to do some kind of deal on the other ones, let me know. Jennifer Corbin gets Wasp. Natasha gets a Darkness. And just so you know, the Beatles is up for bid, and let's try another Loretta Lynn. Now, earlier we sold a Loretta Lynn, Whiskey Drinking, Lying, Cheating, whatever that album was. This one I think is really cool. God Bless America. This says, my Lost Hymn album, or excuse me, my best or lost. I think it says best. It may say lost, but she inscribed it, my best hymn album, Loretta, as in Loretta Lynn. It is signed, and I don't think this stuff on the back is in her handwriting, but it definitely looks like it. Right here on the back, it looks like she made some notes. Right here, it looks very similar to handwriting. I need to see if JSA made a note. That actually might be some of her writing on the back on the tracks. little notes. It looks like I wrote my something. It looks like she was making notes. Let me pull this up on JSA. And what I was going to say, Johnny, welcome to Collectco again. And just FYI, if, of course, a lot of first-time buyers, if we get up to a certain point on a new first-time invoice, we may ask you to prepay. I think you're fine right now, but just FYI for anybody new watching, if you're a first-time buyer and we get up to a certain point, we may ask you to go ahead and prepay. You know, JSA didn't make a note, but I'm looking at some of these M's, and it looks like her handwriting on the back. I could probably ask them, is there any additional notes? No, but that definitely looks like her. Yeah, definitely. It's not noted that, but it looks like her writing on the back, too. I wrote, just put more on it. I wrote. Very cool, though. I didn't realize she maybe inscribed the back of it. So that's a $125 start on Loretta Lynn. Inscribed and possibly with notations on the back. $125 start on that. And I'd be willing to go $35 on each. All right. If you're going to go ahead and take the other two, I'll sell them to you for $35 as well. So these are sold for $35 and $35. The Jeremy J. Johnson. Thank you, Jeremy Johnson. That just leaves MC Chris, Glenn Campbell, as far as the LPs over here, and our cuts are right here. And we have went from 3 crates of new vinyl all of a sudden to 1 crate of new vinyl left in stock tonight. And now let's get into some vintage discount bins while we put up the rest of these Japanese pressings and other surprise autographs and auctions that I have stacked over here. We Lose Your Socks. Loretta, that's not a sock blowing album, but it is a... it's really cool. It is cool, though. She's got a great voice, especially for singing church music. All righty. Let me find the next crate. Let's move on. Beatles and Loretta Lynn up for bid. I'm about to step in here and grab some other stuff. Is this the next crate I want to get to? Let's see what we got here. Yep, time to do this one. Time to do this one here at BINBO. What does that mean? That means we're going to offer these where you can go ahead and buy them, or you can make a best offer. It's totally up to you. Here we go. Laura says, that's the album you listen to while you're knitting socks. Great. That's great there. That's a great point. All right. Let me turn on the light over here in this room. I'm officially turning on the light in a room so I can get some more of this stuff out. I told y'all I had plenty of cuts, right? I have plenty of cuts. I have too many cuts. Your pick. We got a lot, and I hadn't really got to research a lot of these, but we got some pretty cool ones here. We got a lot. I'm going to try to start working some of those in tonight. I've got my laptop handy, thank goodness, over here. Your pick on cut signatures. And some of them I might have sold and we might have duplicates of. New auctions. We have the best of the Beatles. Just a $15 buy it now on that. The Savage Pete Best album. It was a Savage record too. And wow, somebody could get a great deal on this Loretta Lynn album. We sold one earlier for $140 or $160, and there was multiple bidders. They've probably already got off. Well, I already got my Loretta, or oh well, I'm not watching anymore. I'm going to bed. I didn't get Loretta Lynn. And then here's one that might even be better with inscriptions and notations on the back of it. And now it's only $125 buy it now. Loretta Lynn, there it is. And Patrick Food gets the Beatles for $15. So Loretta's available, so is Glenn Campbell, and Patrick gets the Beatles for $15. Let's put these right over here, and there's Loretta, all right? New LPs. Let's see what I have left over here and like the tag stuff for tonight. I still have a Ramones here. This is a 78 Portugal, significant cover damage. Let's see what significant cover damage looks like. Here's the Ramones. It does have significant cover damage. It looks like it got wet. It's kind of wrinkled. It's got some staining. It is a 78 Portugal reissue. VG Plus, the Ramones. Portugal, that's probably pretty scarce. $15 start on the Ramones. And the next auction we have is another Beatles bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is an unofficial. It's a collection of 7 of the Beatles Christmas singles. Wow. 7 of the Beatles Christmas singles. VG Plus, a $25 start. VG Plus, $25 start. $25 start. The Beatles, the complete Christmas collection. And it wouldn't be this Thursday night special sale unless we put up another autograph. And this is signed by the one and only legendary country music star, Webb Pierce. And this one says, "My best to you, Webb Pierce." My best to you, Webb Pierce. This is JSA authenticated. And it is CD. Is that the right? Yeah. Webb Pierce is going to go up right now for a $45 start. This is signed, and it is now up for bid. And Webb Pierce is a $45 start. That is now up for bid. The Ramones vinyl is in VG Plus condition. Did I not say that? The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. Yeah, VG Plus condition on the Ramones. Not bad. 78 Portugal. All right, the Beatles is a $25 start, and there's Webb Pierce. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. Holy moly. The Golden Rock Hits of Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis is in shrink. That is $9.99. Also, the Early Beatles. The Early Beatles is a 65 Jacksonville press, $44.99. This is a stereo copy. The Early Beatles, $44.99. REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, $34.99. A Decade of Rock and Roll, that's a 2LP, $34.99 on REO Speedwagon. And this one's just called REO. That one's $19.99. And Frank Sinatra, That's Life. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. That's on the Reprise tricolor label with the Frank Sinatra logo. The Ramones has a bid for $15. Ramones $15. Final call on the Beatles for $25. And final call on Webb Pierce for $45. Next is The Fabulous Sound of Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. So here's how this crate works. You can go ahead and buy these. I'll definitely be okay with that. Or you can make a best offer. What is the Beatles? This is the Beatles Christmas collection. This is a compilation of all 7 of the Beatles Christmas singles. The Beatles really don't have a Christmas song. They just have little Christmas messages they did for their fan club, etc. But this bootleg compiles all those together. $35 start on that. The Ramones has 2 $15 bids and now a tiebreaker. Tom Sullivan, 18. Joe Salamo got the REO Speedwagon. That is so to Joe Salamo. Thank you on that one. Also, we have the Kinks Word of Mouth. That is $14.99. And Bobby and the Midnights, Where the Best Meets the Street. That is Bob Weir. That is $24. Is that what that says? Yeah, Where the Beat Meets the Street. Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead, Bobby and the Midnights, $24.99. That Petrol Emotion is $19.99. And George Thorogood Live, $19.99 on George Thorogood. And Nancy by Nancy Sinatra, $29.99. Chuck Haley has the Webb Pierce for $45. We're about to sell it to him then. We're about to sell that to him for $45. Carly Simon Spy. Carly Simon is $9.99. And Elvin Bishop, Hometown Boy Makes Good. Elvin Bishop's $9.99. I was going to try to start pulling up some of these other cut autographs we have here. Give me 1 second. Try to get some of these ready. I think some of them we've sold and now we have duplicates of, so we might can offer them as buy it nows for the same price. Kelly Vlodarchek on Carly. That's so to Kelly Vlodarchek. And Jennifer Corbin on the Kinks. All right, that's so to Jennifer Corbin. Thank you. Also, Chuck Berry's Golden Hits. Chuck Berry is $26.99, his Golden Hits, and Relax with Bent Fabric. Bent Fabric is $9.99, and Love is a Gentle Thing, Harry Belafonte, $9.99 on that. So first, let's tag the Webb Pierce to Chuck Haley, and let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for $35. So the Webb Pierce is sold to Chuck Haley for $45. Let's get that in a new sleeve for Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. That is sold to you. And the Beatles was a $25 buy it now, and it's sold to Preston Rose. And now the Ramones is at $23. So that's sold. Thank you, and that's gone. Whoop, what did I grab? Almost gave you a free Loretta Lynn signature with that one. Buy a Beatles boot, get a free Loretta Lynn signature. Next thing is Tough Guitar, Al Kaiola. That is $9.99. And we have John Denver, and that was $9.99. I'm pretty sure I said the Beatles a $25 start, right? I was hoping I was saying a $20. It was supposed to be a $25 start. And if that's true, then Preston got it regardless. I might have said 35 and then said 25 and then 25 and then 35. But it was $25 confirmed, and Preston got it, okay? And I'm from Webb Pierce's hometown, West Monroe, Louisiana. There you go. Awesome. Going back to a homeboy. Pretty cool. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I got a Miles Davis here coming from the Japanese bin. A Miles Davis coming from the Japanese bin. Let's do that right now. And it's about... Here at about 11 o'clock, I'll show y'all all the no bids because I think there's some new people on, and I want to make sure that they know and hear and see everything that is still available, okay? Miles Davis, a $35 start. That's called In a Silent Way. That's a Japanese pressing, $35 start. G. Bepco on John Denver. And right now, we're going through a pretty good, really good, it's a good crate of vintage pre-owned buy it now best offer. We still got Tough Guitar, Haley Belafonte, Bent Fabric, Chuck Berry, Elvin Bishop, Nancy, George Thorogood, Petrol Emotion, Bob Weir, Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, Sinatra, REO, The Beatles, and Jerry Lee Lewis. And next is Country Joe McDonald. War, $19.99. The last bid on the Ramones was $23 with Tom Sullivan. JK over on YouTube, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Derringer, Sweet Evil. Rick Derringer is $19.99. And the best of Papa John Creech. Papa John is $9.99. And Marshall Crenshaw. Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. And let's pause here at the Dave Clark 5. And that's $9.99 on the Dave Clark 5. Now, I know flipping through these cut signatures, we had one in here for sure. Yeah. So we have... All right. So we've already sold a Charlie Pride tonight for $45. And we got a lot of Charlie Prides. So we already sold one tonight for $45. That means if anybody else wants one, I've got all the Charlie Pride signatures we possibly could want in one night, all authenticated JSA. Those are $45 a piece. I've got plenty of Charlie Prides. And then we already sold one of these tonight. I'm going to try another one here at auction. This one has an inscription. I also like how it's in green. Thanks, God bless Randy Travis. This is going to go up for a $95 star. We're going to try this one at another auction. I thought the last one went cheap. Thanks, God bless Randy Travis, a $95 start. That's up for bid. Final call to get a bid on Miles Davis. They're still bidding on the Ramones. Next is Roger Daltrey, one of the boys. Roger Daltrey is $14.99. Focus, Ship of Memories. Focus is $19.99. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. REO is $14.99. And Chicago. Chicago is $9.99. And Swing Along With Me. Frank Sinatra, Billy May and his orchestra. Sinatra is $14.99. And Bobby Sherman, Portrait of Bobby, $14.99. And the Shirelles, Sha-La-La-La. The Shirelles is $19.99. Do I have signed Roy Rogers? I do have signed. I don't know if I have a cut, but I know I have I have multiple too. I have a multitude of signed Roy Rogers items. Yes. Carly Simon hotcakes. That's $9.99. G Bepco on the Roger Daltrey. That's sold to G Bepco. Thank you. The Shadows Rarities. The Shadows is $14.99. The Classic Performance is a 10 years after, $19.99. And the 3 o'clock. The 3 o'clock is $24.99, and the Best of Pat Travers, Boom Boom, $19.99. Miles Davis is a buy it now for $35. A Japanese pressing of In a Silent Way. Miles Davis is available for $35, a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. We got an offer on Frank for $10, and now an offer for $11. Chris X, if you want it for $11, just let me know. If anybody wants Miles Davis, he's $35. Tim Vergara says he'll go ahead and take that. We have an out on the Ramones. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $32. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $32. And that also means that Sinatra is either going to be sold to Chris X or Ron Burns. And that was right back here. So, Chris, it's totally up to you. James Allen said 3. The 3 o'clock is sold to James Allen. And final call to get a bid on Randy Travis for $95. Our next auction here is actually Alice Cooper. The Alice Cooper Show. It's unfortunately a pretty beat up cover and the vinyl's VG, but that's why we're just going to put it up for a $5 start. Alice Cooper's just a $5 start. Chris X gets Frank Sinatra for $11. And over here, we have Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. Somebody just asked for this the other night. They said, I'm looking for OG Robin Trower records, specifically Bridge of Sighs. That's an early 80s pressing, but it's super duper nice, $19.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight is going to go up for a $35 start. Cheap Trick is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the Obi with it and the inserts. Beautiful vinyl. This is just a really nice copy here. Cheap Trick is a $35 start. If anybody wants Randy Travis, he is a buy it now for $95. $95. George Delisle, you were second on the Miles Davis. There's our next two auctions. And I did say at 11 I was going to show you all the no bids. Let me show a few more records in here first, including the Beatles, Hey Jude, an OG Jacksonville pressing of this album. It's called The Beatles Again, also known as Hey Jude, $44.99. And the Greg Kihn Band, Conspiracy. This has their hit song on it, Jeopardy. Greg Kihn is $19.99, and Chicago 16 is $9.99. All right, so the no bids, mostly the autograph stuff is right over here. If you need any additional information, let me know. If you need any additional information, let me know. First, I'll show you the comic books. We have signed Avengers comic book by Stan Lee and John Cassidy. It's $375. We have The Amazing Spider-Man issue number 300, signed by Todd McFarlane. That's $475. This letter, signed by Eddie Rickenbacker, World War I Medal of Honor recipient, legendary American, $375 on Eddie Rickenbacker, signed letter. Here's the, well, it's not necessarily the most expensive item of the night, but it's the most expensive item still available. This is an autographed copy of the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds. It is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnson. It's got one letter of authenticity. It's got two letters of authenticity, and that is $1,675. That is still available, and we still got the Frank Zappa signed newspaper. On the flip side, when you open it up, it is signed by Frank Zappa. He draws an arrow to a picture of him with a ticket stub. I don't want to handle it anymore because it needs to be framed after whoever buys it. But Zappa is $575. It's still available. And then speaking of Cheap Trick, I know we got one up for auction. But here is Cheap Trick, and it's a full set of signatures. And that is Robin Zander, Rick Nielsen, Tom Peterson, and Bun Carlos. That is $375, full letter of authenticity of that. This, I think, is a great deal. Just waiting for the right person to know about it. This is a signed Eminem Kamikaze print. That is signed by Eminem, Marshall Mathers. $875 on that. It includes a full letter of authenticity. Eminem, $875. And we have Marilyn Manson here. It's a signed album jacket. What I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to get on Discogs and order a new copy of this, I think for about 40 or 50 bucks. This would have already sold. I sold the Foo Fighters that was missing the disc because I promised some people I would order the record. Fortunately, that's just like a $25 record. This one's more pricey, but I think the only reason this hadn't sold is because it don't have the disc with it. It's missing the vinyl, which it's only about a $40, maybe $50 record. There's hardly any for sale in the United States, though. But most of the value, of course, is in the signature. $575 on Marilyn Manson. And if we need to cut a deal where you don't want to deal with it, and we can make some kind of deal where I'll buy the record and get it here, and we can put a disc inside of it. If I owned it just like the Beach Boys, I wouldn't keep a disc inside of the jacket. It would damage the jacket. You know, I would leave, these signed album jackets, I'm A-okay buying them without records in them. Probably wouldn't be handling it too much to listen to anyway, I would think. But there it is, $575. I think a couple people's passed because there's no record. I'm like, man, you mean you're actually going to be handling this and listening to it? I wouldn't be doing that. Surely if you buy the Beach Boys, you wouldn't be hopefully handling it too much. It's supposed to be probably just kind of framed and displayed. But it does have a disc in it. It's in mono, too. It's a 50th anniversary. So those are still available. Marilyn Manson, Eminem, Cheap Trick, Zappa, The Beach Boys, and then the signed letter, Eddie Rickenbacker, and the 2 comic books. And that's some of the big ticket stuff tonight that did not sell. The other half is all gone and sold. If you saw something else in the ads tonight, it's all gone and sold. Okay, there's Eminem. I'm going to put him back here on the shelf. Don't forget he's right there. And Alice Cooper has 2 $5 bids. Robert Barnett bid $5 and Greg Beddinger bid $5. Greg, you're out. Darren Chrisman offered $15 on Robin Trower. That sold to Darren Chrisman for $15. And now the Cheap Trick, unbelievably, is a buy it now for $35. Heaven Tonight, a beautiful Japanese pressing. It is available for $35. Heaven Tonight. Heaven Tonight. Now Greg's in on Alice Cooper at 7. And I'm going to put Alice Cooper over here with the other no bids. And then the other no bids are cut signatures, Randy Travis, Loretta Lynn, Eddie Arnold, Robert Duvall, and Waylon Jennings. And then there's only 3 signed albums. Loretta Lynn, 125, MC Chris, 75, and Glenn Campbell, 155. Those are all still available. So let's slide those right over there. And plenty of Charlie Prides at $45 a piece. All right, moving on to this Buy It Now Best Offer. That was a good 5-minute recap of everything that hadn't sold from the auction block tonight. Maybe if by the end of the night we can sell a bunch more of that, it's going to be a crazy successful night. Thanks, everybody. If y'all didn't know this, the CollectCo customers, y'all were simply the best in the world. War Greatest Hits is $29.99. Y'all were simply the best in the world. Harry Belafonte is $9.99, and Robin Trower, In City Dreams, Robin Trower is $19.99, and Chuck Berry Bio, $29.99. How much is Waylon Jennings? The Waylon Jennings cut autograph is $275. I have 2 people that's offered $200 for it. I am sticking to my guns. I think it is a great price. It's a nice, beautiful, black, bold signature. You can frame that with a photo. You can frame that with an album, and it would look amazing. $275 on Waylon. That is available. Let's move these over here. And Jim Davis on Cheap Trick. That's sold to Jim Davis for $35. Nice. Let's put up some more auctions. Let's definitely put up some more auctions, okay? $275 on the Waylon cut. Next in here is Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. Olivia is $9.99. And wow, Stevie Nicks, how did this not sell the first time around? Stevie Nicks with the original on her sleeve, an OG copy, beautiful, $19.99. One of the biggest signatures I regret selling. Right here, one night, we sold a signed album of hers for $975, which was about $4,000 or $5,000 too cheap. Talk about a deal. I know exactly where that album is right now, and someone has it priced for almost $6,000. Alice Cooper's at $10. But I do have a Stevie Nicks poster. I'm asking $7,500 for it, or best offer, and I've priced it to people less, and since then they've gone up. Man, some of this stuff is like I've priced some of these autographs, and then like 6 months later, they've been up by like $1,000. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I sold that way too cheap. Here's another low start cover. Or another low start auction just because it's damaged. This is AC/DC Flick of the Switch, $5 start. It is a damaged jacket and the Vinyls VG. Damaged jacket and the Vinyls VG. Quick, cheap auction on that. She's tough to get, yes. Alice Cooper 5, Alice Cooper 7, Alice Cooper 8, Alice Cooper 10, Olivia Newton-John, $7, sold. Stevie Nicks 15, Stevie Nicks sticker price. Gary, that's yours, but it will be $19.99. Danny was second, Alice Cooper 11. We have Renaissance, $19.99. I've got 2 Stevie Nicks in stock. I've got a poster and a tour book. They're both big money, but I have them. And, yeah, that album, when I sold it that night it either sold for $11.75 or $9.75, I knew I had messed up. I was like, I immediately regret this decision. I thought when I put it up for bid, it would start getting bids for $2,000, $3,000, and it didn't. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Then somebody bought it, and I was like, I regret selling this cheap. Stevie Nicks is sold to Danny Thomason. AC/DC's at 11 with Robert Barnett. And or that's actually Alice Cooper. Actually, you know what? Since this don't have a bid yet, we're going to mess up on these bids if we're not careful. AC/DC's at 11 with Robert Barnett. As soon as Greg says in or out, we're going to sell that unless somebody else bids. Next in the bin is REO Speedwagon Live. That is $34.99. And Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. Till Tuesday is $26.99. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Nice copy. Gatefold, butterfly label. Really nice. $44.99. And John Prine, the best of John Prine, $34.99. And yeah, you're not just going to be able to call up Stevie Nicks and get her signature right now. There's just no way. You can't get to her. That's like trying to get to Paul McCartney. It's not going to happen. There's no way. You can't get to Paul McCartney right now. You can't get the Ringo Starr. If you do, you've hit the lottery just being in their presence. La Grande Storia del Rock, Birth of the Beatles. This is an Italian compilation, La Grande Storia del Rock, Birth of the Beatles. It's a compilation, a $20 start. Alice Cooper is sold to Robert Barnett for $11. And now, let's put up AC/DC, Flick of the Switch. AC/DC, Flick of the Switch is going to go up for a $5 start, Flick of the Switch. That's now up for bid. The Beatles is a $20 start. And let's put up another Japanese pressing over here. Another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have is, oh wow, it's Paul McCartney. Let's do Footloose and soundtrack instead, because I have a Beatles. This is a fantastic soundtrack for Japanese. Very nice. Footloose, Cut Loose. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. There's the insert, and there's the shrink, the cover, Obie and Hop. My dad met Paul McCartney. Wow. Evidently, my grandfather did when he was, y'all saw me post where Paul stayed a summer here in Lebanon. Evidently, my grandfather met Paul at a gas station and didn't know who he was. Well, the story gets pretty far-fetched. I don't really tell people because I don't believe it myself. The story is my dad gave Paul and Linda McCartney a ride to a gas station because they broke down on the side of the road on their way to Nashville, from Lebanon to Nashville. And the story, my grandfather just knew he was some Beatle, but had no idea the significance of what he did. I don't really buy that story. It's been folklore in my family for a long time. I just don't tell people. That's one of those tall tales. I'm like, there's just no way. There's just no way that happened. And I know the people that kind of associated with Paul or knew of him being here in Lebanon. And I was like, did y'all know, did Paul ever break down between here and Nashville? Because he was driving from Lebanon to Nashville to record music when he was staying here in Lebanon. And my grandfather evidently picked him up here on Highway 70 and then gave him a lift to Gordonsville. And then they got another ride and went on to Nashville. But they was evidently kind of laying over there for a while. And people's like, Junior. He went by Junior. He's like, Junior, do you know who that is? And he's like, I've heard he's some Beatle. Now that story, there's just no way. It's been one of those tall tales in my family. And I'm like, there's just no way. There's just no way. I was like, I don't know. I don't tell people that. But I'm like, if it's true, that's amazing. But if I ever got in a room with Paul McCartney, that'd be the first thing I ask him. Do you remember breaking down in Tennessee? Because I feel like he would remember that, right? I feel like you will remember breaking down, even though this man's been all over the world and seen everything and done everything. You think he would remember that, but you can't get to him. I've tried. I've thought about it. You just can't get to Paul McCartney. Jefferson Airplane, early flight, $26.99. Jefferson Airplane, early flight. If I could get him to validate that, my life would be, I would throw a celebration. I would throw a celebration if I could get Paul to say, yes, I did. That happened. Your grandfather picked me up. That would be like unbelievable. Stevie Nicks, 19. Oh, wow, Belladonna now. Unbelievable. See that in the bin. The Beatles' second album in shrink wrap. There's Paul. He's all over the front of this album. $29.99. The Beatles' second album, $29.99. Also, Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. Robin Trower is $19.99. Carly Simon, No Secrets. Carly Simon is $9.99. Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse. Roger is $14.99. Bella Fonte. Bella Fonte is $9.99. Adrian Belew, Mr. Music Head, $36.99 on that. We have George Thorogood, Maverick. That is $19.99. And Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. Chuck Berry, $34.99. Stevie Nicks. The price on Stevie Nicks is $19.99. If you don't want it, Johnny on YouTube does. All right, AC/DC did not get a bid for $5. It's VG with a trash cover. $5 on that. And then Birth of the Beatles is a no bid. It's a $20 buy it now. So $5 no bid, $20 no bid. Final Call on Footloose for $35. And somebody's about to get Stevie Nicks. We're about to find out who. Those two are no bid buy it nows if anybody wants those. Let me pick this up over here and see if this is going to a new home. Final Call on Footloose. Bonnie Tyler, Kenny Loggins. Don't forget about Sammy Hagar, Carla Bonoff on there. Danny will take it. Yeah, can't believe those didn't sell originally. That's crazy. Alice Cooper is sold, and Johnny was going to pay more. It's already sold to you, buddy, for $19.99. AC/DC is sold for $5 to Chris Ridling's Beatles in concert. Yeah, I have met people, seen them in concert. I'm still amazed when people tell me that. I'm like, what? You was in the presence of all four of them? Let's see what happened here. Now, there's some people. My grandfather died in 1979. I was born in 1995. My grandfather was in World War II, to kind of show you his age. But other people in that era, what I could consider like the old timers from his age, they would tell me when they found out I was in the music and stuff, they'd be like, you know, Junior picked up Paul McCartney they called it the interstate, but it was Highway 70. People's telling me, they was like, you know, Junior picked up Paul McCartney, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying that. So, I don't know. Maybe one day. I don't have many more chances, though, to get in front of Paul McCartney. It's not like a president or something. You could pay enough money and get to some people, meet and greets and stuff like that. You can't pay enough money to get to Paul, so he can't be bought probably. All right, our next Japanese auction. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be another Cheap Trick, and it's their iconic album, The Dream Police. And let's put this up for a $35 start. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And this is a gatefold with the insert. Cheap Trick is a $35 start. Cheap Trick, Dream Police, a $35 start. And Footloose is sold to, well, actually, it's a final call for $35. So, JK, I want to make sure you want to bid. If you're waiting for the buy it now, just give it one more second. Hopefully, you're first, because I hadn't officially made it a buy it now yet. Just saying. All right, and there's that, and I do. Now, we sold a Loretta Lynn just like this already tonight. It sold for $160. It had 3 different bidders with multiple bids. Here's another opportunity. I'm going to start it for the same price. Also, the same price as this one over here. Loretta Lynn. It says, your friend, Loretta Lynn, signed in ballpoint pen. The name of the album is Lying, Cheating, Woman Chasing, Honky Tonkin', Whiskey Drinking You. I like this cover here. There's one of, there she is, and there's one of her boyfriends, and he's over here drinking, and he's lying, and he's about to cheat, and he's honky tonkin', and he's drinking whiskey. And she's like, look at this dude. I need him out of my life. And this is a $125 start. It's signed, your friend, Loretta Lynn. Another chance for another one of those. Another chance for another one of those. And Footloose does have a bid for 36. Now a final call. Now a final call. Okay. Okay. If you hear a title in here you want a price on, let me know. The Golden Rockets of Jerry Lee Lewis, the early Beatles, REO Speedwagon, Sinatra, Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, Bobby and the Midnights, Petro Motion, George Thorogood, Elvin Bishop, Nancy, Chuck Berry, Bent Fabric, Belafonte, Alciola, Country Joe, Derringer, Papa John Creech, Marshall Crenshaw, Dave Clark 5, Focus, REO Chicago, Bobby Sherman, Shirelles, Carly Simon, The Shadows, Classic Performances, Pat Travers, The Beatles, Greg Kihn, Chicago, War, Belafonte, Robin Trower, Chuck Berry, Renaissance, REO, The Doors, Till Tuesday, John Prine, Airplane, Jefferson Airplane, Beatles, Robin Trower, Carly Simon, Roger Daltrey, Belafonte, Adrian Belew, George Thorogood, Chuck Berry. Wow, there's so many great records. That's just insane. I can tell it's getting pretty late. There is some of those to not have offers are already sold. Just an incredible batch of records there. All right, now I can tell we earlier we went through a crate of a couple of new vinyl bins, and they sold really well. I think we got some new people on and some people wanting to take advantage of the $8 shipping. So before I do another vintage bin, since it is kind of, quote, Thursday metal night, but not really, because we're kind of just focused on these autographs tonight, I do have a few things over here I wanted to run through and remind some people I have in stock, because it looks like we got a lot of people on that may not be familiar with some of our inventory. And it looks like a lot of people's interested in a lot of really tough to get records, OGs of kind of stuff. And we have a lot of that available here, new and sealed on this. And if y'all need a price on anything, let me know. JK, I'm finally going to drop the hammer. Sorry that took so long, but just kind of the lag and me maybe saying buy it now or auction or whatever. We finally got that taken care of. REO, track, and price. Yep, let's go ahead and do this. An unbelievable Cheap Trick did not get a bid, so it's a buy it now for $35. Same price as the other one. Another really nice Cheap Trick Dream Police. I've sold these anywhere between minimum bid $35, and I've seen some get bid up to like 80 or 90 when they're really nice like this. And this is a really nice one like this. And it's sold to Tom Sullivan. Just like that, he grabs it. And final call on Loretta Lynn. That's going to be much less than the one sold for earlier. It's a buy it now, or it's a starting bid of $125. We're about to do it, okay? And then we need to pull Elvin. We need to pull Cheap Trick. And, hold on a minute. Let me just pull all those right quick. So, we have Robin Trower, REO. Okay, there's a couple REOs. The first REO Speedwagon is right here. REO Speedwagon is a decade of rock and roll. Sophisticated Lady, Music Man, Golden Country, Son of a Poor Man, Lost in a Dream, Reelin', Keep Pushing, I Believe Our Time's Gonna Come, Breakaway Lightning, Like You Do, Flying Turkey Pot, 157 Riverview Avenue, Riding the Storm Out, Roll with the Changes, Time for Me to Fly, Say You Love Me Goodnight, Only the Strong Survive, Back on the Road Again. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. Chris X. That's probably the one you're curious of. That's a decade of rock and roll. Now there's a live album as well if you're interested in that. The Elvin Bishop is Hometown Boy Makes Good. If I can find it right quick. Elvin Bishop is Hometown Boy Makes Good. I think it's further up. It is further up here. Elvin Bishop. Well, I went too far. Elvin Bishop. Yeah, Hometown Boy Makes Good. $9.99. Capricorn Records, no condition notes. And then the next was Pat Travers. And I think there was only one in there, right? Was there only one Pat Travers? That was Boom Boom. Yeah, that was the Greatest Hits album, which I don't think I've seen before. Or I should say the best of Pat Travers. 1999, 1985 Polygram compilation. It's called Boom Boom, the best of Pat Travers. If I answered y'all's questions, you can make offers or just go ahead and buy them. I'd prefer that. Or if you want to make an offer, go right ahead too. All right, let's grab. I'm going to try to just run through this whole crate of Japanese stuff here. And I did hint at Paul McCartney. Now, here's one we don't get as often from him. Here's one we don't get as often. This is Paul McCartney, Press to Play. Beautiful Japanese pressing. There's Paul and Linda on the front. A $35 start. Paul McCartney, Press to Play. $35 start on that. There's the insert. Maybe this is an index card autograph by him. No, unfortunately not. There's the gatefold cover. Very nice. $35 start. That's now for bid. Next is GMC Osseo. Says he will take Elvin Bishop. All right. And then Todd said 30 on Decade of REO. Let me make sure that Chris X doesn't want it. If Chris X doesn't want it, then that's okay. I'll sell it to Todd for 30. And I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. I am parched. Let me mute my mic. All righty. Let's make Loretta Lynn a buy it now for $125. Great price on that. $125. And I think the other one tonight sold for $160. I wonder if Chuck Haley's watching. Chuck, this is pretty much an identical copy of the one you were bidding on earlier. Here's another opportunity. And now that makes 2 signed Loretta Lynn albums we still have, and Glenn Campbell over here. Final call on McCartney for $35. And Todd, I'm going to go ahead and sell you REO for $30, and I'm going to sell Boom Boom to Chris Frazier for $12, and that fills up our 4th full crate tonight. And now that's really full, so let's swap these out. Yep, let's swap these out. That's a lot of vinyl sold, plus some of our high-end stuff tonight. Really great night so far. Whew. Chad might have to go up front and get a V8 though. Oh man, energy levels dropped all of a sudden. We was on such a rush there earlier. Everybody feeling okay? Everybody good? Let's see what else I have over here. I got another Beatles, Volume 2. Here's what we'll do, because I don't see, for some reason, I don't see Volume 2 as often. Here's another La Grande Storia de Rock. So these were Volume 1 and Volume 2. And I'm definitely going to put these where somebody will have to bid on them. This was supposed to be a $20 start. This was supposed to be a $20 start. Let's put them together and do them for both a $20 start. La Grande Storia del Rock. And now both of those are up for bid. A $20 start. James Quall says he's tired. I'm not, but I'm getting there mentally. I'm gonna have to go. It's already 11:30. I usually go drink a V8 at like 10 or 11. It's already 11:30. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go do that and grab a snack or something. Plus, I didn't have a good meal before the show. I had Chick-fil-A, and I scarfed it down. I don't even remember eating it. Next thing in here, very quickly, let's run through this crate. That way we can get back to more pre-owned. Godsmack to Oracle. Now, I don't think I have officially pulled one of these yet. Vicky Yoshikawa needed a copy of this. So this is sold to Vicky, and that's one of the reasons I grabbed this crate, because I saw that over there. And then we have Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99. That is a music on vinyl press, and that is $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion, and Dad Can Dance. I still got 2 copies of this, Into the Labyrinth. Dad Can Dance is $39.99. Dad Can Dance. Also, we have Halu Mergia, and that is a South African. I think, I forgot where this is from, but it's a really rare album. OGs of. Man, I forgot the country of origin, but a very rare album, $29.99. Beetlejuice is $34.99. Beetlejuice, soundtrack to Beetlejuice. The Cramps, A Date with Elvis. The Cramps is $33.99, and Dad Can Dance, self-titled, $34.99. Nicholas, make sure if you're bidding on Paul, you put 3.5. He's not a buy it now yet, but he's a final call. And the Beatles, both Beatle albums, Chris Bachek has those for $20. We're about to sell both of those to Chris for $20. Final call on those. What else do I have over here? Ethiopia. Yes, thank you. Not South Africa. Ethiopia. Yes. Okay, there's that. And Nicholas is in at 35. Great. Thank you, Nicholas. Final call to you. And Todd, yes, you did get REO Speedwagon. Todd saw, yes, you did get REO Speedwagon. Moving on, Willie Nelson, Oh What a Beautiful World. Willie Nelson sings Rodney Crowell. This is his most recent album, $33.99 for Willie. The Cramps, Stay Stick. The Cramps is $28.99, and then Cramps, Smell a Female. So 3 Cramps albums in here. Smell a Female, Stay Sick, and A Date with Elvis. Those are all available, 24, 28, and 33. Vicious Rumors, limited and numbered 1,500 on blue vinyl, $38.99. And Prince Lasha Quintet featuring Sonny Simmons, Craft, all analog by Bernie Grunman, pressed at QRP, $34.99. And Nico Heroin, limited edition of 100 green splatter numbered, $33.99. All right, both of these Beatles albums sold to Chris Bachek for $20, and as soon as I say that, Jackie bid $25. Dang, I thought those had plenty of time. They did. He's had the bid for $4. She might have got on at the wrong time. Sorry, Jackie. You know I would have loved to take in your bid, and now Paul's sold for $35. Trust me, I'm not going to turn down bids, but if I can't take them, if I say sold and it's not on the screen or you hadn't asked, I got to sell it. And Paul McCartney has sold to Nicholas for $35. I think we can sell a lot more stuff tonight just based on the pure amount of volume of auctions. If we can just get them up and get bids or minimum bids or whichever. What year is Dead Can Dance? Of course, everything in here is new and sealed. This particular album here don't have a copyright on it. And this album here is 2016, it says. Of course, this is all brand new from distribution. The Music Roots of the Rolling Stones, and I think this is on colored vinyl. It is on colored vinyl, $33.99. And then Susie and the Banshee, The Rapture. That's blue vinyl, $64.99 on Susie and the Banshee. And The Highwayman, that's Waylon, Willie, Johnny, and Chris, $38.99 on The Highwayman. Highwayman, $38.99. I do have a Waylon Jennings autograph. Somewhere or another, we got more Willies. I don't have any Johnnies right now, and I have a couple Chris Christopherson. They're just scattered over here and some other stuff. If you could put all those together, that would be a really cool thing. See, that's why somebody should buy the Waylon Jennings cut. You buy a Waylon Jennings cut, you buy a Johnny Cash cut, and then you buy a Chris cut. You buy all 4 of their cut signatures, right? And then you frame this. You take this jacket, you frame it with a Waylon Jennings cut signature, a Willie Nelson cut signature, a Johnny Cash cut signature, and a Chris Christopherson cut signature, and then you've got an incredible item in a frame with all their cut signatures matted. Or you can try to get one signed on the album jacket. Good luck, and it's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. I think those exist, but they're very expensive. Next auction we have here. Anybody ever heard of Jimmy Page? Led Zeppelin? He did the soundtrack to Death Wish 2. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Japanese soundtrack, Death Wish 2, Swan Song. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And we have the cover and Obi. Beautiful Obi there. That's a picture of Jimmy Page playing live at the Nebworth concert in 1979. I know that image when I see it. That's a $35 start. And over here is a album by Wham, George Michael. Fantastic. George Michael is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The cover is still in shrink. Unfortunately, though, somebody thought it might be a good idea to tape the shrink wrap to the cover. Honestly, if you take all this off, it might be better off. Yeah, that's going to pop off pretty easily. You might be better off taking the shrink wrap off on this. I think it's going to get all that off and it's going to look better. But there it is. Wham is a $35 start, and so is Jimmy Page or Death Wish, whichever you want to call that. I'm working on some other signed items. I'm trying to see what else I have over here in the cut pile. Let's see here. And then if I find one, we can check a price right quick. I think I've got some more over here I hadn't. Well, we have his albums. We can do his cut. And then I'll check on these right here. Okay. Right. This is Jorge Ben, $38.99 on Jorge Ben. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica is $33.99. Jump in the Fire. Testament, Souls of Black. Testament is $39.99. System of a Down, steal this album. SOAD is $33.99. That's a 2LP. Dragon Force, Reaching into Infinity. Dragon Force is $38.99. Mayhem, De Mysterious Dom Synthonis. Mayhem is $38.99. Also, we have Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, 50th Anniversary Edition, $38.99 for Pink Floyd. Wasp, 40th Anniversary, Limited Edition Marble Vinyl, Half-Speed Master, $38.99 for Wasp. We have Led Zeppelin, Live in Charlotte, Volume 2. $44.99. That's a 2LP gatefold. And we have Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, the Complete Jones Beach Broadcast, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Jimmy Page is $44.99. $44.99. So earlier we had a signed Glenn Campbell album for $155. Here is his cut signature on index card, JSA authenticated. A $95 start on Glenn Campbell. Johnny wants Wasp. That's so to Johnny. Any half-off sealed? I don't know where any is. I think y'all bought it all. Tracks on Wham. Let me take care of that right quick. I don't know where any more is. I think y'all bought it all. There's no way there could be much left. We sold 12, 14 crates in just a couple of nights. Club Tropicana. Nothing looks the same in the light. Come on. Young Guns. And over here we have Bad Boys, A Ray of Sunshine, Love Machine, and Wham Rap. Those were long out of print, not before they've reissued them. Wham Rap. And then there's Death Wish. And Glenn Campbell cut signature, $95 start on that. And what is this letter for? Let's see here. Let me move these over here. I need to take this sold stuff in here. Let me put those right there. Here's a few more sealed records. I'm going to try those in just a second. And let's go back to the pre-owned stuff. No fans of new vinyl in this bin. Absolutely no fans here. That's okay, though. And, oh, I didn't know we had a Tool Fear Inoculum box. I'll try to see if that's ready to go. It looks like it is. Let me move this, though. And then here's this and this. All right. There's this and there's this. Oh. Next, Jimmy Page Black Crowes. This right here. Johnny gets Volume 1 and Volume 2 on those. Thank you, Johnny, over on YouTube. Okay. There's that. Let me put these over here. And there's that. Okay. Volume 1. You're on a waiting list. Let's make a note. Make sure Danny is confirmed on a waiting list. But yeah, we're waiting for those to come in. Thank you on that, Johnny. Wham was actually a $35 start, Michael. It's a final call. Jimmy Page is a buy it now for $35. Death Wish 2. That is a $35 buy it now. Let's get that into a sleeve. And we're going to find some more pre-owned. What about the Jazz? Do you mean the blues? Do you mean Jazz? We just showed that stuff last night. It'll be on sale. It will be best offer maybe soon, but it won't be on sale for that much till probably, I don't know, maybe September, October. Because we sold half of it tonight at sticker price. Okay, and Michael's in at $35. And then Jimmy Page is a buy it now for $35. Danny gets Death Wish 2. Okay, and then Wham's $35. But yeah, we just showed that. And we sold most of it tonight. We sold most of it on the flip video. And then when we went through it, when the show started, there's only about this much left, I think. So, yeah. The Blue Note Tone Poet stuff, if it starts getting on sale, I'm kind of surprised, honestly. But we'll see what happens. And let's find some more. I think we can really fill up another full crate here if we find another great discount. And I don't know. Up front, maybe, I think if I got every Laura record together that's sealed from that big collection and put it all together, it might fill up 2 crates. It's all gone. And plus the stuff we've shown, there is a crate of all the leftovers that we've shown 5 times half off, but nobody wants those. They've been shown. multiple times at half off. So that just leaves, there couldn't be much more left. But let me try to dig around over here and see what I can come up with, okay? And let's see what I can come up with. Let's see what I can come up with. I'm in a box over here. So we just bought this collection, and they've stored this collection almost as close as to where I work from. So now I am beyond trapped here, and they've decided to move posters over here next to me, and every miscellaneous item that's not a record, they've decided to bring over here to me, and I'm just surrounded by stuff, and I really can't move around to like move crates to get them to y'all. It's pretty ridiculous how much stuff we have here. Let's see what's in here. Let's see. I think I'm going to have to peel back another layer. Yep. I'm going to have to peel back layers at this point, which is good. There's a lot of stuff to peel back. January. By the way, next weekend we're having a $1 sale here at the store. So for anybody that comes to those, next weekend is a $1 sale here in the store. This is going to be a great half-off crate here. Maybe we can get a bunch of this sold right here. But next weekend, so it will be 1 week from tomorrow, because it'll be a Friday, Saturday event. We're having a $1 sale here in the store. Okay? Here we go. Glenn Campbell's a buy it now for $95. And Wham is a buy it now or sold to Michael McCullen for $35. Let's see here. It is, Tracy, $29.99. It's still available. Yes, it's still available. All right, let's do a half-off bin here. Any Billy Joe Schaefer in the new collection. Danny, if I said yes or no, I would be lying to you. I opened up a couple boxes over here last night. There's 22,000 new records, which if you can imagine, that's a giant U-Haul, the biggest size, completely full almost. And we have, I have no idea. I don't know what they bought. And Paul's on his way back from Wisconsin. So as usual, I have no idea. I have no idea what's in here. I don't even know who I am right now. And I can barely walk through here. I'm going to have to take about 3 hours tonight to clean up my workstation here. Otherwise, I probably can't even have a sale tomorrow. If I try to have a sale tomorrow, it's not going to be too efficient. I can't walk over here. So that's how many records are stacked up. There's probably 10,000 priced records stacked up around me right now that we've already been through once that didn't sell. Now we're going to try to go through them again. This record sold to Tracy Songer. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Speaking of selling records, let's go through this bin half off, no more, no less. Let's also go ahead and grab a few new Japanese pressings over here we hadn't gone through. And I'm going to show a couple that I think are really cool. One that I think we had, two here we've never had. Two here we've never had for late night auctions too. What time is it? 11:42. Here we have, and we have Hawkins live at the Village Gate, Coleman Hawkins. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Hawkins alive at the Village Gate. Coleman Hawkins, a Japanese pressing with insert, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Coleman Hawkins alive, and Little Richard is back. Little Richard is a Japanese pressing. There's a whole lot of shaking going on VJ, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Little Richard. There's one LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Now, what forbid, Little Richard's back. There's a whole lot of shaking going on. This crate's going to be very simple and straightforward. It's half off, no more, no less. There was another question, though, too. Any King's X or Ty Tabor? Actually, new and sealed King's X, I don't believe so. But I'm going to go through this one. And Johnny, sounds like you're very interested in new titles. After we go through this bin, I'll go through another crate of new and sealed stuff. Very simple. Half off, no more, no less. The Story of the Littlest Outlaw. Walt Disney is $10. Walt Disney, $10. Elvis, on stage, February 1970. 1970 Indianapolis original pressing in shrink wrap. Elvis is $15. New York City, I'm Doing Fine Now. What is that doing in the half-off bin? Now it's just $7.50. That's kind of crazy. Frank Sinatra, Round Number 1. This is a 2 LP compilation, gatefold, just $15 on that. And we have the Tremolos are here. The Tremolos and Brian Poole. That's now $7.50. Great pre-owned vintage crate here. The prices are half off, no more, no less. That's because I've probably already been through these once. We might have even already took offers on them. And then our policy is I keep discounting until they sell them. We got to be able to strike deals, including Dean Martin hits again. Old Dean is just $5. Usually great bargain records in here, like the Many Voices of Marion Makeba. That is now just $10. Also, the best of Michael Martin Murphy. That is now just $6.50 with the hit song Wildfire. How about Lloyd Price Collectibles? Lloyd Price is $10. And Diana Ross and the Supremes. That is a triple LP, 3 LP compilation of Diana Ross. That is $17.50. The best of Herman's Hermits. I'm Into Something Good. $7.50. Melissa Bailey on Triple M. Danny Thomason was second. Jerry Jeff, that's now just $10, as in Jerry Jeff Walker. The Flashdance soundtrack. Flashdance is now $9. And Willie Nelson and Ray Price, that's in shrink wrap, $7.50. Wow, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $17.50 on that. Final call to get a bid on Little Richard for $35 or Coleman Hawkins. Both are Japanese pressings, and they are available. I'm going to do one more sealed record right quick. And that sealed record is going to be John Wayne, America, Why I Love Her. This is actually a really cool record. It's sealed. It's never been opened before. And John Wayne is a $10 start. Danny Thomason gets Jerry Jeff Walker for $10. Michael McCullen gets James Taylor's Greatest Hits. In my mind, I'm going to Coletco. Frank Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away. Sinatra is now $10. That's Frank Sinatra. Also, the Steve Miller Band, a 12-inch single of Nobody But You, Baby. That's $5. Robin Glenn wants Huh, H-U-H. Huh, she might have meant Herman's Hermits, but we'll find out. She did. Robin gets Herman's Hermits. Thank you on that. Soundtrack to a Clint Eastwood movie here. Honky Tonk Man, music on here by Ray Price, Marty Robbins, Porter Wagner, John Anderson, and yours truly, Clint Eastwood, $12.50. A Billy Joe interview, promo only, not sold in stores, $15. It also includes selections of his songs, I think why he talks about them. That's a pretty cool Billy Joe record there, $15. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind. That's in shrink wrap for $12.50. And Jerry Garcia, wow, a Jerry Garcia album in the half-off bin. OG2, that's $20. Greg Herman on Honky Tonk, that's sold to Greg Herman. And over here, we got Jimi Hendrix, and this is Electric Ladyland, $20 on Jimi Hendrix. What's that doing in the half-off bin, right? Holy moly. That's not supposed to happen. Let's see what I can find here. Y'all may have missed some of these last night. Let me see if I can find one. I meant to start showing these a lot earlier. Of course, last night, most people got off, but you might have not seen them. So let me go ahead and try to show them to you again. This is $125. It's an original blacklight poster from 1972. It's called Easy Rider. You might have missed these last night, and if they don't sell tonight, maybe here late, I'm going to try to get them laid flat and have them photographed. But it's an original blacklight poster. It's called Easy Rider. It is from 1972, and it's $125 buy it now. That's an original from 1972, $125. I got about a dozen over here. I meant to show them or try to auction them earlier. I honestly have forgot about them, but that's $125. Danny on CEW. That was for Clint Eastwood. That's already sold. Johnny got BJ, and BJ was for Billy Joel. Annie got Jimi Hendrix. Thomas Clark second. John Wayne has one bid with Jackie for $10. Final call. Coleman Hawkins is a buy it now for $35. And Little Richard's a buy it now for $35. So those are available if anybody wants them. $35 and $35. That's Coleman Hawkins at the Village Gate. Coleman is available for $35, and Little Richard is available for $35. So those are available, 1 and 2, and John Wayne's a final call. Japanese pressings there. These would have definitely sold on these. What's with the John Wayne? That is sealed. It's called America, Why I Love Her. Sealed, America, Why I Love Her. So these are available, 125 and 125. Those are available. I'm going to put them over here in the no bid pile. This is sealed. It's called John Wayne, America, Why I Love Her. There it is. And then over here, we have, what other blacklight poster you have? You're about to see them, one after another. And then also we have Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. There is some pretty significant cover damage. Lou Reed is now just $12.50. Dolly Parton's Greatest Hits, $12.50. Nick Bargeron on John Wayne for $12. Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away. Is it 1958? Frank Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away is a 1958 pressing. Yes, 1958 pressing. Over here we have Arlo Guthrie, Washington County. Arlo Guthrie is $10. JG Information. JG Information. Jerry Garcia is a first label, no condition notes. Now just $20. It's called Garcia, and no condition notes on the vinyl on that one. Leslie Holt first on Dolly Parton. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Robin Glenn second on that one. Now John Wayne at $13. We have Billy Haley's 20 Greatest Hits. Billy Haley is $6.50. And Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, Take It to the Limit. That's a gold stamp promo. Waylon and Willie, that's $125. That's that's $12.50. Here's another one that's $125. This is called Dope, Before and After. This is the Freak Brothers. Dope, Before and After. Another original poster from 1973. Dope, Before and After. That's another original poster from 1973. Here's Before Dope and here's After Dope. That's another one for $125. That's another poster, vintage poster, $125 on that. There is that, and this is the last chance to buy these probably at sticker or buy it now prices. The next process for these is to get them photographed, posted on Facebook where people actually know we have them and we're going to be selling them, and not to just the random 200 people watching right now. There'll be specific people tune in to bid on these. These prices are going to be the starting bids, and then they're going to be that, and they're going to go up from there. So if you want these, I would say go ahead, Chad, and give me all the posters you've shown so far for $125, and that will be that one and that one. John Wayne, 13. John Wayne, 15. John Wayne, 15. Todd has John Wayne for 15. Jackie, you're out. Nick, you're out. And Todd wants Waylon and Willie for $12.50. Jerry Garcia, if you don't want this, who asked about it? Greg, if you don't want this, it is sold to Gary Wellman, okay? That's going to be sold to somebody. Next is Bruce Hornsby in the Range, sings from the South Side, $12.50. How much is Waylon and Willie? It's already sold to Todd Saw. James Gang, live in concert. James Gang is $10, live in concert. Buddy Holly, for the first time anywhere. Buddy Holly is $10. Now John Wayne's at $20. Grateful Dead in the half-off bin. What in the world? This is $22.50. Grateful Dead, Working Man Dead, $22.50 on that one. Noel Harrison, Santa Monica Pier. Noel Harrison is $7.50. Songs of Diana Ross, oh my gosh, a bunch. Everything she ever recorded. Jerry Lee Lewis, Greatest Hits, $10. If you're looking for a hit, it's on there. Kelly Vlodarchek on Buddy Holly, that's sold out on John Wayne. How much is Sinatra? It's only $10. Sorry, Mark, I missed your comment. $20. Let me ask you this. What songs are you not looking for Dinah Ross? Because I think everything is on there, Danny. It's a 3 LP. But give me 1 second. Junk Food Junkie, Larry Groshy. That is $7.50. Greg passes on Jerry Garcia, so that's sold to Gary Wellman. If you're just joining us, we're going through a great half-off bin here. Henry Gross Release is $5. John Wayne is sold to Nick Bargeron for $20. And GTR, we sold a Japanese pressing of this right last night. Here's a U.S. original RCA club copy. Steve Howe and Steve Hackett, $12.50. The Guess Who Road Food is $10. Frank Sinatra sold to Mark Chesler for $10. And then over here, we got Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, just $12.50. Are you kidding me? Also, we have Midnight Oil, 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. Are you kidding me? Just $15. Rick Wakeman soundtrack, White Rock, that is $10. Hall & Oates Ecstatic is $10. And Eric Clapton August is $17.50. Robin Glenn on HG, and HG was for Henry Gross. That is sold on that. And then we have Johnny over on YouTube on GTR. GTR, that is sold to Johnny on YouTube. Todd Saw on YouTube gets Willie Nelson. Thomas Clark gets Midnight Oil, 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. That is sold. Going back to the Diana Ross and Supremes, this 3 LP hits compilation. Kelly, you did get the Buddy Holly. I can't believe a Grateful Dead's in the half-off bin. Diana Ross and Supremes. That was a 3 LP compilation. Is that even still available? Or did somebody buy that? Somebody might have bought that. There's Buddy. There's Bill Haley. Where is that? I think somebody bought it. It's not in here anymore. It's gone. Somebody bought that earlier. We have Robin Glenn on Hall & Oates. Robin Glenn gets Hall & Oates Ecstatic. That was a great half-off bin. Gary Willman gets Rick Wakeman. I feel like there's a few more people watching since this show began. So here's this. And then here is the next blast light. You might want to think about buying this before it goes to auction. Are you ready? You might want to think about buying this before it goes to auction. I think last night I priced this for, I think $175. I'm going to stick by it, $175. The Crow, Brandon Lee, an original blacklight poster. The Crow, Brandon Lee, an original blacklight poster from when? 1994? Yeah, 1994, The Crow, blacklight poster, $175. That is available. All right, let's go through this crate again. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. Hope everybody's ready. If not, I need you ultra focused. Here we go. Yeah, Diana Ross is in the sold crate, unless I pulled the wrong record earlier from somebody. Let's see here. I might have pulled Diana Ross instead of Herman's Hermits for Robin Glenn. Let's see here. James Taylor, and then after that should be Clint Eastwood. Yeah, that's what I did. I pulled Robin Glenn, Diana Ross, and not Herman's Hermits Greatest Hits, because when I saw Herman in there, I knew that sold, so that's supposed to go in there. And now, Danny, this is the track listing on this. Oh, let's see here. Well, yeah, I guess my question is, what are you not looking for? Because this is everything. I'm seeing every hit they ever put out. That's a triple LP, $17.50. Walt Disney Presents The Story of the Littlest Outlaw. That is $10. Elvis is $15, a 1970 OG orange label and shrink wrap. New York City is just $7.50. We have Frank Sinatra, Round 1. This is $15. Robin, you did get that. Danny got Diana Ross, so those are sold. Now Danny gets that. The Tremolos is $7.50. We have Dean Martin hits again. $5 on Dean Martin. And Miriam Makeba, $10 on Miriam Makeba. We have Lloyd Price Collectibles, that's $10. The Crow is this blacklight poster. No, definitely not autographed. That would be absolutely insane. But this is a 1994 blacklight poster, $175 on that. Not autographed. That would be insane. I think his autograph is extremely, that's a very tough one there. Jackie Reynolds on Elvis. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you. Flashdance soundtrack, Lloyd Price still available. Dean Martin, the Sinatra, New York City. Willie Nelson, Ray Price, $7.50. Also, we have the Steve Miller Band. That is $5. Also, we have Marshall Tucker Band. That's $12.50. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal, $12.50. Arlo Guthrie, Washington County. Arlo Guthrie is $10. Bill Haley, 20 Greatest Hits, $6.50. Bruce Hornsby in the Range is $12.50. James Gang is $10. Also, Grateful Dead, just $22.50 on that now. Noel Harrison is $7.50. Jerry Lee Lewis is $10. We have Junk Food Junkie, Larry Groshi, $7.50. Guess Who is $10, and Eric Clapton, $17.50. Elvis, $10, Diana Ross, $15, Jerry Lee. Elvis already sold, Diana Ross, $15. Jerry Lee Lewis is $10, no more, no less. Duke, if I'm ever going through a half-off bin The prices I'm telling you have been percentage discounted by 50%. And that means they're no more and no less. Even if you try to offer me more, I'm going to take it. And if you offer me less, my answer is going to be no. They're half off, no more, no less. Keeps it very easy. Now, if it's best offer, you can make offers. But this is a half off, no more, no less. The key to that is if I'm not saying cents. If I'm just saying $10 and $5 and $7.50 and not 99, then you know I'm in a half off bin. That's a clue. If I'm saying Steve Miller is only $5, that is sold to Melinda Deering for $5. Marshall Tucker for $12.50 to Todd Saw. Jackie second on Steve Miller. And LR question mark. How much is Dinah? That's already sold too. The only thing left is Jerry Lee Lewis for $10. Only thing left is Jerry Lee Lewis for $10. And Leslie Ashley just asked if it's colored vinyl. It is on black vinyl. That is available. And then LR. That usually means Linda Ronstadt. Maybe not. LR. And then we have New York City again. New York City, I'm doing fine now. $7.50. No condition notes. Paul Brothers gets the Crow blacklight poster for $150. $150 sold to Paul Brothers. Make a note, he's picking that up locally. Here is the next most insane blacklight poster. If this was to hit the auction, I have no idea, but you can buy it right now for $175. Guns N' Roses blacklight poster, Appetite for Destruction, $175. It's been hung, it has fraying, it has some rips and tears, but that is a good one. An original 1988 Guns N' Roses, $175. You can see it's got some damage, but flocked and blacklight, $175. GNR, pretty cool piece there. That is available. Next thing we have is Todd Saw and Jerry Lee Lewis. I got to make sure Duke Norman passes. If Duke Norman passes and Leslie passes, then Todd, it's so do you. And then what is the name of the Lou Reed title? Lou Reed is Rock and Roll Animal. It has significant corner damage. It is $12.50. It's on the original first tan label. And then New York City, let me make sure that Chris Redlings doesn't want it. So we got two pending records there. Guns N' Roses is our next one there. Duke passes. So I got to make sure Leslie doesn't want it. And then we're going to go ahead and sell that. All right, I think that Brandon Lee Crow last night, we had found where one of those had sold for like $195 and $250. I think that's why I said $175. So, Paul, you got that at a great price, but also I don't have to ship it to you. So, that's a great advantage. The dimensions, let's see. Maybe 18. Let's see here. 24, 22. 36. I'm going to say 22 by 36 maybe. That's usually kind of pretty common size. All right, so New York City sold to Chris for $7.50, and Jerry Lee Lewis is sold for $10 to Todd Saw. All right. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm going to go ahead and take these signed items and Paul's poster in here. Yeah, that's a good one. I saw the Crow. I was like, wow, the Crow. Paul, did you come pick up the other day and I missed you again? I bet you came picked up the other day and no, it's not a one sheet. No, it's a lot smaller. Somebody asked about the tool. Well, I waited way too late to sell this. But here it is. It's Tool Fear Inoculum. We might need a little bit higher start. As y'all know, this was a debacle when these things first came out. They said they were going to make these and then they were going to be highly allocated. And everybody freaked out. And we ordered like 150 of these Tool Fear Inoculum boxes. And then the day they came out, Amazon ran a sale on them for about half of retail. Because I think they overpressed them. And everybody, every local record store got beat to death on these because everybody like freaked out and ordered them, and then they shipped the heck out of them. And Amazon like crushed everybody on them. When this came out, I wasn't even really a Tool fan, and I really didn't know much about them. Since this album came out, it's probably now in my top 10, definitely top 25 favorite albums of all time. It blows me away every time I listen to it. It's just absolutely incredible. For me, loving prog rock and me loving a little bit of metal, not too heavy metal, but stuff like, I'm going to say like Metallica's And Justice for All album, combined with like some prog rock and just being a fan of Tool now. This is an incredible set. Plus, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The packaging, it's impossible to take a picture of it. It's like a mirror. See, there I am. It's like a big mirror. It's impossible to take a picture of it. So, but this is an amazing box. They still retail for like $100. Well, the MSRP is $179.99. So this is a $95 start. It's a 5 LP box set, Tool Fear Inoculum, and it is oversized. So it takes an oversized box to ship too. But Tool Fear Inoculum, a $95 start. One of my favorites there. This isn't my duplicate copy, is it? Was this, where did this come from, Laura? Hope this wasn't the one is this my listen to copy? Did it end up in the back? I hope not. I keep a copy here I listen to all the time. I don't know where that is. I hope that's not it. If so, I'll get another one. I think I've got 2 sealed ones, and I think I've got an open. I had an open one here. I absolutely just wore out. But man, Pneuma, Fear Inoculum, Tempest, Descending, just incredible music. I mean, it blows me away every time I listen to those songs. Fear Inoculum. But yeah, 2022. It's a 2022 5 LP box, a $95 start. And if you've never listened to that, I mean, you got to be able to sit down and listen to some 10 and 15-minute songs. I don't think there's a song on there less than, 11 minutes? It's really just like 5 songs. It's 5 or 6 songs. But, gosh, just mind-blowing every time. It's not sealed. No, it's in shrink. It's in shrink. Somebody opened it just like I would. And here, I'll show it to you. If you've never seen it, it's a beautiful. Of course, Kevin Gray or Alex Gray is basically an exclusive artist for them. And him and Dustin Chancellor, their bass player, designed all this. With Alex Gray, I mean, there's Danny Carey, also probably the best drummer alive right now on earth. Maynard Jones, incredible artwork. It's brand new smelling. I used to have that poster. We sold that for like $1,000 here one night. Yeah, very much worth it. And then there's the disc. There's the jackets. Fear Inoculum, Pneuma, Invincible. Each side has an etching. Descending and 4 LPs. Yeah. Each side has an etching. So each side has an etching on it. $95. Boy, that's new smelling. That got my allergy stirred up. It's got that really strong, small, new paper smell. All right. But if you want a musical experience, listen to Fear Inoculum or Pneuma, and or Tempest is great too. Man, the transitions and just mind-blowing. All right. Anybody else? You've got to love prog rock, and you got to love a little bit of metal to probably get in that album. So it's definitely progressive. That's brand new smelling though. The ink on all those sheets and stuff, man, that's fresh. Whew. Okay. I feel like it's like 9 o'clock, but mostly because I keep looking down and we got 200 viewers and it's midnight and I'm just trying to figure out what to do because the last the last 3 nights, we've been going through miscellaneous at this time of night for like the last hour. And there's everybody on, and I'm assuming everybody wants to see records, or is everybody wanting to see cassettes, or is everybody wanting to see what? More blacklight posters? I don't know. This is kind of mind-blowing. I haven't had this many people on this late. Yeah, we got 91 on Facebook, 68 on YouTube, or vice versa, 68 and 91. So I'm trying to figure out maybe what y'all want to see, like cassettes. I got trays of great cassettes. Do y'all want more? What? I don't know. I just got to figure it out. And we was going through those trays of cassettes the other night, posters. I mean, this is when I've been stopping vinyl. Does anybody want to see the no bids? I did tell Johnny I would go through another crate of new sealed stuff because he's been buying along with some other new people tonight. I'll show the reel-to-reels if Michael Rudolph's watching. I promised those to him, and I've promised him a player. So, because he asked for them like 4 hours ago, and we were just way too busy. So yeah, let's go through this crate here. Maybe 2 more quick crates of vinyl, like really quick, like maybe new stuff, and a few more auctions. But it's just kind of bizarre because there's way too many people watching. Way too many people watching, and I just kind of need to... Did they grade the vinyl? Yeah, it's near mint. Yeah, there's no condition notes on this. It's basically a brand new set, Jason. It's near mint minus, 95. So reel-to-reel, CDs, cassettes, posters, records, 80s metal, CDs, cassettes, and posters. Buy it now, best offer CDs, Morrissey or Smith's cassettes, no bid CDs, records and CDs, and any monkeys. And no, there's no monkeys. No monkeys reel-to-reels. No, I'm looking at them. Well, none in this batch. None in this batch. All right, let's read through some of these right quick. And I still got to go up front and get a V8 because I got to have energy anyway. I've got to be up all night. I'm going to be awake till 10 o'clock this morning. Jason Bonham, good. I didn't get to go. I'm going to be sad. I'm going to regret that one. Dio, Holy Diver, the Joe Barrissi remaster, $44.99. And let's go through everything that hadn't sold tonight, which is some really incredible items, the no bids and autographs. Hopefully we can get some of those sold tonight. We definitely need to. Dio is $44.99. Final call on Tool, 1 bid, $95. King Diamond, the Eye. King Diamond, the Eye. Purple and black marble vinyl. King Diamond is $36.99. The Eye. Purple and black vinyl. Also, we have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. That's new and sealed. Look at this photograph. King Diamond, The Dark Sides. Orange and white marble vinyl, $36.99 on King Diamond. The White Yoakum, we sold his autograph earlier. Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. That's on blue vinyl, $33.99. Rush, Fly By Night. Goodbye My Dear, $36.99. And Robert Plant, Carry Fire, $44.99. First of all, let's clean up the no bids over here. We got a Japanese pressing of Little Richard Is Back, $35. We got a Japanese pressing of Coleman Hawkins Live at the Village Gate. I've got a Glenn Campbell signed cut for $95. I've got a signed Loretta Lynn album for $125. I've also got Waylon Jennings for $250, Randy Travis for $95, Loretta Lynn cut for $95, Eddie Arnold for $45, and Robert Duvall for $95. We sold one Charlie Pride, and I've got a bunch of extras. Signed Charlie Pride's $45. Signed Charlie Pride's $45. Signed Glenn Campbell, $155. MC Crest Is Dead, $75. And another signed Loretta Lynn, all JSA authenticated, $125 on that. Coleman Hawkins is $35. Next is Peter Murphy, Love Hysteria. Peter Murphy is $33.99. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love, remaster, $33.99. And Kaleidoscope, Susie and the Banshees, $36.99 on that. Jason, thank you on the toolbox set. That is sold to you for $95. Nice pickup there. Enjoy listening. That makes me happy knowing somebody's going to be putting that on and listening to it. Make sure you play it loud and like sit right in front of the speakers. When Danny Carey starts hitting some of those hi-hats and those pling, he hits those like triplets and stuff. I'm like, oh, wow. Under Oath, this is $33.99 on ruby red vinyl. Iggy Pop is $33.99. Another Robert Plant, this is Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. 44, White Snake's Greatest Hits, 2 LP, remastered, remixed, $39.99. I have sold a lot of those. Pussifer, speaking of Tool, Maynard, this is gold vinyl. Pussifer, C is 4. You can fill in the blank, $29.99. Radio City, this is an album by Big Star, the band Big Star from Memphis, $38.99 for Big Star. We have Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode is $33.99. That is Speak and Spell, A Gatefold, Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. This is $36.99. That's the remaster of the Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. And we have Ministry, $33.99. $33.99. Can I get Hawkins for $25? I will split the difference with you, Romelu, if you want to get that for $30. I put it up a little bit too late tonight. I wish I would have. Mike asked about it. I accidentally teased it because I forgot about it. It wasn't actually over here in the auction bin. I was like, dang. Well, when Mike asked about it, I went ahead and put it up. But if you want it now for $30, I will sell it to you. It is technically up for auction. So Romelu said he will do $30. All right, so Coleman Hawkins is sold for $30. All right. Let me go ahead and move this toolbox set in here because it's not. Will this fit into a crate? Yeah, I guess it will. All right, it'll fit into a crate. That's good. You can't stack anything on top of it, though, just FYI. Ministry is sold to Johnny. We have Nirvana Bleach for $28.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $34.99 for Rob Zombie. That is available, and so is Venom Storm the Gates. That's $33.99. And Venom Black Metal, 40th Anniversary Silver and Black, $46.99. That's like an import only. Now, the other stuff tonight are the high-end autographs. If you're interested in price, let me know so I don't have to go through every one of them again. But here they are. I have the Eddie Rickenbacker signed letter, the Amazing Spider-Man 300 signed by Todd McFarlane, the Avengers. I guess I could spread them out a little bit so you can see them. But if you need complete details, let me know. Maybe visually you might see something here. So Eddie Rickenbacker letter, comic book signed by Todd McFarlane, Avengers signed by Stan Lee, Frank Zappa autograph, Eminem autograph poster, Marilyn Manson, Cheap Trick, and the Beach Boys. And everything there is kind of on the high-end side. But if you are curious, or if you already know and you've been waiting to make an offer, it is getting kind of near the end of the sale. It's still early, though. We have the Dang Yankees. That's $44.99 for them. Also, the Black Crowes Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. That is $33.99. Susie and the Banshee All Souls, $36.99. Wasp, the best of the best. Wasp is $44.99. Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music. Zach is $29. And another Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out. Bauhaus is $33. The two comic books. First, I'll go ahead and tell you about the Amazing Spider-Man 2. This is the Amazing Spider-Man. It's signed by Todd McFarlane. This is, of course, the first appearance of Venom, and signed by Todd. And that one was $475, $475 on that. And this is the Avengers. This is Wizard Ace Edition Marvel of Avengers number 4. So it's the notes I have for its grading is probably a 9.4, and it's $375. It's signed. Here's the LOA. It's signed by Stan Lee and Jack Cassidy. It's the Avengers number 4, which is a new printing of it. That's an iconic comic book, kind of a new printing of that. And then there's two signatures on here, Stan Lee and John Cassidy, and that's $375. And I have a note here on the side from Steve what he thought it would grade. He thinks it's 9.4. It's essentially a mint comic book, and it's pretty pricey, just the way it is raw. Of course, if you have a comic book slab, they won't authenticate the autograph. But I think if you do have this slabbed, they will take that. You can still have the letter. You know, I mean, you don't want to slab it with the letter, but you could at least have the letter, and then you could slab it, and they'll grade the book. And Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. That is Stan the man, guys. The Stan Lee. He created all of that. Unbelievable. I think y'all know, if you're in the comic book world, about him. Pretty cool there. And his signature now requires a full letter, so it's starting to get pretty desirable since his passing. MC Chris is available. Yeah, what happened to him? MC Chris is where? What happened to MC Chris? And there's actually 2 high-end records I didn't show. Where is MC Chris? Oh, he's back here. MC Chris is back here. MC Chris is dead. Nick is a 2008 U.S. original. VG condition. Some of these just raw have sold for as much as 100. It is available. It's called MC Chris is Dead. Or is that what a bunch of... These confuse me. I guess that's the name of the album. 75. Is that your best offer? I think you can do more. Let me know your best offer. Chad, you have Sleep Token, new vinyl, color variant. Sleep Token's interesting. They did not allow color variants. So all 3 distributors in the country that I use, you couldn't even order a color variant of Sleep Token. The indie exclusive is black. They don't call it an indie exclusive, but the indie exclusive is black. That is the indie exclusive. There is no indie exclusive. The only thing they allowed independent stores to have is black vinyl. Now, if there's another store, that's had a colored vinyl, that's like a unique store variant, etc. Paul says, I'm interested in Avengers. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Kelly asked about it. Kelly may be thinking about it. May want to buy it. May want to make an offer. Paul says he's also interested as well. MC Chris has sold to Nick Bargeron for $55. Okay. And I'm going to put the no bids over here. And let's go ahead and put up 2 new auctions. Let's do a couple more low start, maybe even Japanese. I'm going to grab a V8, and let's try to keep showing a few more records while we show cassettes. And also, did Johnny buy something out of here? He put BC. Johnny, Black Crows, I don't think I pulled that yet. Is that Wild Snake a new comp or repressed 94? This is a brand new release. They've remixed, remastered, revisited, remixed, remastered. Wild Snake's greatest hits, 16 tracks, newly remixed. Okay. There's that. Paul, let me know what you're thinking. I'll sell it to you. Steve wrote down a range of what he thought the value was. And so, you know, the way it sits, and I definitely agreed with him, but we'll be able to work something out, I'm sure. I mean, you are the Paul brothers, so. Okay. I'll have to do research on those. I'm going to put them right here. All right. Okay, first thing, we could not sell this last night, and we didn't sell this one. So let's reduce the price, and let's put them up for just a $15 start. This is a big album, too. Freeze Frame with Centerfold. That's a $15 start. And Billy Joel The Bridge, that's $20 off the price last night. We're going to re-auction them, hopefully this time to stir some interest, $15 start. So I'm about to bring over another crate. While we're going through that, I'm going to introduce some new cassettes, or cassettes that are sealed, like we were doing the other night. And when I brought those out the other night, the show took off. Like everybody just woke up and went, what? What's going on? So, where Ministry? I got you for Ministry and Black Crows. I got you for Ministry and Black Crows, yeah. And these are $15 starts, Japanese pressings. Okay? So yeah, let's bring over another crate. Let me figure out where to put these. And Chad's going to run up front and grab a V8. And this is not a break. This is Chad needing a V8 to probably have enough energy to finish this sale. Oh, man. Whew, it's tight quarters. All right. Tracks on Billy Joe Bridge. Give me 1 second. Is this thing back in range? Here we go. I don't give enough credit to Mike Massey for the amount of V8s he sends us. I meant to tag him when I may mention him right now so he'll know I was talking about him. Man, he does not get enough credit. He's probably sent us $100 worth of V8s. And Craig, if you hear me munching, Craig Thomas, if you hear me munching, if you're watching, I just had to grab a handful of your crab chips. And now I tried eating them too fast. I'm pretty hungry right now. And we're not going to let that distract us. Okay. I do have a V8 over here. But shout out to Mike Massey. I need to tag him in the comments. Maybe if he'll see it tomorrow, he'll know that I was talking about him. And Craig, if you hear me munching, I just grabbed a handful of chips right quick, and then I had to get a paper towel because I had that seasoning. I hadn't tried the Go Fish yet. I got to go home and eat my salmon. I bought a bunch of salmon at Publix and pre-made meals, and I've been eating junk food the last 3 days after the sales. My mom's like, I brought you barbecue and more Little Debbie's, and you got all these chips. And I was like, dang, I'm supposed to be eating salmon and broccoli and lifting weights and running every night. And I'm up here eating fudge rounds, barbecue, falling asleep on the counter. I fell asleep on the counter last night. If I feel drowsy, I'll just go ahead and go home. And I'm like, if I feel drowsy, I'm just like, all right, I got to get home. But last night I fixed this barbecue I was telling y'all about, Craig's crab chips. And then next thing I know, I put my head down on the counter. I was listening to a podcast, which was about interdimensional traveling. Joe Rogan, if you can imagine. And next thing I know, I woke up and it's 4:30 and I got these indentations. Look, I still got crab on my hands. I got these indentations on my arm where I've been asleep. And I was like, dang, I just fell asleep here for 2 hours just like that. Laid my head on the counter and I was out of it. I pretty much just crashed, and I probably could do that right now. But y'all are going to keep me going. And I'm going to tell y'all how y'all are going to keep me going. You're going to keep me going by buying records out of here and buying like 100 cassettes, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show some vinyl, then I'm going to show some cassettes. And the first thing when I walked away was Billy Joe got a bid for 15 with Jim B. And then Freeze Frame got a bid for 15. And then LJ put P. I'm not for sure what that's for. And then we have Accidentally Sent Avengers 300. Put it on the seasoning. That's a great try. Or that's a great suggestion. I'll take it home with me. And Billy Joe has another bid for 15. How many fudge rounds did I eat? I've ate about 4 fudge rounds in the last 24 hours. The big ones. Very bad. Freeze frame. Final call for 15. Billy Joe 17. And what is next? Avengers 300. I was at 375. I was thinking more like... well, I'll tell you what I have wrote on the. I'll tell you what I have wrote on the sticky note, or for what Steve suggested, 350 to 400. That's why I said 375. I'll do 350 on it. The letter cost. I think the Stan Lee letter cost either 75 or $100. So a lot of value in that. All right, here we go. We have Dio. This is Donington, 1987 lenticular cover. Dio is a limited edition 3T lenticular cover. It has a 4-side etching. Dio is $46.99. Freeze Frame get new bids. Billy Joe get new bids. Corey Taylor, you may know him from Slipknot or Stone Sour. This is the solo album. It is 2LP purple vinyl, $39.99. Also, we have Rush, Test for Echo. Rush is a 1996 album remastered, double vinyl edition with side D etching. Blah. Rush is $39.99. One of my favorites here, Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $36.99. I am free falling. I'll buy for $350. Great. Another one of the big autographed items tonight are sold. Thank you, Paul Brothers. Yeah, and we're thinking that will go 9.2, 9.4. And to answer your question earlier, yes, you can have this slabbed. They won't authenticate the autograph. So I'm assuming you're talking about CGC, which obviously I recommend as the best company. They will grade this, but they won't authenticate the signatures. The only way they will authenticate signatures if they witness them. CGC only authenticates them if they witness them. So if you do have this slabbed, I would just keep the letter with it, obviously. So you can slab it. It will be a blue label standard CGC grade. It should be a 9.2 or a 9.4. And, just when you have it in a board and back, or when you have it sleeved, just keep the letter with it, because it won't affect it. And that way it's with that. Now, if you email them, they might slab the letter in with the comic, but I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, I think it'd look pretty cool having the letter slabbed in with the comic on the back, obviously. But they might not do that. I don't know. But there's that. All right, let's go ahead and lay this in here. This sold to Paul Brothers for $350. Wow, not much of the big autographs left tonight then after that one. That is sold. That is sold, folks. All righty. Here we go. Freeze frame. Johnny wants Rush. Test for Echo. Can't go wrong there. And let's go ahead and show our first handful of cassettes. And these are all $6.99. Cassettes are all $6.99. Mr. Welcome to the Real World. That is loaded with hits. Howard Jones 1-to-1. Celine Dion. That's not easy to get on vinyl. And this is the Neville Brothers live at Tip Tina's. The Neville Brothers, let me do another handful right quick. The next handful is right here. And the next handful is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, 38 Special Tour de Force, and Songs from the Big Chair, Tears for Fears. Somebody had $20 on that. That's not $20. It's $6.99. All the cassettes are $6.99. Now, if I went through and priced all these, some of them would be $20. Some of them would be $10. Some of them would be $1. Some of them would be $3. Some may be $50. The easiest way I figured out cassettes is to do them for $6.99. If I tried looking all these up and price them and sleeving them and doing them like we do vinyl, we would have 10 billion cassettes, just like CDs. So the easiest way to do this is just sell them for $6.99 and your pick, okay? Tears for Fears sold to Hiram. Mr. sold to Hiram. And if they have an old sticker, you should be able to peel that off, get it cleaned off. Y'all know what to do. Those are sold and sold. 38 special is sold to Rob and Glenn. All right, so freeze frames, a final call for 20. Billy Joel was not sealed. No, it's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, complete with inserts. Billy Joel. And the last bid on BJ was Johnny over on YouTube for $20. Next thing, I doubt I get to see these tonight. I'm going to try to finish these couple crates of cassettes, and then CDs are coming very soon. Maybe by the end of this week, or maybe soon. Before the end of the month, we'll get back into CDs. Duran Duran Notorious, $33.99 on Duran Duran. Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim. Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels, $33.99. Billy Joel still getting bids. Romulu's at $22, so Johnny, you're out. Jay Giles is a final call, though. Freeze frame. Romelu has that for $20. We have Rammstein, Shinzut. Rammstein is $46.99. U2 Octung Baby, even better than the real thing. That's $46.99. And Korn, Requiem Mass. Korn is on blue vinyl, $24.99. All right, here's our next stack. These are all $6.99. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits. The Cars, Heartbeat City. Everything You Wanted to Hear by the Chiffons. And the unforgettable Natalie Cole. Those are all $6.99. And I'm going to do one more quick handful here. The next handful is Styx, Caught in the Act. Styx, Pieces of 8. And Zod Yago Pilgrimage. Zod Yago, Z-E-D, Zed Yago. Next in here is Motorhead, The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. That's $33.99. Johnny, you're out on the Billy Joel. Just FYI, Romelu did bid $22 on that. We also have Triumph, Allied Forces. Triumph is $33.99. And Depeche Mode, Violator. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Enjoy the silence, everybody. And here is Tracy Chapman. This was a big deal, of course. First time it's ever been reissued. 35th anniversary, $33.99. We drive a fast car, or we've got a fast car, something like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. All right. Robin put can't. Sticks both, okay? She wants both sticks. So to Robin for $6.99, and so to Robin for $6.99. Excellent. Thank you on that. We can go ahead and sell freeze frame, though. Freeze frame is sold, and it is done to Romelu for $20. Thank you on that. And let's grab another handful of cassettes here. Her count was Captain and Tennille, okay? Robin Glenn also gets Captain and Tennille. Thank you. That's sold to you for $6.99. Here we go. We have Katrina and the Waves. I'm Walking on Sunshine. Oh, yeah. Elvis, Always on My Mind. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Love. Or Born to Run, and Boston, Third Stage, Amanda. So that left Katrina, Elvis, Bruce, and Boston. Some of these have prices for $20, $10, and some of them have prices for $1. Next in the bin is Nectar. Sounds like this. Nectar is numbered 85 of 100 on green splatter, $44.99 on Nectar. We've sold a bunch of those. That's our last one. Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. Fiona is $44.99. And Oasis, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants. Oasis is $44.99. And then Sonic Youth Evol is $33. Mark Bolan is $33. And Pavement, Slanted and Enchanted is $33.99. He's out on Billy Joel, so let's sell that to Romelu for $22. Thank you, Romelu C. That's so to you. And then we got Katrina and the Waves. I'm Walking on Sunshine. Katrina is going to Robin Glenn. Thank you. That's so to you. And let's go ahead. Where's Regina at? Elvis Cassettes. Uh-oh. Regina might have just woke up. She might have went, what? What did you say? Elvis Cassettes. I got a bunch in here, it looks like. Hey, there's Freeze Frame again. We just sold the vinyl. Now you can buy the cassette for $6.99. Genesis Invisible Touch is $6.99. Genesis We Can't Dance. That's tough to get on vinyl, at least OGs. And Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, $6.99 on Glenn Fry. There you have it. So Robin got the last. And actually, we have a few more records in here. Dr. Dog, $28.99. Thor, Only the Strong is $33. The Dickies, Balderdash is $33. Smashing Pumpkins, Live, $29.99. Gang of Four is $33. Styx, Paradise Theater is $38. 13-4 Elevators, $34. XTC, $33. And Elvis is $39. I actually think that last batch right there, That was some on-sale new vinyl that was left over. So actually, if somebody's interested in these, I will entertain offers. A rare opportunity. At one point, they were some sort of discount, either percentage or flat price or fixed price. But if anybody else wants any of these here, buy it now or best offer. That's just on Nectar, Fiona Apple, Oasis, Sonic Youth, Mark Bolan, Pavement, Dr. Dog, Thor, Dickies, Smashing Pumpkins, Gang of Four, Styx, 13-4 Elevators, Elvis, and XTC. Just saying. Freeze Frame, that is sold to Robin Glenn. Her comment just came in for that. That's sold, and we still got Genesis and Genesis. Elvis for $30.24. Elvis is, it was $39.99. I think the last time I had this Duke, it was 25% off, so I marked it to $29.99. I'll do another $2 off. I'll say $28 on that. And that's got to be getting down there below cost. It's got to be. Elvis, $28. But yeah, I think the last time I did that, I did 25% off, which was $29. So I'll do it for $28. Pavement for $25. I'll go ahead and do that because I'm pretty sure that was James Allen in a $24.99 crate. So yeah, that's the same price. $25 on Pavement. Duke Norman gets Elvis for $28. And Leslie wants Robert Plant and what songs are on Oasis. Give me 1 second on that. This is their album, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, which came out in the year 2000. And we got Robert Plant. Was that Lullaby? Yeah, Lullaby. Great songs on that one and the other one as well. Carrying Fire or Carry Fire. What's it called? Carry Fire, yeah. This is sold to Leslie at $44.99. All right, let's grab some more cassettes right quick. Track list on Oasis is Effing in the Bushes. Go Let It Out, Who Feels Love, Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is, Little James, Gas Panic, Where Did It All Go Wrong, Sunday Morning Call, I Can Hear a Liar, and Roll Over. The Dickies, $20 for Dustin. Sell that to Dustin for $20. Still choking on those crab chips. You should have seen me up there cramming them in my mouth. All right, let's go through some more cassettes here. These are all $6.99. The GRP All-Star Big Band, all blues. The Go-Go's Talk Show, Pat Benatar Tropico, The Vince, Simplistic Funk, and Peter Frampton Comes Alive. These are all $6.99. Laura has sent me pictures for Friday's auctions. Uh-oh, what has she got here? We've got Monk and Beatles and Doors and Bowie and Beatles and Bowie and Zeppelin and Beatles and Cream and Jolly Hooker and Lightning Hopkins and Albert and Freddie King and Muddy Waters and John Lee Hooker and Lightning Slim and Muddy Waters and Lightning Hopkins and T-Bone Walker and Pink Floyd and Grateful Dead and Bo Diddley and Monk and Grateful Dead and Detroit Emeralds and the Great Bluesmen and Newsport and Grateful Dead and Redbone and Big Brother and Beatles and Bruce and Beatles and Mingus and Miles Davis and Beatles and Booker T. And who is that? Mingus again. And Mingus again. So nice. And I'll have more autographs to supplement that as well. Maybe even some more of these posters if I can do that. Whenever I eat fruit, I ate an entire fruit tray on Monday. And on Tuesday, I ate an entire vegetable tray. I love fruit and vegetable trays. I just tend to go overboard. Like I'll get a vegetable tray and I'll eat all of it. Which I guess is almost like net very little calories. But all right, here's some more cassettes. $6.99 on Little River Band. The Best of Times, the Hollies' Greatest Hits. The Manhattan Transfer Anthology. Skittles. No, I do, but I just go overboard. Who is this? I don't know who this is. I don't know what that says. Pickpocket, I think. The Neville Brothers Live, Raspberry's Best, Elvis Aloha, and the Kinks, One from the Road. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Rattle and Hum. Bad to the Bone and U2, Rattle and Hum. George Thorogood, Rattle and Hum, and U2. Let's see here. We got the Police, Regatta de Blanc. The Police is $6.99. Digital Underground, that is Kiss You Back. Digital Underground is $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, Greatest Hits. These are all $6.99 cassettes. And these probably here will sell, at least these bottom on two. What is this one here? The Throbs, The Language of Thieves and Vagabonds. The Throbs, that's $6.99. 10,000 Maniacs and 10,000 Maniacs. Our Time in Eden and Blind Man Zoo. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Let's see here. Next in the cassettes, these are all $6.99. John Stewart, Bombs Away Dream Babies. Prism, Small Change. Billy Squire is sealed, or at least appears to be sealed. That's Everybody Wants You. What's that one called? Emotions in Motion. Shooting Star and Bob Seger. And this is The Distance. Skittles. You know, I don't eat a lot of mainstream candy. If I did, it would be really bad. I love Three Musketeers. Oh my gosh. Three Musketeers. Nicholas on 10,000. Let me know if you want Our Own Time or Blind Man Zoom. Natalie Merchant on lead vocals. Leslie on BS, I'm assuming for Billy Squire. Or was that for Bob Seger, Leslie? Your pick on those. There. Now, Johnny, you won't get an invoice until Monday, but they usually take a look at new buyers, and if you've hit a certain limit, they might go ahead and reach out to you for an invoice. But if you're good to go, then they'll go ahead and let it slide, and you won't get an invoice until Monday. But if they feel like you should go ahead and get one, and then you'll have one in your email. If not, it may be Monday. And don't forget, we do this every night. We do this every night. Okay? Leslie wanted Billy Squire, so let's sell that to Leslie for $6.99. Then Susie put BA 10,000. BA 10,000. That was for something. And then Nicholas on both, so he gets both 10,000 Maniacs. And then Susie, what was Blind? I'm trying to figure out what Susie's BA was for. We're about to find out. All right, 1 second, please. May have to change up my mics. This one's starting to bother me. 10,000 Maniacs. Okay. Now, is that for the only one that's left is Our Time in Eden. Connecting my mic back. All right. I'm not done over here. We'll see if Susie wants that one. Okay. And then we have Poco, the very best of Poco. The Pointer Sisters Breakout. Elvis sings hits from his movies. Elvis, a 2-pack in person and back in Memphis. We also have Elvis, Welcome to My World. We have Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. And Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes. Those are all $6.99. And she's passing on that 10,000 Maniacs, so that's still available. And the last handful on this tray, I'm about to go get some more. The last handful on this tray was Pop Smear, the Verve Pipe, and we still got Elvis, 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 and Elvis. And the last two are Pebbles, Pebbles and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Okay. And now, we took a big chunk out of there, but let me show you everything that's left. And this way I can set them where you can see them. And if you want a cassette in here, these are all $6.99. If not, I'm going to go get a tray, and we'll see these again. Let me get my OCD kicked in here. Let's get all these all nice and organized. And here's all what's left for $6.99. The Neville Brothers, Celine Dion, Peter Frampton, Da Vinci, or that Da Vinci. D-A-V-I-N-C. It looks like Da Vinci. Pat Benatar, The Go-Go's, GRP All-Star, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Glenn Fry, Genesis, Boston, Bruce Springsteen, Elvis, Zed Yago, Unforgettable, Natalie Cole. That is the Chiffons, The Cars. Robin Glenn wants Pebbles. That's right up here. That's so to Robin Glenn. And then that leaves Howard Jones, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, 10,000 Maniacs, Southside Johnny, another Bruce Springsteen, Elvis, Pointer Sisters Poco, The Verve Pipe, Elvis, John Stewart, Prism, Shooting Star, Bob Seger, The Throbs, Linda Ronstadt, Digital Underground, The Police, George Thorogood, U2, Kings, Elvis, Raspberries, The Neville Brothers, Pickpocket, Manhattan Transfer, The Hollies, and Little River Band. Let's go get some more. Does anybody want a bundle deal on all of them? Paul Brothers. Who wants a bundle deal on all of them? Who wants a bundle deal on all of them? Who wants a bundle deal? I'm hypnotizing you. Bundle deal, bundle deal, bundle deal, bundle deal, bundle deal. Bundle deal, 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 bundle. I will take the bundle. I am the bundle. Bundle. Chad is going to offer me a bundle deal. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. Chad's gonna offer me a bundle deal. All right, let's see what I got here. Well, nobody's interested in a bundle deal, so we'll move on. Here we go. Let's see who's paying attention. Holy moly, look at these right here. Oh boy, here we go. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry, Kiss, Asylum, The Police, Every Breath You Take, The Greatest Hits, Diano, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Holy moly, what did we just get into here? Robin says, good night again. No, you're not done, Robin. Come back. You're not done. Quiet Riot, Condition Critical, NXS Kick, Judas Priest Live. What is going on right now? Scorpions, Rush, holy moly. Who's all paying attention? What's next here? We got Bryan Adams, Reckless. It was the summer of '69. Prince, 1999. And from Terminator 2, Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine. Wow. That was a speed run. Let me go ahead and put the sold ones in here before I have a spiel. Let me take the sold ones in here right quick. Walking on Sunshine. Anybody else got Walking on Sunshine stuck in their head now? Whoa. All right. We have Hiram on Twisted Sister, sold for $6.99. Dustin Hodges on Ozzy, sold to Austin. Chris X on NXS, sold to Chris X. Robin on the GNR, she's not gone to bed yet. Awesome. And then Prince, Guy Shard, and Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is down here on the bottom. That's so to Robin. KSET, Stevie Ray Vaughan. What's going on? So what is Prince? Guy Shard put Cassette Prince. I know for sure he wants Prince. What is Cassette? And then a bundle. There we go. It worked. Regina wants a bundle deal on all the Elvis. All right. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 Elvis back here. She's still awake, folks. They shot him 5 times and he's still alive. What movie is that from? That's bad luck for you, and that's bad luck for me if they don't do that deal. Is that all the Elvis? Elvis. Presley. Elvis, Presley. Boy, those V8s kicking fast, don't they? Those V8s is boom. All of a sudden, you're just full of energy again. Can y'all tell? Like, since I've chugged that V8, like, bam! I'm like fully awake right now. I could take off running all the way down to Walmart. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is sold. That is sold to Chris X. Regina, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 Elvis cassettes. Instead of $7, I'll sell them to you for $5. And that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's $45. $45 on 9 of those. See? V8s. I could sponsor them. Y'all get to experience it full. I was about ready to fall asleep. I drink 1 can of V8, and I am wide awake. I mean, I feel like I just slept for 12 hours, and I've woke up and already stretched, and I'm ready to go. It just took 1 can of this limited edition V8 Winter Edition Winterberry. It's the equivalent of a cup of coffee and then some. It's more caffeine than a cup of coffee. They lie to you. That's got a lot more than I've had a cup of coffee before. A cup of coffee just makes you go use the bathroom. Next thing, these are all $6.99. The Police Synchronicity. Also, Mudvayne. That's a single. Mudvayne from the forthcoming album LD50. Wow. It's got 2 tracks, Dig and Nothing to Gain. Ace Frehley, Lie Plus One. Everlast, Whitey Ford Sings the Blues. They had $20 on that one. Also, we have Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, Kiss, Crazy Nights, and Cheap Trick and Budokan. I can't believe Judas Priest, Scorpions, Rush, Kiss, Police, Diana, and Bryan Adams didn't sell. If y'all don't buy these right now, they're definitely going to sell another time. So if you want them, I would do them right now. Sell all these to Regina for $45, and that was Elvis Presley. And now we have another stack. Let's take these in here. Yeah, that stuff kicks in fast. It just takes about 5 minutes. It just takes about 5 minutes, and you're just like, boom. Ace Frehley sold $6.99 to Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier also wants Everlast for $6.99. That leaves the Police, Mudvayne, Skid Row, Kiss, and Cheap Trick. Next handful. Boy, look at these right here. Holy moly. Next ones we have Judas Priest, Turbo, Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Dokken, a cassette single from Dream Warriors. Holy, this is like a $45 cassette. Night Ranger, The Beatles, 67 to 70, Peter Gabriel Soul, and Cinderella. These are $10, $15, $20, $30 cassettes at auction. Y'all are buying them right now for $6.99. I'm basically setting money on fire right now. What I'm doing is the equivalent of just setting money on fire. Setting money on fire. You're witnessing. You don't see a lot of people do it, but I'm doing it right now. We have Robin on Skid Row, and that was SR. No, that was for, yes, Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. That's over here. That's so to Robin. Next thing we have is Kenny Stanley. See, he's all over that Dokken. That is a very good one. That's so to Kenny Stanley. Kenny, have you bought from us before? If not, welcome to Coletco. Still got Priest, Night Ranger, Beatles, Peter Gabriel, and Cinderella. If y'all don't buy these, I'm going to put them up tomorrow during the auction for $7 starts. Next thing I'm about to show you right now, let me put these over here. Let me get some of these reshifted so I can. Kenny has not bought from us before, so you're a first-time buyer. So thank you and welcome to Coletco. I need you to send our Facebook page a message. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Excuse me, $8 in limited shipping. So anything else you buy tonight, tomorrow, the next night, all the way through Saturday, $7 in limited shipping. Cinderella is sold to Rob and Glenn, $8 in limited shipping. Next is in memory of James Lynn something of Snot. Straight up, some kind of snot deal there. Wow, Dark Angel, we have arrived. Look, that had $40 on it. That's a $40, $50 cassette. Deicide, that has $30 on it. That's a $30, $40 cassette. These are all $6.99. Dion and the Belmonts. Stuck Mojo, $6.99. Toad the Wet Sprocket, $6.99. Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Trees, $6.99. Those are all $6.99. That's $150 worth of cassettes right there. All $6.99 a piece. That's it. Kenny Stanley on Dark Angel. And that is sold to him. Where is it? We have arrived. Yeah, that would have sold for $30, $40, $50 tomorrow. Anybody else? Toad the Wet Sprocket. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. That leaves Deicide, Dion the Belmont, Stuck Mojo, Peter Gabriel, and some kind of Snot cassette. Those are all still available. Let's go ahead and grab some more. These are all $6.99 each. The Outfield, Play Deep, Josie's on a Vacation Far Away, NXS, Suicide Blonde, Rare Earth, and Grand Funk, 2 albums on one, Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits, Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, and The Baddest of George Thorogood and the Destroyers. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99. Hiram, the Deicide cassette was Legion. Deicide, Legion, 1992, Legion. All right, those are all available for $6.99. So, yeah, if anybody's watching right now and you get on, so what we do here is $8 in limited shipping. It's an open box essentially all week. And trust me, you want to pay $8 and not cost. If we charged cost for postage, there would be major complaints if we charged what it cost us. We do $8 in limited shipping, and that's for all week. That's from Sunday, when I started the Sunday show. I've been live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is Thursday, technically Thursday night. We're now into Friday morning, technically. And it's all $8 in limited shipping. Some people this week have already bought Funkos, posters, toys, cassettes, autographs, 8-tracks, reel-to-reels, books, magazines, and we're going to ship everything they've bought for $8. Hiram, if you don't want Deicide, Jim B does. Now, Jim B knows that's like a $50 cassette. He's going to sell that and pay his water bill. Next thing we have is going up right now. This is $6.99 for these. Eric Clapton, From the Cradle. Ninja Man, Nobody's Business But My Own. This is Too Much Joy, Son of Sam I Am. We have Paperboy, The 9 Yards, Lobo's Greatest Hits, and Charlie Daniels Band, Homesick Blues, Charlie Daniels. And then Deicide sold and Judas Priest Turbo sold. Right, so we got Judas Priest Turbo sold for $6.99 and Hiram on Deicide. Sorry, Jim, you'll have to find a different way to pay your water bill. Sorry about that. Hopefully you can afford to, because I would hate to know that you don't have running water. We have Eric Clapton, Ninja Man, Too Much Joy, Paperboy, Lobo, and Charlie Daniels Band. Those are all available. We're doing $6.99 cassettes right now. Here's another handful. A Flock of Seagulls, I Ran So Far Away, The Association's Greatest Hits, Never My Love, The Baby's Anthology, I'm Back on My Feet Again, Best of Bread, Baby I'ma Want You, Marvin Gaye Super Hits, How Sweet It Is to Be in Love by You, Elton John, The Big Picture, Sarah McLachlan, Solace. That's not easy to get on vinyl. 1991, Sarah McLachlan, $6.99. Lobo's Greatest Hits. I'm going to sell that to Robin Glenn. I'm going to put it right there on top of his Deicide cassette. All those are $6.99. Susie wants Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye Super Hits. I heard it through the grapevine. That's $6.99. Next is Sarah McLachlan. That is sold to Leslie Holt. These are all $6.99. We have completed another box. And that box, folks, is definitely worthy of another recap. 100%. This is beyond another recap here. Let's do it. First thing we have is Guy Shard wants SML. And SML was for Sarah McLachlan. That's already sold. Let's read through these again. All $6.99. Let's start right here at the bottom this time. And we have Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, 7 Wishes, Night Ranger, Beatles, 67 to 70, Talking About a Revolution, Peter Gabriel, So In Your Eyes, in memory of James Lynn Strait of Snot, some kind of cassette single, 2-part Dion and the Belmonts. I'll sell both of these together for $6.99 if anybody wants those. Both Dion, I think they're supposed to go together. Stuck Mojo, Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree, The Outfield, Play Deep, Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. Then we got Rare Earth, Grand Funk, 2 albums in one. Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. Also, George Thorogood, The Baddest. We have Eric Clapton, From the Cradle. Ninja Man, Too Much Joy, of Son of Sam I Am, Paperboy, and Charlie Daniels. So, straight up. Let's see. Was the straight up a single? Let's see here. Flock of Seagulls, Social Baseball Bread, Elton John, Judas Priest, Scorpions, Rush, Kiss, Police, Deanna, Brian Downs, Mudvayne. Straight up. Let me figure out what that was. Oh, that was this here. Yeah, so it also has some box damage. Looks like it's been wet. It is I Know Where You're At, vocals by M. Cud of Head PE, Catch a Spirit, and Starlit Eyes. Straight up in stores 2000. It's got some box damage. It's a 3-track. Let me make sure the cassette looks okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's a 3-track. It's kind of like an EP single. Immortal Records. Featuring Jonathan Davis of Korn, Corey of Slipknot, Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit, and Brandon Boyd of Incubus, LaJean of Sevendust, and more. Wow, is this available on vinyl? I've never heard of this. Did y'all hear that lineup? Jonathan Davis of Korn, Corey Taylor of Slipknot. It just says Corey of Slipknot. Corey Taylor, though. Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit, Brandon Boyd of Incubus, and LaJean of Sevendust, or LaJean. I've never known really how to say that. I've always said LaJean. Wow, that's a heck of a lineup there. And it says on the side, in memory of James Lynn Strait. I don't know what happened there, but there it is. All right, let's grab another box. That's some good ones there. I still got several I could auction, including Kiss and Rush and Scorpions and Judas Priest and Flock of Seagulls. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-dee-dee. These look much more deep cut. This looks like the kind of box we was going through the other night, but we sold the heck out of them. These look much more deep cut, but there's still some cool stuff here. So, the singer for Snot, I have it on CD, is great. Oh, okay, Snot singer. Didn't know that. Carla, well, I'm assuming Hiram's passing, so sell that to Carla D. Roche. Snot, yeah, we've had some of their records. Their albums are in print. Their albums are in print with music on vinyl. So, all right, let's do this. Yeah, this is the kind of tray we was going through the night. And let me show you what I mean by sale, so Carla does get that. Let me take this stack of sold in here before it falls over. So these are quote, excuse me, these are quote sealed. I don't know if they're original sealed, but I believe they are new. I still believe they're new. Let me give you an example, and this is $6.99. Here's Madonna, I'm Breathless, from the Dick Tracy movie. And this is a full album, by the way. But, you know, it's sealed. Some of them are cutouts. So, you know, cassettes have cutout marks just like records do. They're all sealed, though. But from what I've noticed, they look brand new. But I just don't know how sealed they are, if that makes sense. But it's definitely, they all look new, and the cassettes don't have any wear marks. I've looked at a bunch of them. So we had a bunch like this the other night, right? So that's sold to Leslie for $6.99. So these are sealed, but I don't know if they're original sealed, if that makes sense. Let's get started. Blown Away. We had that one the other night. Joe Cocker, Big Head Todd, U2, The Sundays are on here, Aretha Franklin. That's a soundtrack, Blown Away. XTC, Nonsuch. That's one I don't see as often, even on vinyl. XTC, Nonsuch, $6.99 on that. The Fine Young Cannibals, She Drives Me Crazy. That one's on there. NXS, Full Moon Dirty Hearts. NXS has a crack in the jewel case. $6.99 on that. Free Jack soundtrack. That has Scorpions, Ministries, Jesus Jones, Jesus and Mary Chain, Jane Child, Little Feet, 11, 2 Die 4. And we have Thin White Rope, Sack Full of Silver. And these tend to be more popular because we got some pretty cool stuff in here from like the 90s that are sealed, $6.99. Let's keep rolling. We have Prince, Graffiti Bridge, $6.99. Kim Pencil, Pencil Sketches 2. The Soul Stirrer, Strength, Power, and Love. Bounce, The Ocean, and Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. That's essentially a Yes album without Chris Squire, who's the bassist. It's pretty much Yes, though. $6.99. John Anderson, Bill Bruford, Rick Wakeman, and Steve Howe. Let's see here. Let's go over here and let's grab another handful. I have 11th Dream Day, El Mudio. 11th Dream Day. Start stacking the. Wow, a double pack, Fleetwood Mac Live. That must be the 1980 album. Yeah. Fleetwood Mac, I'm going to sell the double pack. Wire, Ideal Copy. George Lynch, Sacred Groove. Wow, George Lynch. That stuff's always popular. Toto, Toto's Kingdom of Desire. Guy Shard wants a Prince. I actually have another sealed Prince I see coming up. So if somebody takes Prince, if he was going to take Prince, I have another one. John Nazarko gets the double Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, that should be a great price regardless. All right, let's do some more right over here. I've got to figure out where to put these, though. Okay, we have SWA, Your Future if you have one, SWA, SWA, Soft, the Surf Punks, Party Bomb, Surf Punks, Subject to Change, Womb Amnesia, Young Fresh Fellows, it's Low Beat Time, The Zoo, Shaking the Cage, and Yellow Man, King Yellow Man. Susie also wants a Prince, so there's Prince sold. Throwing Muses, Red Heaven, These Immortal Souls, another SWA, and SWA Winter. I don't know if that's read as SWA or SWA. I'm going to start adding some of these back to the box over here as I make room for more. Betty Severett. Next Prince is different than the two. No, it's the same Prince. It's I have multiple copies of that Graffiti Bridge. Betty Severett, Lamprey. Slovenly, Highway to Hanos. Carla Secra, Spin the Weaver Song. The Best of Wipers and Greg Sage. Wow, The Best of Wipers. I wish they made that on vinyl. Salvation, the soundtrack to Salvation. Soundtrack to Rush, not Geddy Lee. The movie Rush. Viva Roxy Music, the live Roxy Music album. And Peter Tosh, Legalize It. And he is referring to gambling. Legalize it, gambling. Peter Tosh, those are all $6.99. All right. And then over here, we have XTSW West, Queer, the Wolfgang Press, Ronnie Wood, Slide on This, Ron Wood from the Stones, Wire, the Ideal Copy, A. Wilkins, New York, and White Animals. Self-titled. Okay, both SWAs to Robert Warner. So SWA Winter and there's SWA Winter. And the other one was In Your Future here. Yep. Those so to Robert and Robert. Thank you and thank you. Guy Shard on Roxy Music. That was right over here in this last stack. That's so to Guy. Roxy Music. Okay. And then let's start right here. Let me flip this one around. And right here. So we got FESU, War with No Mercy. Color Me Bad, Time and Chance. The Fritz Reiner Chicago Symphony, a festival of Russian music. Classical. Also, Banda Super Chorus. Zymox, Phoenix, Zymox, and Shadow King, self-titled. Those are all $6.99. Next handful is the Nylons, Live in Concert, 4 on the Floor, Toto, Kingdom of Desire, Mike and the Mechanics, Word of Mouth, and Wax, American English. Wax UK, American English. Leslie wants the Festival of Russian Music. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Here's another L.A. Wilkins, New York. Mr. Go On. Father MC, hey, how you doing? Joan Armour Trading, Hearts and Flowers, and This and That Bumping. This and That Bumping. Also for $6.99. We have Howard Jones in the running, Brian Ferry Taxi, and Burning Spear, Marcus Garvey. Burning Spear, Brian Ferry, and Howard Jones. Some of these are a little dusky. A little dusky? How about a little dusty? Probably can see from my hands. They might need a wipe down, just saying. They've got a pretty big, thick layer of dust on them. These are completely unprocessed. Showing them all here for the first time. But hey, we just took a check out of there. 2, 4, actually 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 just sold out of there. I'll take it. Anybody else want one? And Brian F is sold. That's Brian Ferry. Now finding these after I put them back is going to be the hard part. I bet I can do it though. Brian Ferry, that should be right in here. There it is, Brian Ferry Taxi. I've never seen that before on vinyl. What year did that come out? 80, 90, 2000? It's got to be 90s. Yeah, I've never seen that on vinyl. I had an album of his the other night on vinyl. It's got like a horse on it. I think we ended up selling it before we put it on Discogs, but it was pricey. All right, what time is it? How much time do I have left on Facebook? This show will conclude when we expire time over on Facebook, but I think we have time to do another box. I didn't recap those because there's way too many in there, but if you want to see another one, let me know. What's our time looking like? 15, 20 minutes? We might can do one more box, and then I can open up final requests. There might be somebody waiting for the last second to make an offer on one of those big autographs or big high-end items tonight. They might be waiting for the right moment. They might be like, all right, I'm going to catch Chad right at the buzzer, and I'm going to make him an offer he cannot refuse on that Marilyn Manson or that Waylon Jennings. Or I know there's some people still lurking. They're like, I got to get that. I got to get that. Let's find one more good tray over here. What damages the integrity of cassette tape? The actual tape, temperature, extreme conditions, temperature, which is related to storage, wear, poor magnetization on your deck. A poor player can really mess one up. All right, unsold auctions. Yeah, I'm going to do that. We got 20 minutes. I got time to show some more cassettes. And some other people might want to speak in on that that's watching. I would say the big thing is storage, extreme conditions, and probably your player. We have Bash and Bop, Treacherous Jaywalkers, La Lisa Bomita, Echo and the Bunnymen, The Cutter. There's another Prince. And here is Mo Thug's Family Scriptures featuring Bone. Bash and Bop again, and John Campbell, Howlin' Mercy. Actually, you know what? This box is so full, and there's so much deep cut stuff. I might be better off just putting it right here and just reading down. And if y'all, then I can pull something out. We have In Excess, Full Moon, Dirty Hearts, Crosby, Stills and Nash, After the Storm, that Petro Motion Fireproof, Throwing Muses, Red Heaven, Immaculate Fools, The Toy Shop, The Tokens, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, Young Woo, Shore Leave, DAM, abbreviated DAM, Inside Out, Sonny and Cher, I Got You Babe, Color Me Bad, Time and Chance, The Magnolias, Dime Store Dream, Beth Nielsen Chapman, You Hold the Key, Kim Pencils, Pencil Sketches, This and That, Bumpin', Paul Davis featuring I Go Crazy, This and That Bumpin', Howard Jones in the Running, Cosmopolitan, Volume 6, Kim Pencil, Pencil Sketches, A.A. Wilkins, New York. Dustin on NXS, and that was Full Moon Dirty Hearts. That's sold to Dustin Hodges for $6.99. There's another Prince Graffiti Bridge, another Prince Graffiti Bridge, Letters to Cleo, Happy Monday, Yes Please, Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds with Eric Clapton, another NXS, Dirty Hearts, Heritage Universal Congress of Prosperous and Qualified. This one is Pete Townsend, Psycho Derelict, Paula Abdul, Spellbound, Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time, Gary Brown, Rhythm of Romance, Toto, Keen to Desire, Living Chicago Blues, The Chills, Kaleidoscope World, Shades of Grey, Roy Orbison, Rockin' 60s, Susie and the Banshees, Once Upon a Time, Twice Upon a Time, the singles. Wow, that's a good one there. Susie and the Banshees, Steve Howe, The Grand Scheme of Things, Big Audio Dynamite, Elliott Sharp, and Doughboys. Dustin Hodges wants Happy Mondays, Yes Please. That's right here, so to Dustin Hodges. Happy Mondays, Yes Please, $6.99. Hiram got Susie and the Banshees. Wire, The Ideal Copy, Prince Graffiti Bridge, Ultra Night or Ultra Nate, One Woman's Insanity. Another NXS, The Church Starfish. That's a good one. The Church Starfish. We have, that looks very metal. Craig something Ritual, Hidden in Plain. Paula Abdul, Spellbound, that's sort of right. Now that's actually sealed. That's the original factory seal. That's how it's supposed to look, like that. With those fold over seams. That's definitely sealed. That's sold. The Church Starfish, that's sold to Dale. Doughboys is right here. Nicholas. When Up Turns Down. I left off right here with EPMD, Unfinished Business. The Kinsey Report, SWA Volume. There's a different SWA there. SWA Volume, Robert. Bash and Bop, John Campbell. And then there's the handful I read at the beginning of the show, or beginning of the tray. John Campbell, The Thugs Family Scripture, Prince, Echo, Treasured Jaywalkers, Bash and Bop, Call Me Dad, El DeBarge. Boy, we sold the heck out of their vinyl tonight. El DeBarge, The Pointer Sisters, Screaming Iguanas, Wild World, and wow, look at that. Paul McCartney's Liverpool, Ontario. That's a classical arrangements he did. Yeah, they had that marked 27. I wish that was available on vinyl. Paul McCartney's Liverpool, Ontario. Paul McCartney has wrote and conducted multiple classical arrangements. An absolute genius. Jim B on EPMD. That's sold to him for $6.99. Robert Warner wants SWA. That's sold to Robert Warner. Nicholas said sold on Doughboys. Leslie on the Paul McCartney classical arrangements. That's Liverpool, Ontario, on Oratorio. What am I keep saying? I keep mispronouncing it. Oratorio. Oratorio. Okay. And then earlier, Regina wants the Rush soundtrack. This is sold to Regina for $6.99. And the Sonny and Cher, The Beat Goes On. Oh boy, let me see if I can find that. That's not in here. It is. Yeah, it's right here. I Got You, Babe. That's sold to Regina. All right, I definitely tell you. Look at this stuff sold stack. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, let me take these in there before there's a spill. That's a lot of cassettes sold. Shipping department, once again, is going to hate. Drive me crazy. This is why we bring out cassettes. There's no matter what kind of vinyl I could have showed. There wouldn't have been any vinyl sale like this unless it was just like a complete insane blowout prices. This is why I bring out cassettes and CDs late at night. This stuff moves really well. And, of course, some of these have been great prices. Anybody else? If not, I actually, before I handle anything else, especially these letters and stuff, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to go dust this, get this dust the dust off my hands, and I'll be right back. Somebody did want to see the last remaining no bids, and hopefully I can sell them. We have yellow, Tosh, and Spear. All right, we got a few here from LJ, and that might be the last one sold. Anybody else? Yellow, Tosh, and Spear. There's yellow. There's Peter Tosh and Spear. I just washed my hands too. It's not like these things are nasty. They're just dusty. I don't like that on my hand before I handle really expensive stuff. And we got to get him a Burning Spear. And it was somewhere right in here, wasn't it? Salvation. We got those two for him. Burning Spear. Was it over here? Nope. Was it in this one? How long ago was that? It wasn't in the first one. Was it in the last one? It wasn't in the last one. It has to probably be in this one. Right here it is. All right, LJ, I got you. 3 for $6.99 each. Okay, here's the no bids. We'll start first with just vinyl and or LPs. Some signed, some not signed. The first thing I have is Little Richard is Back, a Japanese pressing. Let's try to get some of these sold, no bids. Little Richard is Back, $35, Japanese pressing. The Echo and the Money Man is called The Cutter. The Cutter? Yeah, The Cutter. The Cutter says 12 classic tracks, sealed with hop sticker. Loretta Lynn, God Bless America Again, my best hymn album, Loretta, $125. We sold one other Loretta signed album at auction tonight for $160. And I believe this handwriting on the back is also in her hand. If you look at the M's, JSA didn't say it was, but I think this is her writing on the back too. She's made little notes about the songs. And also like, I wrote this and I wrote that. Very cool. So that's $125, which I think is a great price. Jason Boxell wanted to buy Glenn Campbell tonight. We sold one. I have another one left, $155 on Glenn Campbell. Also, another Loretta Lynn. This is the one we sold for $160. And then I have another one just like it. It says, Your Friend, Loretta Lynn. And the name of the album is Lying, Cheating, Woman Chasing, Honky Tonkin', Whiskey Drinking You. That's also $125, which is a great price. A couple of those, I don't know if I really want to take any less because I've already kind of comped these out, I believe, at great prices. Before I show the cuts, let me show the other ones here. The Amazing Spider-Man, issue 300, signed by Todd McFarlane, is $475. These have full letters from JSA. Amazing Spider-Man, $475. This is a letter signed by World War I veteran, an ace, a Medal of Honor recipient, Eddie Rickenbacker. Just look him up on Wikipedia. Amazing. $375. This is a letter to the Bell Mead Theater in Nashville. This is from Fred's collection. Echo and the Bunnymen sold to Dale Sanders for $6.99. This is a Zappa. I'm going to show it one more time. It's really cool. It's $575. It's a newspaper advertisement from a concert where Frank Zappa signed it. There's the ad where he played at University Student Union, Northridge Center, at California State. There's the ticket stub. He signed this, $575. It has a full letter of authenticity from JSA. Tough signature to get. This is my first real Zappa. I've had 5 others that passed, or I've had 5 others that failed. This is my first real Zappa. $5.75 on Zappa. Marilyn Manson, no disc in the jacket. Heaven Upside Down, $575. Cheap Trick, signed by Robin Zander, Rick Nielsen, Tom Peterson, and Bun Carlos, $375. The Beach Boys, $1,675, signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. I was just waiting for somebody to pull the trigger. And this is an Eminem poster. It's a Kamikaze autograph poster signed by Eminem, $875. The last two comps were $1,100 and $1,500. Those are real sold prices for this. $875. That's still available. And then here are the cuts that didn't sell, just a few. We sold a Charlie Pride for $45. I've still got a multitude. Charlie Prides are $45. Eddie Arnold is $45. If you just want a cut Loretta is $95. Randy Travis is $95, which I thought was going to sell for a lot more than that. Waylon Jennings, $275. And this one has stirred up the most interest. $275. We got three $200 offers. We got three $200 offers on that. I'm at $275. Glenn Campbell is $95, and Robert Duvall, Tom Hagen, $95. Now you may ask yourself, what the heck am I going to do with a index card, a blue index card that Waylon Jennings signed? And I've been preaching this all night. Don't make me do it myself. Because here's what you can do with these. You can frame them and mat them, either with a picture of Waylon Jennings, or I would do an album. I would pick out your favorite Waylon Jennings album, or like a Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits, something really cool that has a picture of him on it. You frame that with the album, and then all of a sudden, framed, authenticated, the album, you got what? Let's say you got $200-300 in the frame, $200-300 in the autograph. You got $1,000 item at that point. You can go ahead and you can get the first piece of it for $275, or you can buy Waylon, then buy a Willie, and then buy a Johnny, and buy a Chris, and frame them and put them with the Highwayman, like I said. Another great idea. Or get a Waylon and get a Willie, and then frame it with a Waylon and Willie album, and then you got another $1,000 item. Of course, by the time you get the autographs and frame them, it's going to cost you $1,000 probably. Incredible stuff there. 5 minutes left on Facebook. Tonight was a Hall of Fame night. We sold an Iron Maiden tonight for $3,266. I believe that was the winning bid. We sold the we sold the Harper Lee book. We sold the Harper Lee book signed, To Kill a Mockingbird, signed by Harper Lee. We sold that. We sold the Mickey Mantle autograph for almost $500. We sold the Ted Williams for almost $500. What else did we sell? We sold the autographed Stan Lee comic book just a moment ago. Regina, do you want the signed hymn? Do you want Line Cheatin', or do you want the gospel album? Do you want God Bless America, or do you want the Line Cheatin'? And we have another signed album going out the door. We got another great lineup of auctions tomorrow, including great just titles and more autographs. What else did we sell? Oh, yeah, we sold more. I knew we sold more autographs. Yeah, we sold a multitude of cuts. We sold a multitude of cut autographs, all kinds. So, yeah, I think I set a world. I'm going to do some research, but I think we set another world record tonight. I may have sold the most expensive Iron Maiden record ever. I'm pretty sure I did. Does anybody know of an Iron Maiden record selling for more than $3,266? I have several world records on highest price ever sold for certain albums. I'm going to try to do some research. I don't think an Iron Maiden record has ever sold for that. Let me get on PopSpsych. We hold several world records here at Collectco for an album. I know they've got some rare singles. Oh boy, we're close. We're close. They do have a couple singles that have sold for more than $4,000, but they're on Pop Psych. That's a 7-inch. There it is. Yeah. That sold, signed by all 4 members. That sold for 3,000 British pounds. Just one bid, 3,000 British pounds. That was when? That was February 12th. How much is 3,000 British pounds in dollars? It's more than 3,000. How much is that today? That is 33997. Okay, we're just shy. Dang, we were close. We were close on that. Now, I don't know if that's confirmed. We definitely have the most expensive. That sold for 4,000. Wow, look at that. That sold for 4,000. We're close. Has a Number of the Beast. No, we definitely have the most expensive. That was the most valuable Number of the Beast ever sold, I think. Unless we can find another auction house or something. That's a new world record tonight set for Iron Maiden. Wow. Setting world records here, folks. Most expensive Number of the Beast ever sold. I'll check on Discogs, but I know one on there hadn't sold. This is sold. Nope, wrong one. This is sold for $125 to Regina Tabor. She's going to get the last one. That's a great price on those Loretta Lynn albums. Great price on those, especially this one. She like inscribed and wrote stuff on the back. That's pretty cool. $125 sold to Regina, and that's going to be the last sell of the night. CDs, Friday. We might can bring some out tomorrow. I'll try to rotate. We sold off a ton of cassettes tonight, or we've gone through them. After I go through this stuff, I try to not show it again. But wow. Okay. God, just keep asking me, and if you ask me enough, I'll get to them. Facebook clock is ticking. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It's been literally a record-setting night. It's been a record-setting night. I think I hold, what was the RL? I think we've sold the most expensive Led Zeppelin RL here. Not a test pressing or promo. We sold that one that night for almost $4,000. I don't think I could find one that had sold for that much before. So, 2 things. Great entertainment here. And if you have a collection for sale, you need to give us a call. Because we want to buy your records. We have buyers here that are dying to bid on great records. We got them. I've spent the last many years acquiring the best record collectors in the country. They tune in to buy some really high-end stuff, and I'm needing to buy it. So if you have it for sale, let me know. High-end autographs, I want them. I'll pay $10,000 for the right one if you've got it. Jim Morrison, give me a call. John Lennon, give me a call. Janis Joplin, give me a call. Kurt Cobain, give me a call. I want to see them. Loretta Lynn. That's the only other signed Loretta Lynn album I have, 125. 125. It says, your friend, Loretta Lynn. She signed it on the front, not personalized. It isn't transcribed. Somebody just walked in the front door. Oh, it's Paul. Gosh, that scared me. Somebody walked in the front door. I was like, who was that? It's Paul. And we're about to end. Facebook's over. Paul, that's great timing. Paul scared me. I was like, dang, who just walked in the door? It's Paul and Tyler. And the clock has expired. Thanks, everybody. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Patrick, if you decide you want that Loretta Lynn, just let me know. We'll take care of you, sir. We've been live for 8 hours. I'm signing off. I'm hitting the button. I've got crab chips to go eat. Thank you, Craig.